The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What is up? What is up? What is up? Appreciate you guys for coming through. This is R.P.L coming at you with a Tuesday stream. Once again, let's go ahead and get this out the way. Sorry about Saturday, guys. I was not in the mood to do a stream. I recently got some news that kind of pissed me off, and I try to get it out of my mind. And if I would have did a stream and somebody would have pissed me off, I think I probably wouldn't went off on that guy. And I didn't want to do that. So I was just like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and sleep on it and do this another day. So, decided to go ahead and cancel it the last minute. So sorry for everybody who was looking forward to it. It's just, one of those things where, you know who you are, and you know that you're going to be outside of yourself if something goes wrong. And knowing the Saturday streams, there's sometimes people that's going to go fucking wrong. And there's probably going to be it's probably me jumping off the ledge that night. So I just like, you know what, let me just cool my head, sleep, get over it. It is what it is. So it is what it is. But I decided to just make a stream for you guys on Tuesday. I know I think Charles is still going live right now, so I don't expect a lot of people to come through, but it's all good. I do wanted to hold on. Let's see. Go over here because there was one brother that had donated. This is from last Wednesday. This is one guy who had commented on the section where apparently the video that I did where I said that black, not women, but women like to send men on dummy missions. He said that that video that I did actually kind of stopped him from doing something stupid, and he wanted to give me a cash app. So I want to give a shout out to that brother. Hope he's doing well. Hope he's doing better. Hopefully he did not continue on. He said it did stop him. So hopefully he didn't get real shamed for doing that or anything like that. So I'm not gonna say, let's just say JJ. But I appreciate you, brother, for doing that. I appreciate you for not doing what you were going to do. and I'm glad that video stopped you from doing a huge mistake. If you're ever going to hear this, yeah, if that video stopped you from doing a huge mistake on a woman's behalf, then that video was well deserved. It was done at the right time. So appreciate you, brother, for the cash out for doing that, and I thank you for not doing that. There's something that could mess up your life. So appreciate you. Anacetus, he says you're doing a good job. This is from Thursday of last week. Appreciate you, Anacetus. It's always good to know that you're doing the good work. So those are the 2 cash outs I need to get out of the way because I didn't accept them as of yet, so I just accepted them because I wanted to talk about it. Let's see what we got here. We got Prince Johnny. We got AB Media. We got Jesse. We got Pragmatic Prime. Scalibur. What's good with you, brothers? For those that were coming in from Charles' stream, that lady did not know what the hell she was talking about. She was trying to take up for more so the women, more so than anything. Let's just be honest. Black women were not taught to respect black men at all. From the early ages of 1 year old to now. They've never been taught to respect black men. They've never been taught to think of anything about black men other than dick. That's just the God honest truth. So she knows that. She's learned that. And she knows it's a mistake. But the thing is, what are you teaching the next generation? If you're teaching the same shit, guess what? You're still continuing the pathology that's been taught to you. What's up, Larvis? What's up, F Holiday? Appreciate you. So anything that comes out your mouth after that is null and void. If it's anything to disparage or anything to disparage what black people are. So as far as I'm concerned, bullshit. Kiss my ass. I ain't got time for that. We all know what the truth is. We all seen it within our own lives. We know how our families are. So you can't hide anything from us. You can't. We know who you are, and you know who we are. You know that there are some guys that you women are not attracted to. And those good men that are doing the work, working hard, can't put food on the table, you don't want because you can't control them. It's like what I said before on BGS's panel once before. Especially black women. Black women do not like competent black men because you're outside what they consider the norm. If you are a competent black man, you are the enemy. Because a good black man can be controlled. He has a leash on him. Which is why when I said pets of the gynocracy, a lot of people said, like, why'd you call them pets? Because a good boy, to put it that term, a good boy has a leash on him. He does what he's told. This is why I consider myself a stray. I don't do what I'm told. I do what I want to do. I roam where I want to roam. I don't have to be up under you. I am a stray dog. And the gynocracy doesn't have time for stray dogs. They don't. So when I hear people like a Mary Brown or anybody else that talks like a DJ music or anything like that, what they are pets. They're pets to the gynocracy. They're like little chihuahuas barking all the time at us men, telling us what we need to do for the community. But we ask, what does the community do for us in return? Because as Black men in this space, we're getting tired of sacrificing ourselves just for the greater good. There need to be some tangible assets for our sacrifice. You're not going on a job and working and not getting paid. There's a symbiotic relationship that comes to that. If I'm going to do something for you, you need to do something for me. What was that scene from what was that? The play that was a movie. It's on the tip of my fucking tongue. Where the father and the son, he said, "Why don't you like me?" It was a damn movie. Denzel was in it with Viola Davis. We just talked about it, I think, 2 weeks ago. Fences. That scene from Fences where the son asked the father, do you like me? Right? And it ain't got nothing to do about liking you. That is my duty to you. I owe you that because I brought you into this world to take care of you. It has nothing to do about liking. It is a duty. See, Black women forgot their duty when it comes to a relationship. It has nothing to do about liking the person. It is your duty as a wife to take care of that man and those children. They forgot their duty. So now it becomes within their feelings. That's why a lot of your divorces are initiated by women, because how they feel. It's not the duty, the promise that you made on that wedding day. You know, for richer or poor, sickness and in health, that don't matter anymore. See, when you say those vows, that is a duty you have to each other. Does that have to do anything about liking a person? I've always said, once the kids are at the house, we need to negotiate terms. Because once that kid turns 18, he gets out the house, let's have a talk. Do we still want to be with each other or not? If not, we can go there to get a divorce. Easy peasy. But if we are getting together, it's about children. This is one of the reasons why I've always said that if I ever marry someone, it's to have children. I'm not marrying anybody after 40. I'm 40 years old. My desire to have kids has faded. If I get with anybody, it's just going to be boyfriend, girlfriend from this point on to the day I die. I'm not trying to have kids this late in life. I'm halfway through my life right at this point. I know everybody's like, oh, 40 ain't that old. 40 is old. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. If you are a 40-year-old man, you are old. You're getting there. And the last thing that's on your damn mind is taking care of some damn children with diapers. You don't want to be changing diapers at damn 40 years old. I'm telling you that right now. You ain't got time for that. So why the fuck you think I'm going to sit there and try to be married to someone at 45? I'm going to meet someone now, and then I'm going to marry her at 40. For what? What are we going to do that we can't do at fucking being boyfriend and girlfriend? Sit inside a fucking house watching damn Family Feud? We could do that shit now. What is the purpose of being married? It's the purpose of being married is to have two conjoined people raising a fucking family. We ain't fucking raising no fucking family at fucking 45. I'm telling you that right fucking now. Not with me. No. We fucking. Your ass better bring some damn whiskey or some damn beer over the house. We're gonna put on some music, and then at the end of the day, we fucking. And if you don't want to fuck, your ass can get the fuck out of my fucking house. Point blank, period. At this point in my fucking life, you coming on my house, we fucking. I'm gonna bend that ass over and I'm gonna be plowing that shit. Get the fuck out of here talking about we getting married at 40, fucking 45, 50. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like I want to be married at fucking 45 for the first fucking. Come on, man. Get out of here with that shit. Marriage is for children. You getting hard dick and bubble gum at this point. And I don't have bubble gum nowhere in my house. There's only one other option for you, chick. Getting this hard dick. But it's the truth. It's the truth. I mean, ask yourself this. If you came into life and you got no children and you 40 years old, why would you marry a woman at this late in the game? For what? You got your friends. You probably got a pet, a dog or something. You got your money. You can do what the fuck you want to do. You're not trying to have kids. What you need that woman for? And keep in mind that her tastes are going to be more expensive the older she gets. She doesn't want to fucking go to fucking Applebee's at damn 45, 50 years old. She want to go to these 4-star restaurants where you spend damn $300 a night out. Fuck that shit. You better be the throat goat at that point. Fuck that. And even after that, it ain't gonna be another 45-year-old woman that's gonna be sitting across me. It's gonna be someone at least 30 or better. And when I say better, I mean 30 or younger. But this is a conversation I was having with somebody about that, and it just blew my mind every time I like getting married at damn 50. I'm like, why? Why get married at 50? Y'all must just be roommates at that point, and just fuck on the sick. I mean, fuck that shit. Scalliver said, "No country for old hoes." You damn right, no country for old hoes. Josh Johnson, he said, "Nah, young chicks want expensive restaurants, and young chicks want expensive restaurants if they look at you as a trick. If you put your money out there first, expect to pay." See, the young chicks. I'm gonna tell you something about young chicks that I realized. They know who to finesse. They learned that at an early age. The guys that always put their money out there first, they'll use him for the expensive dates. But the guys that they really like, they're happy to sit and eat Chinese food, and then after they eat Chinese food, they'll suck his dick. See, the woman has to like you to not want to spend your money. Like that. Now, she's going to spend your money, but it's not going to be like that. If they see you as a trick, they'll go ahead and spend it. Because there's this one chick at Walmart where I used to work at Walmart, right? And this guy used to always fawn after this black girl because he was a white guy. He also want to be with her. He will buy her all types of shit, spend money on her, fawning after her, and everybody was looking at him like, that motherfucker is a damn fool for being with that chick, because she ain't gonna give him none, and she never gave him none. No matter what he did, he built her a bed. He helped pay her damn phone bills, all this other shit he did for her to try to show his love. That bitch took that motherfucker for everything he got. It's like, because this is the one thing about the mentality of a chick. Because in her mind, she says, if he offers it, why not take it? If he offers it, why not take it? Not to say it's wrong or bad. That's why I always tell guys, don't offer her shit but what you're willing to give. And if you're willing to be a trick, then be comfortable being a trick. But don't be mad when you out there being a trick and she don't give out. You should let your intentions be known. Like, listen, after this, we fucking. If you don't want to fuck, we ain't going out. Or we fucking first and then we going out. But don't ever be a fucking trick and on this, oh, if I just prove my love, she will love me back. No. No. I see too many motherfuckers get fucked up doing that shit. See too many guys get fucked up doing that shit. Too many, man. God. So many stories. So many men that I've seen. And I just be looking at them like, it's your fault. You didn't let that motherfucker know who you was and how to put her in a place. Yeah. Man, Jesse, look, you could tell when a chick it will smash you day one with no effort. Just by how the way she acts around you, man. Like, there was this one guy. Everybody know he was a hoe, but the chicks loved him. And he said something to this one chick. I think it was about something that she can cook. And as soon as he said, "Oh, you cook?" Well, shoot, I'm hungry. And as soon as he said that, well, you can come over tonight and I'll cook for you. Why? Because she wanted the D. She wanted that dick. She thought the motherfucker was good looking, whatever you want to call, and she wanted a piece of that motherfucker. So as soon as he said that, she was game. This is how, when it comes to chicks, if you just want to fuck, you don't have to take her out on dates. If the chick wants to fuck you, she will make it very easily to fuck you. If the chick don't like you like that, guess what? You gonna have to do some damn tricks, some damn backflips. You got to balance a ball on your nose. You got to go like a fucking baby seal to get that. That's why guys in this space are mad, because when we were younger, we had to do all them damn tricks. But we seen the guys that didn't do those tricks and they would get the pussy. Now that they get older and they got kids, now they want to come back to these 30-year-old good men that have a head on their shoulders. And what's really pissing up the game, what's really pissing this game off, what's really making women mad is that these 30-year-old second chance men don't want them. They're wising up. They're just saying, like, you know what? I'm good. I don't want that. I don't want that. Nope. No, sir. No. Yeah, you got two kids. My motherfucker didn't give a fuck about you. Nope. No, sir. We ain't doing this today. Not today. But that's what's happening. See, the quote unquote cleanup man is on strike. We're not cleaning up. Tuesday Hangout. We're not cleaning up. We're not doing the cleanup, man, right now. Nope, sorry. Past generations might have done that. They might have done that, but guess what? Not us. Not this generation. We are not doing that shit. So, also to like I said, this is open hangout, but I just want to get that shit off the chest because I had a conversation about that. But like I said, this is a open Tuesday hangout. This hangout is not about me. This hangout is about for everybody else in this space that comes to my channel. So you guys can come up onto the channel. Remember, since this is a open platform Tuesday kind of / Saturday, if you guys want to donate, you can hit the Cash App, which is $art5382. $1 is all I ask for, but if you do more than $1, I appreciate it. Just let me show that you guys are appreciative of the content. I'm not trying to hit you guys over the head, but like I said, if you guys can donate $1, it lets me know that what I do is important, and obviously what I had done at least last week helped the brother out and to stop him from doing something stupid, which I'm greatly grateful for. He did donate to me, but like I said, we could talk about anything you guys want to talk about. Whatever you want. You could talk about what was going on Charles' stream, or you want to talk about the Brittany Griner situation. Whatever you want. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link, and we're gonna go ahead and get this party started. And also too, I'm gonna say this at the end of the stream too. If any of you guys want to do like an anime stream on Tuesdays, let me know, and I could do an unlisted anime stream where I can give you guys the link, and then maybe we can just watch some anime, chill out, peace. We can hang out. It'll be unlisted, so it will not show up on public, but it'll be privately. Kind of like what Artisan or BGS does, like behind the walls kind of stuff. But it'll be in my community tab. So if you guys want to do that, just let me know. But without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and drop this link. And we're going to get this party started. But I figured I might do something like that, just, get some more content out here. And then usually I'm up at night on Tuesdays. Usually I'm either drawing or watching TV. So give me something to put more content on. We got Jesse in the building. What's going on, Jesse?
Why you say my name so country, man?
Because I'm from the country, brother.
You sound like my family from Mississippi and Chicago. Jesse?
Jesse? What's up, man?
Nah, man. Yeah, man. These the way I look at it is most of these women, especially today, see most guys as like maybe between a 1 and a 6 or 1 and a 5. Mm-hmm. So it's like to really smash these chicks without putting in any finances, you gotta be like a 7 or above in their eyes. You know what I'm saying? Because if they see you as a 7 or above, you really ain't got to do shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to pay shit, and that's what it boils down to. You know what I mean? It's like they have to see you as that 7 or above, and it's like you don't really have to do anything to have sex with them like that. I mean, you could do it if you want to, because like I'm the type of cat, like if I vibe with a chick, I don't mind buying some Popeye's chicken.
Popeyes.
Buying some Raising Cane's.
Well, at least you didn't say churches.
Nah, I mean,
Attractive thinking.
I take a chick out, man, if I vibe with her. But so this is what I normally do. I mean, so be honest, I don't even really date in the States like that no more. Like I done had a couple chicks that I was like talking to, and I just like, this is whack. Like one chick, I put out like to travel, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be out of the country with the woo. She's like, yeah, you should take me with you. Like everything that you do that involves money, they want you to take them with you.
Because they
If
want to
you like to
spend
go
the
out and
money.
drink, take them with you. If you like to travel, take them with you. If you like to go to the club, take them with you. No, I'm not taking you with me. No, 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 no. But I'll take a chick out to eat if the vibe is cool or whatever. It just really depends on what I want to do, because that the way I've always framed dating for me is like I'm doing shit that I want to do, and I'm just taking you along with me. And
Yeah.
if I don't like you enough and I just want to smash, then I'm gonna just smash. I'm gonna just, hey, come over to the crib, And even chicks that are like super attractive, blah 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 blah. I always do the not so. I used to do the coffee date when I was younger, the smoothie date, but now since I'm in my 30s, it's the cocktail date. So hey, let's go grab a drink. You know what I mean? Let's go grab a drink at the dive bar down the street.
Man, coffee is a drink. Shit. Shit. Look, listen. I put it to you like this, man. If I'm at the point in my life where like I'm just trying to get some damn cheeks. I'm not looking for no relationship. I'm not looking for marriage at this point. 'Cause I'm 40 fucking years old. I don't feel like fucking changing diapers at damn 45. I'm not doing that shit.
I feel you.
I am a blue collar worker. I am 40 fucking years old. I am I know I'm way past my prime, and I'm not sitting here looking at a fucking chick to my like, let's take care of a baby. Like I'm not going half on the fucking baby. You
So
fucking
look,
serious?
Art, if you really, this is what I would
They go
recommend. If
half on
you
the fucking gas tank. Shit.
so if you still do want to have a kid, like it's not 100%, like nah, you're not gonna do it. You could do like the African guys. So you could go get an African chick and have a baby with her. Just keep over there, take care of the kids and stuff. Visit them in the summertime.
I ain't
Visit
doing all
them once or twice a year, and you ain't gonna be on the hook for no child support because that shit they don't have it over there. Like I know I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know if it's messed up or not. They take care of their kids, but they just, they might see them only a couple times a year. But I know a couple dudes with African baby mamas, and they just visit they baby mama and kid like a couple times a year type thing. And hell, the African dudes do it here. They'll leave their African country and work in the West, US or UK or whatever to make more money. My ex was Nigerian. Chick is she's a doctor now, right? And her parents left them during high school because they had a business that they wanted to do in Nigeria. So, they were pretty much over here. Just
you.
just the option for you. Just the option.
Nah, I don't make enough money for all that. Fuck that. Nah, you need to be 250 or better to do stuff like that. Fuck that.
250 what? Man, I don't know. I ain't gonna
Keep
get you.
traveling back and forth.
I ain't gonna give you a financial business, but I'm gonna just say that I know guys that make about 55 a year that do this.
Nah, I gotta be because to me, I had to try to send. All right, this is who I am. All right, I'm all about family and all this other shit, right? So I can't sit there for me and just not see my kid. That's one of the reasons why I never wanted a fucking baby mother, because my kid will be with this damn chick, and I don't know what the fuck she's doing with my damn child. She could be bringing motherfuckers over there, might molest my child or anything like that, and I'm not there. So for me, if it ain't about us being married, I'm not having a fucking kid out of fucking wedlock. I never wanted to give a fucking child to a woman, and I'm just because I had people tell me like, why don't you just have a kid? I'm just like looking at him like, I want to be
These
married
heifers?
first. No,
Right, right.
there were people that were telling me that just have a fucking kid with a chick, you don't want to, and I'm just like, I need to be married first. I had a chick tell me that, and she's talking like, he's like, people ain't doing that no more. And I asked the chick, so is it wrong for me to want marriage before I have a kid? And she just looked down, as like, I can't fault you for that. But the thing about it is, that's the mentality that's out here right now. Just have a kid out of fucking
Facts.
wedlock.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's no big fucking deal. But if we hold standards like that, like I'm not having a child out of wedlock just to have a child. I wanted my child to be in a structured fucking frame so that way I can raise that motherfucker. That's looked down upon. It's like it's nothing. That's when I realized, like, yo, this generation is fucked.
Mm-hmm.
That's when I realized that shit. When that became the norm, nah, fuck that. I don't want to be a statistic, and that is part of being a statistic. So as far as that's concerned, you know, I'm like I said, I'm 40 fucking years old, and I thought about it, I was like, do I really want to be a damn? I meet a chick now, I date her, then I go marry her after 3 years or whatever, and then have kids. I don't really want to start changing diapers this late in life. Hell the fuck no. So I just said, fuck it, I'm done. I don't care how good the woman is. I'm done. Did you want to say something, Amy?
Yeah, well, it is what it is. Yeah. I just came from Charles's screen with that heifer.
Well, you want to talk about that?
My head was hurting talking about I'm educated. I got a healthcare degree, but I don't understand biology. I'm like,
I saw a little bit of it, but I didn't catch all of it. So what was she talking about?
no. Why black men don't want to get married to black women? Why black men the most divorced? Blah blah blah. She was all over the place.
Black men want to be married to black women. The thing is, black women divorce black men and don't want to be only want to be with certain types of black men.
How come the black men have a high rate of divorce because y'all the ones that filed for divorce?
Yeah, I mean, if black women file 80% of divorces, then yeah, the black women don't want to be in those relationships. And if you talking about 80% of them fail because of that, you got to look at like why are the women saying that? And they're talking about like most of the divorces are filed are irreconcilable differences, meaning that they can't get along.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. And if the man feels like he needs to get away, then he'll file for divorce. But if the women want to get a divorce, then they just get a divorce. So if the women that have the problem.
Yep. But you know, they some of them don't want to listen to that. They're in their little world.
Well, guess what? Reality is a bitch. Reality don't give a fuck about your feelings. They don't give a fuck about what you think. It is
fuck
what
your
it is.
Feelings.
Reality is reality. And if most of these women, what I realized in my life is that most of these chicks don't want marriage. They want serial monogamy, meaning that they want to be able to date this guy, let him be faithful to her, and then when she gets tired of him and she doesn't want to put
another guy,
she doesn't put no more fucking effort into it, she'll go fuck somebody else. And it's a continuing pattern, even with marriage. I marry this guy, I marry that guy. Like my sister's been married like 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my prom date tried that. She didn't see me for another 12 years. I talked about dating her seriously. She in the middle of the day, she came talking about, well, I gotta date this guy. I'm gonna date this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy before I get to you. And I was like, oh, okay. She didn't hear me. She didn't hear from me for another 12 years.
Yeah, Because she thought you were going to be a sucker and take that. And I was like, nope, black men ain't taking that deal. No, fuck that. If you were
she had to approach me because I was like, I don't want to talk to you.
No, you shouldn't.
Oh, that's not even the fun part. The fun part is when we got back in the limo, she got dressed in front of me talking about you ain't gonna see nothing. I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm turned off anyway.
She's talking about you ain't gonna see nothing. What are you talking about?
She got dressed in the car trying to hide her shit, and I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, I don't like what the fuck? What'd you come on a date for me for? I could have took somebody hotter to the prom with me, but you okay?
Nah, fuck that. See, that's that bullshit.
I should have known my date was going to go wrong because when I went to her house, there was nothing but women in there. Not a man in sight. Even my mother pointed that out.
Yeah, because that's how they want to be around women. It's like lesbianism without lesbianism.
It was like 4 or 5. It was what was it? What was it? Kevin called it the coven. Mm-hmm. It was like 4 or 5 different generations of women living in that house. I was like, okay,
don't know how to deal with a man. Yeah, don't know how to deal with a man. Don't know how to be with a man. That's what a lot of these chicks' problems are. They don't know how to be with a fucking man. They don't. They don't know anything about it. They don't know anything about a man, what a man is, what a man's supposed to do, they always had these ideas that was taught to them by TV, and that's what they go off of. And that's not. And what's on TV is not what a man.
You know what kills me? They be the main ones talking about a man supposed to. Like, who the fuck? I'm at the point now. I'm like, who the fuck you talking to? I'm not gonna listen to that. I'm not gonna listen to a woman talk to me about a man supposed to. You better get the fuck out of my face.
Well, guess what? A woman's supposed to be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. So hop to it, bitch. If that's how you want to play it, a woman is supposed to be barefoot and pregnant and listen to her damn man. So hop to it.
But I found out later she got married, and quite frankly, I feel sorry for her husband because she's a lousy heifer. That was a lousy heifer. I should have never took her to my prom.
A lot of these chicks don't want to be married, man. That's the one thing I've learned.
I don't know if she's still married now, but I was like, I actually feel sorry for her husband. If she did marry, I feel sorry for her husband. Go ahead.
I misspoke. A lot of these women don't want to be a wife.
Yeah.
They want to be married, but they don't want to be a wife.
They want to go through the experience, but they don't want to be a wife.
They want that day, not that life. They want to have that day so that people can come to them, give them presents, say, oh my God, you got your white dress and flowers and all this other shit. But when it comes after that day, they're not prepared for that. They don't want that. They don't want to. That's what I was saying. Like, they always tell guys that you need to be the provider, but they still want to be, as Kevin Samuels will say, the modern woman. I should not have to cook for you, or I all this other stuff I need to do for you. Like, they despise that. That's why they always say, like, oh, you want me to be a slave? No, that's your duty as a fucking wife.
They want traditional benefits without traditional responsibilities.
Exactly. They ain't gonna get it. Too bad. So,
AB, do you have any kids, AB?
Hell no.
How old are you, AB?
39.
Man, I know a lot of productive black men that don't have kids, man. And I'm gonna have to pick up the slack for my brothers who didn't get a good enough woman to actually go out there and have some kids.
And I wanted kids. I wanted a family. I wanted a wife. I wanted to be a husband.
Man, I'm warning y'all now, man. I'm going Nick Cannon starting next year.
Oh shit.
This motherfucker, he gonna have like 18 kids.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about 8. I'm gonna do at least 8. 8 is like my minimum.
I knew a brother my age that had 9 kids. He actually married my cousin.
Jesse trying to have a royal guard by his side.
Yeah, man. I'm about to go nuts, man. I've been disciplined enough, man. I've been very disciplined. I mean, I'm still gonna be disciplined. I ain't just gonna be knocking up anything, but I've been patient. I've been disciplined. It was crazy, man. Before my mom passed away, even she was like, my mom used to just give me condoms randomly when I was like in middle school and high school. Like, don't make no babies. By the time I got to like 28, that better not make no babies turned totally different. Like, when I'm gonna have a grandchild?
When you gonna have my grandchild?
Exactly. I was like, wow, I would have
Yeah,
never
my
thought
mom
my
didn't get
own
that
mom.
opportunity.
Because she wanted grandchildren. It wasn't about you, it's about her.
Yeah.
She wanted those grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that was.
But yeah, I'm about to go ham, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. I already got some wife potential women.
Be careful.
And yeah, man, I'm about to get it in, man.
Watch their friends list. Keep them single heifers away from her. I hate to be like that now, but you gotta keep them single heifers away from you. Get with a woman, you gotta keep her single friends away from her.
I'm just trying to find a chick that could touch my belly button with her nose. That's the only chick I'm trying to find. I was like, can your nose touch my belly button? Good girl.
Man, it's well, I ain't gonna say it. Damn. Well, yeah, I'm just warning y'all right now, man. Y'all be looking on my man. What the hell? What all these kids doing on Jesse, man? What the hell? You know what's funny? One of my mentors is Mormon, and this dude has 11 kids, white guy.
Oh, they preach that. They preach that.
Yeah,
they do that on multiple wives too.
I don't think he has multiple wives because I never asked him, but he only shows the picture of one wife. But he does have 11 kids. That was my grandfather had 13. That was the first white man I ever seen with that many damn kids. Well, that many public kids. Let me say that.
Yeah, I saw a hilarious meme. Grandma talking about all these kids think about now sex, and they show an old picture of grandma with like 11 kids, 11, 12 kids. I was like, yeah.
They believe in big families back in the day.
But I will at least those women old generation, they did have a lot of sex, but it was with way less men. Yeah, a lot of them had like BGS one or two partners probably.
BGS pointed something out that I didn't know. Teenage pregnancy in the 50s was actually worse than the 90s.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because they was getting married and having sex at an earlier age. Because
shotgun marriage.
I had a couple aunties that got married at like 16 or 15. But that was normal.
I mean, in those days. Like I said, they didn't have like condoms or pills or anything like that. So yeah, of course now it's gonna be less. But yeah, they believed in big families. Like my grandmother and grandfather, they had like 7 kids. So when you look at like the boomers and stuff like that, you got a whole bunch of uncles and aunts. Yep. There was a reason for that because they believed in those big giant families. I'm pretty sure most people who had boomer uncles and aunts had like at least about 4 or better. Yeah, at least 4 or better.
Nah, in my family, the boomers didn't have that many kids. They had like 4 or less in my family.
Well, that's what I said, 4 or better. That's why I said 4 or better. Because most boomers, it was either 4 or better.
But the greatest generation, like I said, my grandfather, that dude had. So my maternal grandfather had 13, and my paternal grandfather had. Let me see. He had 4. He had 4 and 3 possibles.
3 pop.
Because
that motherfucker playing spades with damn pussy.
Now you know what's funny, man.
Playing spades out here.
At his funeral, his siblings came to his funeral down here because a lot of his siblings, they all from Mississippi originally, but few of them moved to New Orleans and a few others moved to Chicago and Milwaukee. So his siblings were down here, and his sister was talking about, there was a rumor back in the day that he had made some children with a white woman, and so that's where the possible come in. That's where the possible. I don't know too much about it. That's just what the what his sister said. I don't know if they had him or what. I don't know.
Man, these heifers are going crazy. This bitch just stabbed her daughter to death. Keep
Oh
her
yeah,
from
that's
getting.
right in my city, man, New Orleans.
What?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Rodney's posted. She had stabbed her daughter to death, then posted some shit on social media.
She stabbed
Really?
both of her kids. If that's the same way you talk about it, the one I know is a red bone in New Orleans, and she blamed it on the child's fathers.
She blamed the child's fathers for why she stabbed the kids to death.
Yeah.
Man, get the fuck out of here. we are blamed for everything, even if what they do fucking wrong. Get the
Hey
fuck
man,
out of here.
the comment just hit China. Blame niggers. Everybody blame black men. It's black men fault.
That's some bullshit, man.
You know, black men. You know, we're responsible for COVID and monkeypox too, right?
Mm-hmm.
That shit's on the rise in North Carolina.
Hey,
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah, I just read an article yesterday because it said like in my town, it's on the rise. It showed up somebody with the fucking monkeypox shit on their fucking hand.
Raleigh?
Yeah, said somebody had monkeypox right on their hand and shit. They showed the blister and all that. I was like, ugh.
Damn.
That shit look like herpes that you can get anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't sound good.
But this decade has really started off kind of shitty.
Yeah, these heifers are going. These heifers been going crazy the last 2 years.
Yeah, I've been seeing an uptick in black women killing people.
You hear about that nurse that killed that whole family?
No, I didn't hear about that one. Was the
Apparently
nurse a black woman?
I guess, yeah.
Carlos said the father was trying to get joint custody. That's why she. Yeah, cause that makes sense because the nature of a woman, she's selfish and she don't want the father to have the kids. So that's happened a lot. There was a woman that I saw.
And
where
like
she
Charles pointed out, they get tired. They're figuring out. Cops are figuring out these. Just putting them with the women ain't working. So.
Can y'all hear me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there was a woman that was I think it was a TV show where they show where she I think she was up in Baltimore and New York, and she didn't want the father to have anything to do with the kids, so she moved to I think Arizona. And so when she moved to Arizona, the guy went to the court system and he was getting ready to have the daughter. And so what she did was she gave the daughter pills and she gave herself pills and killed the daughter. But I think she survived, but they went ahead and charged her for the death of her daughter. And so then the father lost the kid.
Sick shit. That's next level narcissism.
Yeah, because they believe that like I think BJ said on Charles Channel, they believe the family unit is the mother and the child. They don't believe the father has any rights to the child whatsoever. And so when the court system goes and force something for the man, they feel distraught. It's like, how can this be? And so they start doing stuff outside of themselves, which is they kill the kids. That's normal, to be honest with you.
But according to Amiri, these are the heifers we need to negotiate with.
We do not negotiate with terrorists.
Right, exactly.
I don't know. You let some of these guys tell it. It make you wonder, bro.
What's going on, PK?
What's up, PK?
What's going on? It's nice to see you, AB, Art, and I guess you're calling yourself Pan-African capitalist today, Mr. Jesse. So I'll go with that.
Yeah, man, that's the new channel, brother. That's the new channel that I have vowed to release a video, one video a week.
Yeah, I need to up my game on videos too.
So I'm that's the problem with my content strategy, because I had a Red Pill channel a few years back that got up to like 250 subs, but a lot of stuff happened where I just wasn't consistent with my content. One thing I kind of didn't like the viewership that I was attracting with my Red Pill videos. Like I started attracting some real extreme versions of the Red Pill, where motherfuckers just clicking out.
About?
I mean, I wasn't even talking about a lot of extreme stuff. I would really just talk about more the nature of the gynocracy, like matriarchal mindset. I was
Mm-hmm.
talking about traveling, black male empowerment. So I talk about a lot of different, mainly black male empowerment. Like I did some videos about not being a lone wolf. Having about how patriarchy at the root is not only the man controlling the children, but men having brotherhood and forming alliances within that society, and
Well,
just a lot of stuff like that.
I tell you from one content creator from another, you can't control who comes to your channel.
That's
Yeah.
true.
All you can do is just push your message forward, and then when people get out of line, just block them.
Yeah, you
It,
ban
it,
their
I
ass.
mean,
it,
it
it,
wasn't
it-
getting
I-
like.
no, it does not. It's not conducive to go back and forth with people in the comment section.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
maybe
Right.
sometimes, but when people start just being rude for just no fucking reason, just block them.
Yep.
It's not
Yeah.
even worth it. Like
It
when
wasn't. It
people,
wasn't going in on me. It was just like, oh, it was like some f these black bitches, these evil black demonic. I'm like, man, I'm not trying to.
because they're still in their red pill rage. That you
Yeah, they're
have
still
some
there.
people, yeah, you have some people that's still in their red pill rage, and
Mm-hmm.
until you transition out of that, you can't help them. Go ahead, AB. Sorry.
Yeah, I just did a video on Bishop T.D. Jakes' comments on black women, and how half his church is empty now. And I was like, I'm not surprised. The Bible talks about this. A foolish woman will tear down her own house. They
Well,
build people. Go
no,
ahead.
go ahead, finish up.
And I'm like, T.D. Jakes built his house with these crazy heifers, and now they want to tear it down because he told them the truth.
Well, the thing about it is that the black church has been coddling black women for the longest of time. That's why they go in there, because they feel coddled in there. But
Yep.
whenever you have a preacher that says, "I don't give a fuck about coddling you. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to preach about fire and brimstone, and y'all women are out of line."
Teach
A
that Old
lot,
Testament.
a lot of people don't take well to that. Like I had my mom when she was going to church, and she had a pastor. They kicked him out of his own church because he was preaching that fire and brimstone and how you were supposed to act. And they told him in private that you need to start talking about more happy shit. And he said, "Nah, I'm gonna speak the truth." And they kicked him out of their own church, and he had to go start his own church again. Just because of
Yeah,
that, you
that's
had those politics within church that tell you,
yep.
you don't teach about doom and gloom, and don't be telling people about themselves.
Yeah, that's why they kicked my pastor out.
Yeah,
And
it
I
was
went
like,
I went with the split. I'm like, no. He's speaking the truth. He's like, I'm not about to follow y'all. And
yeah,
leave some family members behind too. I was like, no. I'm like, no. And I'm never coming back to that church. And I grew up in that church, but I'm never coming back. But then when they split with the pastor, I went with the pastor. They're gone for over 12 years now.
Yeah, and that goes back to a disagreement that I had with Edward Anderson, where he was saying that people were saying that basically the black manosphere was radicalizing black men. Edward said that he didn't disagree with it. I agree with it. I agree with it. And I'm not saying that radicalizing black men is not a bad thing. It's just that our messages, are spreading to not only to other black men, but other men around the world. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
shoot, we influence a lot of the stuff that the white manosphere be putting out there.
Well, let's
Uh,
ask the question. This begs the question: what connotation are you using the word radicalization in? Because that doesn't necessarily mean bad.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it in a negative context, and I think that maybe Edward viewed it in a negative context. Um, but it's white people in the white manosphere that's getting this information. Hell,
Yeah,
there's
even white women are
African
starting to.
guys
Mm-hmm.
in certain like more westernized parts of Africa, like the capital of like Kenya and the capital of like Ivory Coast. There's guys in these particular countries that are pushing these red pill messages. So I'm saying this is a good thing though. It's a good thing because if those guys in Africa can start having those red pill messages, they can see the bullshit before it get to a certain point. Because the issue that would happen with Black America, I mean not Black America, but America, was that in the West was that somehow a lot of men that were in political positions were radicalized the opposite way into feminism. And so they were able to become allies within the political structure to these ideological feminists and help to change those laws in the
Mm-hmm.
legislature.
Well, I
And
mean, I
so,
figure it this way, right? Over the last, you know, oh, damn near 200 years,
Yeah,
uh,
Trump.
they've
Go
had
ahead.
free reign over feminist ideology, and we've been embroiled in ideological warfare for damn near the last 200 years. And just now, men have
Mm-hmm.
started to actually pick up their fucking torches and pitchforks and be like, "Yo, what the fuck? It's time to fight." So I
right.
don't know if I would see it um in a negative connotation completely. I think this is mostly
No, that's what
just
I'm
a
saying. That's what
reaction.
I'm saying, PK. I'm not saying that radicalizing them is negative at all. I'm not saying it in a negative connotation. It's positive for us, right? People that believe like we do.
Mm-hmm.
But other people may see it may other people may have a negative connotation with radical, but to me radical is not necessarily negative. It's just a matter of perspective. I mean, even if you look at if you really study the Black Panthers, you know, them niggas was feminists. When you really research the Black Panthers, man, like in the Bay, them niggas was on some feminist type stuff when you
Well,
really think about it.
a lot of people associate the term feminist with the strict definition instead of just the concept itself. When you start
That's
to look
true.
at the concept has existed for fucking ever, for a very long time. It's not new. It's
Yeah.
just that we've given it a name and essentially characterized it in one particular way, and that's the way that we view it now. And if it doesn't fit this particular criteria, it only lasts 200 years. But
Mm-hmm.
you know, in truth, there's a larger argument that surrounds it about how much freedom and liberation should women have, and most of it is associated with the concept of, how much are they unaccountable for. You know what I mean? So I mean,
Absolutely.
I think a lot of these concepts aren't new. Not really. Not really.
No, they're not new, but it's like, in my opinion, certain ideologies, they may have existed for longer than we give credit for. And what I mean in that sense is like, okay, there's certain things that are very popular today that probably existed like the 1500s or the 1400s, but it didn't have enough steam in those particular time periods. And so it had the ideological movement had to grow over decades till it reached a certain critical mass where it became in the mainstream. It's like the red pill community. I mean, there's been black men that have thought this for decades. I mean, if you look at a lot of black pimps, a lot of the even though BGS says that the pimps you have to be black pill, right? But a lot of the red pill stuff that is talked about in the community, I mean, pimps been talked about since Iceberg Slim. You know what I'm saying? So it
Red
just
pill, red pill's more about. I mean, you understand the situation, but you still have hope at the end. Black pill's like we have no fucking hope. There's no hope. It's just cold hard facts.
yeah, I've always see myself as more black pill, even though I didn't know the term until recently, last couple of years. But my automatic being, the way I've always thought, even since a kid, was kind of like
Mm-hmm.
black pill. And I think that's probably why I've always been attracted to like pimps as like some form of mentors. Uh, and I've always been infatuated with the lifestyle. Even though I probably would never been a pimp. I would never be a pimp. But I could,
I
I
heard that slip up.
No, cause I'll be honest with you. Most people that are black pill, like real hard, unless they are really into telling something, they're not really on YouTube. Cause they don't see the point in it. Like even with me, I sometimes have a hard time even continuing on with this channel sometimes because I'm just like, because I look at things differently,
right,
than a lot of people, and when I look at, you know, I kind of agree with O'Shane a little bit. Like, do black people really want to change? And I'm just like, no, they really don't.
I mean, look, I really just come on YouTube for like
entertainment.
Really three things: entertainment, education, and male brotherhood. So like when I get on panels like this, it's to chop it up with other brothers, and that's really it, man. But as far as saving the black community and reverting, I've been said I didn't never believe it. I mean, you already know I don't believe in it because my ass is moving to Ghana this November. So so yeah, I don't believe in it, you know.
Yeah, sticking a fork in it is dumb, especially with the way
I'm trying to recruit niggas. Like I'm trying to recruit as many productive black men to come on over to Ghana and live a happy life, man.
Okay.
Well, I kind of see this. I see this entire sphere or space or whatever you want to call it as mostly an advocacy project in relation to getting men on the same page. A lot of people think that it's about changing women or really has much to do with women in the grand scheme of things. I think it mostly has to do with advocating for a change either in the laws or a change in men's outlooks in relation to what they want to do, right? Because a lot of men don't know what to do. They're out here, you know, just like the women are, you know, essentially bathing in the chaos and taking it in and really not doing anything insofar as bettering themselves or, you know, trying to find what it is that they seek, you know, because men ultimately still want the same things that they've always wanted all throughout time and history, right? They want women, they want good food, they want a place to sleep, right? That hasn't changed. It's not gonna change, but
yeah,
I think that message needs to exist, and it hasn't existed, and there should be, you know, pushback surrounding a lot of these narratives that has existed for so long without any sort of challenge or
pushback
or resistance. You know?
See, I look at guys like Arthur Vidmore, BGS, Edward Anderson. Y'all niggas are the niggas in the Matrix that be on the ships, going in and plugging into the Matrix, trying to help get niggas out there and stuff. Oh, that's who y'all are to me. Me, I'm the nigga in Zion eating chicken.
This guy.
Yeah, I think it's valuable. I think it's valuable. I kind of lean on both sides. Sometimes I come back to Zion and I kick back and I watch it all burn. You know, like, yeah, that looks cool over there. That's some funny shit.
Interesting.
Yeah, you know. And then there's other days like, all right, let's go ahead and throw my hat in the ring. Let's see if I can help a motherfucker today. Let's save a soul, goddamn. You know.
Okay. Unplug another brother out the Matrix.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it's cool, man. I'm not one of those guys like, why y'all talk about this, blah blah blah. I'm like, man, look, it's YouTube. Talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about. If you don't want to hear it, don't watch it, nigga.
Yeah, true.
You want to talk about women? You want to talk about video games? You want to talk about relationships? I don't care. Personally, the relationship conversation in general has just like, I don't know, I just don't really care about it as much. I'm more so I'm more so of a I like anthropology, right? So
yeah, I'll be back in a bit.
I just kind of I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by the behaviors of humans and individuals. So I do kind of get a kick out of breaking down like, oh yeah, so the behavior of the matriarchal female is this, the behavior of the matriarchal male is this type stuff. But as far as like, because I had a older black guy that invited me to speak at a some type of black relationship conference or something like that. I'm not doing that, man. I don't even care. I'm not giving niggas no advice because you got to realize, man, I've been in this shit since Manosphere, like before this shit was formed, like when this shit was all darkness, like pre Manosphere 1.0. with like the Tariq Nasheeds and the Aaron Rodgers Currys was putting out books like you do this to get women. So I've already seen like 3 iterations of this shit. Like starting, and it started off with black male empowerment. Like, okay, get your shit together, get your money right, and this is how you talk to women and have fun with women, get you a nice wife, blah 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 blah. And the point where I really gave up on this shit is when I started listening to BGS stuff on the gynocracy. Cause I've always known, like this in the Matrix, you've always known something wasn't right.
Hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
Yeah, but I just didn't have the full picture of it. Like I already knew, like okay, most black people different than my family. They don't have a grandfathers that's running shit, and the women taking back seat. And
when I figured that out, when
what's that?
I told somebody at the job I was working at when I was like in my 20s, when I was talking about I still had my mother and father, and all the siblings they were still married to today, and it's like, oh, you got a good family. I'm like, I was like, what?
Oh, man.
Well, because of the fact,
yeah, because most of my, especially on my dad's side, probably not more so on my mom's side, but most of my dad's side, all the men, well, most of the men, I say 80% of the men that are married are still married to their wives today.
Yeah.
And so I know a lot of black families don't have that.
Nope.
Because of the fact that, I'm sorry, I ain't trying to cut you off.
No, you good. No, you good. I'm sorry. No, you go ahead, PK.
I don't want you to forget. You got it.
No, you good. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that because of the fact, I came up I'm a little bit younger than y'all, right? So for me, I actually got to see what these dynamics look like and how they played out, but not in my own family, right? I was able to see this in my peers and some of my classmates, and a lot of their dysfunctional families and their dysfunctional behaviors. You know what I mean? They played out in real time, and that's kind of how I came to the conclusion that something ain't right. Something ain't right. That's not how my family works, but over here you got single mom and 2-3 different kids, and you got a bunch of bullshit going on, and that seemed to be a constant theme that I would see amongst males and females. And so I'm like, man, this pattern of behavior can't be the right pattern if it's producing these sorts of bad outcomes, in relation to schooling, in relation to interactions with people, because these people will be constantly in trouble or in fights, or not be able to resolve any sort of differences without conflict. No conflict resolution is what I'm trying to say. All sorts of fucking issues. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You got grown people that are constantly in and out of jail, can't take care of their households in terms of bills. It's just shit like that. And I'm looking and I see that in my own environment. I'm just like, yo, dog, like shit's fucked. Like I don't know what to tell you, motherfuckers. Like I can't help you. There's no helping you.
A lot of people don't know how to sacrifice. And one thing that I would say that my parents have taught me is about you need to learn how to sacrifice. And when I go to these women and say, hey, we need to sacrifice for this, we need to sacrifice for that, they have no concept of it. They don't want to. Even when it comes to, hey, let's save some money here, let's save some money there. He's like, why? That's why they always say, oh, you a broke motherfucker. Because you can't do this, you can't do that. I'm just looking at him like, bitch, you make less than me. Or
yeah,
like,
that's the crazy part.
What was that one dude? He was gonna take his girlfriend out for dinner, but yeah, she invites 18 of her friends, and then she calls him broke because he can't pay for the 18 friends. He's looking at her like, bitch, what the fuck?
Well, there's a reason.
Man, look, I've made 6 figures consistently for at least the last 5 years, and I'm not paying for no 18 friends. I don't give a damn.
I agree, but there's a reason why they think like that. You got, I mean, like women's finance, women, number one, women would never understand the value of money because they never really truly have to earn it in the same fashion that men do. Um,
Right.
Not
They're
only that, there's
consumers
always
everywhere.
right, and not only that, they're always fronted money by simps and family members, and they have a rolodex of motherfuckers
Yep.
that will pay for X, Y, or Z for with any amount of sob story to go with it. Sometimes it ain't even needed, and
Daddy,
so
uncle.
right. And so when you have that sort of type of structure that constantly supports you, of course you become, spoiled in a sense. I mean, it's kind of natural. I mean, you see this, for instance, in rich people's children, male or female, and why they sometimes don't understand, what it means to actually go out and earn for themselves. There's a reason for that. I mean, it just happens more often with women because all men in general, if we would just want to do it, take a generalization in America, tend to treat their daughters like they're Disney princesses without any sort of expectation or standards or what it is they need to do. Man, it's just it's fucked out here, man. You got men who are raising up their daughters, to essentially be spoiled brats, and for the next man to come and take that as if that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, if I had a
Right.
daughter,
I hate
she'd be
those guys.
if I had a daughter, she'd be digging ditches.
I hate those guys.
You laughing? I'm
Uh,
serious.
Well, I mean, I'm not serious. I mean, like, I don't know, like, so there's an element of, yeah, do you want to treat your children? For sure. But should you spoil them? Definitely not, because eventually they have to be a partner for, well, I would hope that a parent would want them to be a partner for someone else, right? You would want them to be suitable to someone else.
exactly. And that's one thing that I've been researching the past years because I already know I prepare myself for when I do have kids is like how do rich people how do they train their kids to be productive, right? And so there's a series of books that I've read. Looking at my bookshelf, Family Fortunes, Succeeding Generations, Family Wealth, and The Millionaire Next Door. So books like that, it actually tell you like, I mean, you can have kids that wind up, non-productive, whether you give them all of your money or you give them none of your money.
You know what?
Neither one of those, huh?
No, I'm saying you know what a lot of families that are immigrants they do. They send their kids back to their home country.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and you even have rich. They somebody brought up how I think it was the Bush children had to work on a ranch. And I'm not saying that stuff helps, but it's really like a couple things that you have to do to make them productive. So the summary I got from basically all of those books is that you should teach them about money and how to value money early on. Teach them about work ethic early on. Getting past the frustration of failure, making failure okay, and teaching them how to think for themselves. So don't Of course, you want your kids to listen to you, but you don't have to treat them. A good way to put it is you don't think for them. Teach them how to think so they can have critical thinking skills. Like, okay, once I die, I'm not looking at daddy to tell me, okay, you need to do this, this, and this. You want to guide them as all adults should, but they should know how to think for themselves and make critical thinking and problem solving for themselves. But and there's other things too, like trust. Like you could set them up with trust where they can't touch any of the money until they get a certain age. For my kids, my sons won't be able to touch their trust until they're 31, and my daughters won't be able to touch their trust until they're 41.
Man, I
And
don't even
even with the
give a
trust, they'll only be able to draw a certain amount of money per year. So it ain't like your ass gonna be, oh yeah, I'm just living large every year. No, nigga, this is enough to this is enough to live.
I mean, I'm actually I'm so despondent at this point insofar as children are concerned, at least in America. Unfortunately, I really don't know, man. I see it as we have a slew I would argue the overwhelming majority of people probably ought not have children, at least in America, as far as America is concerned.
PK, where you live at? What area you live in?
I live in Indiana, the state, Indiana.
Man, come on over and take your talents to Africa, my brother.
Appreciate you, Excalibur.
I'm trying to get everybody to jump the ship and leave America. Just
I'm like Steph Curry and Draymond, nigga. I'm recruiting everybody to the Warriors.
This guy.
Guess what? Ain't everybody finna get on that boat right now, man. As much as we want to.
I don't mind getting on the boat.
You be our guinea pig. Give us a call back in 6 months. Let us know how it's going, and we'll think about it.
Hey man, I'll get on the boat.
Yeah.
The thing is I'm not old enough at this point, man. I need some time. I need some time to get my shit together, right?
How old are you?
This is the internet, sir.
I mean, I don't give a damn. I'm a public figure.
Less than 30, over 30.
I'm 32.
I'm a private figure, so I tell tidbits about my life, but I don't reveal my identity. I like to keep my life and the internet separate.
That's true. Are you older than 29?
We'll say yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, man. I think you realize, man, I lived in Ghana for like 3 months. But I'll be back out there for good in November. My plan is to basically I should only have to come back to Nah, man.
That comes with the territory. Let's be honest. It's fucking.
It's so easy to do it too. I'm not gonna lie. Anywhere overseas.
You got the proper mindset already. Like you're fine. You'll be fine.
You're basically when you go overseas, you're basically Michael Jackson.
Oh man,
you're gonna be moonwalking on pussy.
Ghana is notoriously
when you get over to Ghana, tell African superstar to come holler at me.
Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good.
All right. Appreciate you, Excalibur, for the Cash App. Aquateski says he's listening on the road. Appreciate you. And F Holiday for the Cash App. Appreciate you.
Look, man.
Yeah, that may be very.
I'm trying to recruit all the productive black men in Ghana as possible, man. I just tell people if your income is not the best, just start looking for some remote work that'll let you work outside the country. I'm
a truck driver by trade. I'm a truck driver. I don't know if you know that, but that's what I do.
So looking for some remote work, man. Well, you could do. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do it, right? So you could. Some people do like me, where it's like just take the big leap and just come back if you need to, or come back to visit family. But Ghana Dan's a truck driver. You know Ghana Dan?
Yeah, BGS, is this you?
So Ghana Dan.
It is I. Can you hear me?
You just changed your symbol changed. So I was just trying to.
Yeah,
it is I.
I'm on a laptop. So
okay.
That's why.
All right,
he's trying to hide out. He's trying to hide out. He's got the hoodie on today. He don't want nobody to see him.
No, actually, this is old BGS.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, I know.
This is the MGTOW BGS.
Like,
yes, sir.
I got the hoodie on.
Oh, you know, huh? Okay.
Yes, sir. So, I was there.
I never know. You know what? All you black MGTOWs were in hide, man, when I was over there.
Hey, man. That's what you're supposed to do when you're in the MGTOW sector.
I think MGTOW Universe is the only black guy that I knew from over on the MGTOW side.
So PK, Ghana Dan has been a truck driver for like 6 to 8 years, I think.
Okay.
And he has a different setup though than I do. So Ghana Dan, well, I don't know if you want that to be mentioned publicly. I'll just say that he goes back and forth from the continent. So he has property and stuff in Ghana. And he goes to Ghana maybe 2 to 4 times a year.
Well, I'm highly this is kind of like I have an ideological bent where I'm highly nationalistic in the sense that wherever I live, it doesn't matter. Wherever I choose to live, it doesn't matter insofar as that's concerned. However, wherever I live needs to be the main and primary beneficiaries of whatever I produce, whatever I do.
Got it. Got it. Well, you know that won't happen with the
PK,
if
stop
you
lying.
leave
I'm
outside
not
the.
lying.
Stop
I'm not
lying.
lying.
So
He want to go to Japan and fuck money girls. That's all.
If I go to Japan, they'll get all my money. I tell you
so
that much.
You gonna be you gonna be fucking them bunny girls.
So,
Stop it.
I
no, no.
definitely.
See,
so
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 so he,
basically,
so he's a nationalist hoe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
so PK, basically you'll basically be paying U.S. taxes unless you renounce your citizenship.
Yeah,
I
which is
think it's
fuck. That's not a good idea.
yeah. So yeah. The U.S. and what happened to NAMA? Because it's actually the U.S. and Eritrea are the only two countries where you still have to pay taxes,
Oh.
even if you don't necessarily live in the country.
Okay.
And I think it's on a sliding scale if you live outside the U.S. Although I think Biden is trying to change all that shit. They're trying to
Yeah,
see you are low.
I think it's well okay, so I think the way it works is that you'll still have to pay so it's a income limit, right? So
Hmm.
if you make under like 100,000 something,
Yeah, yeah,
you don't have to pay federal taxes, but you still do have to pay like Social Security,
yeah,
Medicare and stuff.
yeah,
How
But the
much is
actual
that?
income taxes you wouldn't have to pay. You'll be
yeah,
exempt.
yeah.
Wow, that's wild. Now that I think about it, because I mean, if you pay into, let's just walk through this for a second. Let's say that you pay into Social Security and you're not a
Hmm.
resident, of the U.S. You're essentially paying for something that you're never going to be a beneficiary
Well,
of.
you don't know because you have no clue whether you're gonna. As long as you have a passport, you might have to come back.
Right.
So
Fair enough. Okay.
okay, say for instance, say you're a resident in Ghana or Kenya or someplace in Africa, right? And you
Hmm.
get really sick,
Hmm.
and the only place you can actually get cured or get help, you have to fly back to the States. That's where your blue passport comes in. Then all your Medicare, Social Security, all that stuff's got to kick in.
Yeah, so my plan is
Okay.
because I don't meet the threshold anymore.
Hmm.
Um Once I start making real big money, like high six figures, seven figures, then I'm gonna renounce my
Citizenship.
citizenship, and
Hmm.
I'm gonna get a dual citizenship with a country that doesn't require a visa. So I'm gonna get like Ghanaian citizenship in
Hmm.
like a European country that doesn't that I can easily get access to the U.S. You know,
Yeah.
I'll be honest with
that's
you.
my tax strategy.
I'll be honest with you. The only reason why I'm probably still in America at this point is because I want to bury my father. Well, once I bury my father, the world is open for my ass. I don't give a
So
fuck.
Hmm.
you're gonna become a nomadic.
Yep. Hey,
Digital nomad.
No, nomadic hoe.
hey, look. One of the goals I have for myself is to get a damn. If I have to, and I wouldn't mind doing it, get a damn RV and just live
Yeah,
out that motherfucker and just make YouTube videos and have YouTube support my life.
yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
dope.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I
Gotta
was
get it while it's still here. So
Yes, sir.
yeah
nothing,
I was just
you're
on
not
BMT.
guaranteed.
Yeah, because
I was on BMT earlier. That's basically what he's doing right now.
I mean, because I look
So
at, I don't,
which
I don't.
BMT?
Not the one that was in the military. The one that talks about traveling.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah, because I look
So
at it like,
Black Men Travels.
He's supposed to be doing a video on me later on, a stream on me,
No,
but I.
he already did it. I was on
Oh, he
that,
did it?
but it
Okay.
wasn't really necessarily about you. It was about a
Oh,
lot of stuff. But he went through basically went through a playthrough of your video about
okay.
tricking
Yeah.
abroad, and he was giving you props and stuff, basically.
Oh,
oh,
okay.
yeah,
That shit should be common sense. I don't even understand. I
what was the
still
whole
don't
issue
understand.
that
It
was on that
it it it,
Edwards
it
channel about tricking?
Yeah, I saw it.
well, basically they can't really give you a logical answer, so it's a moral answer, and what they want to do is hold black men to a higher standard, like that's that's what the what's his name, Bitter Truth said, right? I
Yeah.
said I said, okay, so every other man on the planet can do it and go and talk about it and go called sexual tourists, okay, but and not get shamed for it, but except for black men. And he said, so if they all jumped off a cliff, you're gonna jump off too. And I said, yep.
Man, That's
Oh,
just the
God.
dumbest shit.
It's the dumbest shit. I'm not a child. Okay.
Dumbest shit. Like, so for instance, back in the 2000s when Venezuela was having its currency crisis and they had a bunch of fucking PhDs going over to Colombia to whore themselves out.
Mhm.
I mean, were the Colombians wrong for fucking buying them?
No,
Like,
I
is
mean,
that the argument? Like, are you basically
no,
saying that it's always wrong to trick off your money? Like, always in all instances, just don't be a
and
trick.
in other words, and that's why I asked him. I said, what's the difference between tricking in outside the country versus tricking inside the country? And he said, well, I don't agree with tricking. I said, you're from, so you were in Atlanta, man. What about Atlanta during in the
Right. We
90s?
do the
Okay,
most tricking in America. What type of
we
shit is
do,
that?
we
Yeah.
do.
So
Taking
this
bitches out
this
on $300, $400 dates thinking that shit's sweet. Like, what? Tricking
All
off
these
your time? Like, are you
all
serious?
these videos about dudes flying chicks in,
Flying
Right.
chicks.
tricking, but
and
see,
so BMT's actually from Atlanta, right?
mm-hmm,
And he he brought that up as well. Like, hey man, I'm from Atlanta. I know what goes down in those strip clubs out here,
Oh,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
those back rooms and all that type of stuff.
Houston and the buck naked clubs back in the 80s and 90s.
I was just showing,
You
Art,
talking about BGS? They
if you don't
still
mind
here.
me telling,
They still there? Okay,
if you don't,
I thought they closed them down, man.
if you don't mind me telling,
Oh hell no.
nuh-uh, not in
See,
Texas.
this
But
must have been.
In Atlanta they did though. I know a lot of places in Atlanta did. I don't know all of them did, but a lot of them did. They had to slow up.
They started gentrifying Atlanta, so they had to
Thi-
close them down.
This
Yeah.
must have been my day to like just hang out and learn from all the OGs today because I get Charles, I get BGS, I get Art of Idmore, I get everybody. So I'm just chilling back here, getting ready with a pad and a pen and just learning from you guys. And I just want to graciously say thank you to all of you.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's just this is all old school stuff, boy.
Mhm.
We keep
See,
fighting the same wars
yeah,
over and over again.
yeah, we
Which I
do.
don't.
I say this
Y'all
all
do
the
it with
time,
y'all do
BGS,
it with
right?
life. I do it. It's like BGS. It's like BGS said. The life subjects. I just sit back and take a pad and a pen and listen. And when it comes to sports and people come to me, they graciously tell me the same thing. And I'm like, look, I'm still learning 21st century stuff because I grew up in the 70s and 80s. And like y'all are talking about with the strip clubs before they got blown to smithereens,
Mm-hmm.
like we call gentrification, which blew everything to smithereens.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still learning this shit
I
because
was just telling
Yeah,
telling
so
Art the other
BGS,
day.
I've always said
Hold on.
Wait one
one at a
time.
time.
PK, because he ain't.
I was just gonna say I was just telling Art the other day, man, and I was showing them some of the streets in Atlanta where the trap houses was at, where
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
where you had the strip clubs that actually was selling pussy, where you
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
had a whole fucking hotel. I was off of exit 12 where that hotel used to be, where the
Oh
hoes used to,
yeah.
yeah, all the like it was literally a hotel of prostitutes, and I was like, I don't
It
know
looked
if
like
it's
a hospital.
yeah,
That's
and I was
Michigan.
telling them that shit was like 6 feet fucking tall, and it literally was like filled with prostitutes. And that whole fucking street used to have prostitutes on it. They cleaned it up a lot since then. I was like, that was back in the 2000s.
Should have called it the whole tower.
PK, you
Yeah,
just reminded me.
yeah, I was gonna say that
PK,
that
you just
BGS,
reminded
the
me of
reason why that
Michigan
we always
Avenue
have.
One at a
back
time.
home. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say that you say we always fighting the same battles, and I always say that it's almost like Groundhog Day because
Mm-hmm.
younger generations, it's like we don't really know history, and so I give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
The videos you put on your Gynocracy series,
Mm-hmm.
where you
Which
have
is
like
brilliant, by the way.
guys from the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
like James Earl Jones, talk about the same shit,
Mm-hmm.
the same goddamn shit in the 60s
Yep.
that we talk about today.
Yep.
Once I saw that shit, I'm like, I'm not even talking about this bullshit no more. Because if this shit ain't been fixed by now,
They don't want to fix it.
It's like I told BGS, and I'm telling all of you, I just sit back with a pad and a pen and my headphones on, and I learn.
Yeah.
My wife would come into my office and she said, "Are you getting another education?" I'm like, "Yep." the OGs are still doing it, and she giggled. But if any of you follow me on Facebook, you've seen my wife.
Yes.
Listen, people know I'm in an interracial marriage, but what they don't understand is that the same shit that the OGs and I talk about here, my wife and I talk about on a goddamn daily basis, damn near.
You know what? And this is something that I've been going through, in the background, especially with pro-black folks, right? And
Yep. Or
what
pro-wax, as I like to call them.
well, yeah, the ones out here now are really pro-wax. So me and Jesse talk about this all the time. But the thing is that what black men are asking for, is a woman that's 10 toes down for them, and unfortunately, that doesn't exist in the black community anymore. Unfortunately,
no.
And it hasn't existed for the longest time. And I'm speaking from experience, because I can tell you, my mother, up until the day she died, September 1st of 2021, even when I told her I was married and I sent her a picture of myself and Jody, she would like do this pull off to the side kind of conversation.
Oh yeah.
And BGS, what's coming.
I know it's coming.
She'll say something like, "You couldn't marry a black woman?" I said, "Mom, let me explain this carefully. I married the woman who is for me, with me, and by my side, and who loves me. You had that with Pop for 40 years until he passed. Now let me get my 40 or 50."
Yeah.
And what you should have told her was like, "My name is Snowman for a reason."
You know what? My sister got that one. My mother tried to get that one, but didn't. But all of my friends back home in Chicago, when Jody and I drove up to Chicago from North Carolina, they got it.
Yeah, got it.
They were in front of my house. Listen, I'm called the Snowman for a goddamn reason, and Jody's a big part of the goddamn reason.
But see, the thing is, you're old enough to know that when you got together with your wife, man, that's white, that was even 30 years ago, that was still relatively rare.
Oh
yes,
it wasn't as common as people think it is. Basically, they don't know how this stuff has actually increased over the past 30 years.
Absolutely, 3 decades later. 3 decades later, not only has it increased in number, it's increased in reason.
Yeah.
And it's the same reason that black men step out of the community and step into themselves, and they're going, "I'm not going to marry anybody just because of their color. Fuck that shit. I want to find a woman that is, as BGS said, 10 toes deep for me." Jody has been there for me since day one.
A lot of these men are pre-programmed with the ideology that you're not a man unless you put up with a black woman. Like their North Star is all about black women. Like that's where their guiding light is. It's insanity to me. Always has been. But I mean, that's how a lot of these men think.
But
that's
PK,
the truth.
You know what the key word is? PK with black
programmed.
What's put up with?
Big one.
Put up with.
Big one. Big one.
Why, if she's your wife, she's your partner, why do you need to put up with
her?
Exactly.
That's the same thing that they've been training you. It's something like you need to be like what the one woman said on BGS. You need to deal with her madness.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yana
Van Zandt standing in with him.
Yeah. Standing in it with him. Standing in it.
Yeah.
You need to be there for her, even though she's a fucking intolerable. You need to be there. You need to stand.
Yeah.
She got wounds. You need to help her heal. So you got to stand in.
That's the same thing that Alan says.
Yeah. They got wounds. You got to
get the absolute.
You got to love them more.
Yeah, love them more.
As my son would say best, get the absolute fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Hey, I love myself better.
Hey,
gotta love me.
Art, how have you been, my man? I haven't caught you on in a while. I've been really tired.
I didn't do a live stream Saturday because I was in one of my moods to where someone pissed me off. I would have cussed them out.
You know what, Art? That's me lately on my morning show because trolls have started to appear. And not the one, and not Rod either. Rod like trolls me for the hell of it. And we go back and forth, all 3 hours. But it's fun because I've been on his show and he's been on mine. I'm talking about real trolls. I mean, that have, I hate to use this word with trolls in the same sentence, but purpose.
Yes.
To try to knock you off of your square.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I got trolls on my show, and every man, and I capitalize that word on this panel knows they got trolls in life.
Oh, I know. Well,
Yeah.
I just know me, and I knew that
Yeah.
day. I waited till I tried to get in a better mood, and I was like, you know what, it's not gonna happen tonight.
Uh,
Because
And if I know Art as well as I do, in the short time I've come to know him, he'd have gone full George Carlin on their ass in a minute.
nah,
Yeah.
it'd be worse than that.
But next time, give me
Worse? Oh
next
my
time,
gosh.
next
Y'all,
time, next time, give me a heads up. So because people are asking, are you gonna do the Coliseum? Are you gonna do the Coliseum? I said, well, I'm waiting. I'm gonna wait for Art. So by the time I knew you wasn't gonna come on, it was like 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
yeah,
So,
Yeah.
I did I tried to at the last minute, and I felt bad about it. I was like,
yeah.
but I mean, my thing was
Straight
just
up
like
hurt my feelings, Art. I was sad.
Mhm.
I was trying to get in the good mood, man. But you know
Yeah.
how I know how
If,
I am.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
if you can't
Yeah.
go, man, just
yeah,
give me a heads up so I
If
can go ahead and fire
if
one up.
something's wrong with Jody, here's how you know you're in tune with your partner. If
Mm-hmm.
something is wrong with Jody and she's real quiet, and I
Oh,
ask her what's wrong, and she
mhm.
doesn't talk right away,
That's the
I'll
difference
back
between
off.
that's the difference
I'll
between
give
a
her
white that's the difference
I'll
between
give
a
her
white
time
woman and a
to.
black woman. That's for sure.
yeah, it is.
Ain't that
That's
the
a
truth?
that's a difference.
And Jody told me since day one, look, if I'm mad or if I'm upset or if you see
Yeah.
me crying, just hold me. Don't ask me what's wrong. I will
Hmm.
tell you in due time. I've
Hmm.
had to learn that over the first year,
Yeah.
and the same applies with me because with me dating black women
Hmm.
for half of my dating life,
Hmm.
anger,
Yes.
Yeah.
upset,
Yes.
Frustration.
pissed off beyond festivity, as a friend of mine told me.
Hmm.
George Carlin came out, Richard Pryor came out.
Hmm.
I mean, I didn't want to deal. I didn't want to deal with that.
Hmm. I,
So I let her cry. She lets me cry, and when it's time to come together and talk it out, we talk it out.
I
Simple as
think
that.
I
it's
think that
called
a lot of
being an adult.
well, not only
Yes.
that, I think yes, yeah, I do agree with that. But I think one of the biggest issues, and I think it's very prevalent, especially in the black community, is that a lot of us really fail at conflict resolution. We fail utterly,
Yeah.
and if we don't know how to take a step back and actually give each other time
Yeah.
Hmm.
to come back and have a conversation. It doesn't you don't necessarily have to fucking
Yeah.
hash everything out at the drop
Right.
of a hat at all times.
No.
Like you don't
No.
have to do that.
We don't feel it. We know what the rules are. Go get your bat left and get in neutral corners and come out swinging.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ain't it.
And
That
that's
ain't it.
that's
That's
the
in the
thing.
black
When
community. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And
when
and
when Jody
It's
comes
all about
home,
fighting and the makeup sex.
it makes up
yeah.
say once you draw blood, okay, it's time to go to bed.
Oh
When
God.
when Jody comes in and she's had a long day, she looked me in the eye. She said, I love you, but I'm dealing with stupid people at my job. Give
Hmm.
me an hour or two to decompress. And if you see me walking toward bed, you know I'm okay. You can give me a back rub or I'll give you a back rub. It took me until damn near age 50 to realize, there are women out there that are for me. And when I found Jody 4 years ago, who was willing to drive from Terre Haute to Michigan City to meet me.
Hmm.
And we went out that night. I had a ball game to do that day at Northern Illinois. I knew we were connected for life. Sometimes you just know it.
Yeah, when you get away from the gate, when you get away from the gynocracy.
When you get away, and I'll repeat BGS's words, and I know I could echo the words of every man on this panel. When you get away, get far, far away.
Snowman, I got a joke, but I don't know if it's a joke. It might sound fucked up. It's probably true though. I'm
Talk
gonna
to me.
ask you. I'm gonna ask you a question. Don't take it the wrong way, all right? So I'm gonna preface it there.
Okay.
Do you live in the hood?
No, I do not.
I knew it. I
You
knew it.
can't.
I know it.
You
Yeah,
can't.
I know. Yeah, I
You
know
can't.
you
In,
can't.
He would.
in a
He would.
couple of listen,
If he lived in
I've
the hood,
had
he have a
people make
different kind
jokes.
of white woman.
Yeah, I know.
I've had people make jokes about me living in the hood for years. It just rolls off my shoulder
No, it
like
wasn't. It
Michael.
wasn't meant as a joke. No, sir. No, that
Oh,
wasn't
you're
it. I
you're
asked you.
fine. You're
Yeah, I just wanted
fine.
to ask you because I'm like, all right, I know for a fact, when you said that, you knew, and that it was, you got to move far away. I'm like, okay, you don't live in the hood. There's no way.
It's
You
like
can't.
this. My dad said it plainly to me, and it's been echoed by Art of Vidmore, BGS, and every other man whose panel I've had a chance to hang out on. And thank you all for that. You have two choices: get out or get the hell out. I added a third. I added a third choice. I got the fuck out.
I mean, because there's going to be certain men in the black community that are just not conducive to the black community itself. It
Period.
is what it is. It is what it is.
Hmm.
As it stands,
So-
yeah, definitely.
So what you saying is you didn't want to stay in the hood like Stanley off of Friday?
Basically,
I put
I found my own personality, and I can tell you, the guys in the hood didn't like it, especially when they heard me uh, repeating calls by Jim Durham and Jim Nance and Brent Musburger, and of course my mom got in on the fun. She says, "Why don't you have any black announcers that are favorite?" Because I haven't seen any until I ran into Paul Olden, who was the voice of the Super Bowl for years and the first voice of the Tampa Bay Rays. Until I
You
ran
don't
into
remember
Greg
Herb Cross?
Gumbel.
You don't remember Herb Cross?
But they all, they mostly sound that there's
I'm
only
talking
like
about.
the difference between them.
I know who Irv Cross is. I'm talking about play-by-play announcers, which
Yeah.
is my specialty. I'm talking about black play-by-play announcers, and at the time, we're talking 80s and we're talking 80s through I'd say early 2001.
Hmm.
There weren't that many.
Not that many. And the ones the play-by-plays that I heard that were black, you couldn't tell that they were black. Okay.
yeah.
And listen, my parents got on me for years about how to speak
Uh-huh.
in public or away from public or speaking to people. Period. I just took it and turned it into a profession.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the issue. That's the issue that Clark was talking about.
Hmm.
The 60s, right? Hood
Yeah.
culture being black has become black culture.
and I knew black culture wasn't for me when I got into an argument about buttoning up my shirt.
Bang.
Wow.
Bang.
Yeah,
Yikes.
yeah. My friend invited me over to go hang out with this chick, and because he was trying to fuck this other chick,
Uh-huh.
and
Wingman, huh?
yeah, basically, and so this chick got on me because I had buttoned up my shirt all the way up, and she said, "What?" And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Why you got button your shirt all the way?" I was like, "That's how I button my shirt up. There's a button that needs to be buttoned." And so we got into a
Yeah.
big ass fucking argument outside about me buttoning up my shirt the way I do.
You serious?
Yes, I am serious to the
Yeah,
point where we were just like,
and you can't because you're the wingman. You can't. She knows that you're
You
wingman.
can't.
You can't leave. So she's
Nope.
got you.
You can't.
Man, I don't know, man. That better
Nah.
be a good friend,
hey,
bro.
hey, BGS, you don't know me very well.
Yeah, that better be a good
What-
friend. I'd have hit him with the I'ma head out, bro. You on some bullshit? I'm
That's the
headed
whole
out.
thing, right? She know that you're almost like captive because you're the wingman, and that's a
Mhm.
good
That's what
thing
she
to me.
thought.
Yeah. Oh, you bounced.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bounced. I said, fuck this shit. I ain't dealing with this damn crazy ass bitch.
Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Thank you. Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Nah, he got to an argument too. He was like, yo, it's just a shirt. and both the chicks were yelling at us. I was like, yo, I'm done, man. Fuck that. You
Yeah,
gonna
that's
make an
wild.
argument about why I button up my shirt all the way up?
That I got off of Charles's thing, and when I got on there, because I waited till she got off before I got on, she had came back and she thought I was going to be nice. I said, no, I said, she talked about how she talked. I said, baby, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I said, you don't know anything, and you come up here like you actually know something. And I'm embarrassed. It's embarrassing to me as a black person. That
Who
you
you talking
uneducated. I was on
Charles.
Charles's panel. This chick
Yeah.
called Miss Sunkiss, right? Goddamn well, you're not educated. You can't feel like you are. Okay, splitting verbs, using the wrong words. You can't do math.
I thought it was me that could.
Goddamn.
I thought it was only me that could tell it was that obvious.
Everybody could. Sometimes
Okay.
it's so obvious, like it's like cow shit. Everybody can smell it. Okay,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the thing is that I didn't want to get up there when she was up there, but she came back. I said, baby, that's embarrassing. Okay?
Hmm.
So what was the topic? What were you discussing?
He was going on a myriad, but the thing is, okay, the thing we were discussing, this took an hour, right? We actually talked about blackdemographics.com, and he was trying to get her to understand, or get her to actually understand there's a reason why there's more black men, even though there's 2.5 million less adult black men that are married versus black women. Okay. In other words, not only by percentage, but also by number. You got 700,000 more black men that are married versus black women, even though there's 2.5 million left,
Mhm.
less. And we trying to get her to understand, she's trying to say, well, just black people don't get married. No, there's something wrong with black women. How come black men can do it more successfully, even though there's less of them?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Because
mean,
black men
that's a
chose,
common inference. Like you can,
yeah,
deduce
because
that.
black men chose the third option. They
No,
got the fuck out.
well, you know what it is, Snowman, and your wife probably could tell you this probably better than I can, right? And
Hmm.
the thing is that what most other groups of women are finding out, that black men, the way we were trained in gynocracy, we're actually trained to serve our women,
Yes.
be kind, be more egalitarian, be
Hmm.
more helpful, uh,
Yep.
all that kind, be more uh, be speak better to them, treat them better, all that kind of, because we're trained that way, right?
Please them in bed.
Yes.
Please them, and all everything that we do as
All of it.
far as our manhood is built on actually serving our women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Hmm.
and then you get a woman of another race, right? And then she asks you, okay, what do you really want out of a woman? And you give her the things that you want out of a woman. She looks at you like, is that it? There's
Yeah.
got to be more. Is that it? That's all you want?
Hmm.
Oh,
And
that's easy.
yeah,
It's you're just repeating conversations that Jody and I have had. And one thing that I've had to get used to, and I know a lot of black men have to get used to this
yeah.
when they marry outside of their race.
Is
In
it,
3 words, in a sentence rather, being given a choice.
or you know what, being given a choice and actually having a woman to be nice to you, not
Yeah.
Yes.
not bent over backwards, not like a black woman say, a throw rug or
Right.
a doormat that you can walk over. Just
Hmm.
be nice. When I was younger, right? Because I'm 60, right? When I was younger, and black men were actually dating white women, right? They
Hmm.
thought that they actually used them because they were just being nice. Okay, she's too
Yeah.
nice, so she must be a pushover and a doormat. I could just run all over her, right? And they did. They used the car, spend their money, all that kind of stuff until they got used to being with white women or other women, right? And they said,
Yep.
okay, they're not doormats. They're just being nice to us. They're just being regular. But
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
we're not black men. We're not used to their women being nice.
No, we're not. I
We're not. We're not.
and
Was
that's the sad thing about it is that
yeah.
we're not used to women being nice to us. We're used to that conflict.
We're
Yeah,
we're
That's
we're
the
used to
conditioning that we have.
combat. We're
yes,
used to combat.
yeah.
Man,
And you
goddamn.
know what's the
Y'all used
sad
to
part
combat.
about it?
I ain't used to that shit, man. Fuck all that.
Oh, yo,
I ain't got no
PK,
time.
we don't talk about the okay. You,
What
you,
And
what
you
you,
happened?
got
and
you
you,
got to
What?
be used to a little combat, because you go out in enemy territory all the time, man.
Oh man,
Yes.
damn, you ain't
Yes.
lying. That's true. You
Yes.
right.
you know,
You right.
y'all know what's the sad part about what y'all
You come
saying?
in like in and out like a sniper. Okay, you know what? I see the combat going. I'm a dip right now.
Hmm.
I'm gonna
Hmm.
head out.
I'm gonna head out. I see it coming. The storm's coming. You know what? I'm going that way.
I'm going the other way. I'm
So
going. You.
the
When I
sad
went
part
away.
about what y'all
Okay.
saying
Go
about
ahead.
this whole thing is that it's to a point where you'll have black men that'll get with other groups of women and be like, "Man, she too nice. I can't
Yeah, she's
deal
too
with
nice.
her."
Yeah, and
Mm,
that's true. That happens all the time.
that
In
is
And,
fact,
true.
and then you have
That is true.
guys also where they used to being in a partnership or in a gynocratic relationship
yeah,
where it's like they're used to women either doing their own thing or pretty much ordering
oh yeah,
their asses to do.
yeah,
So it's
Hmm.
like when they get a foreign woman, she waiting for orders and niggas don't know how to give the orders out.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
with Jody and me, we
Uh,
came to an agreement when I moved in with her 4 years ago,
mm.
and we're like she does most of the cooking and preparing the meals. So what I do to help out is I do the dishes. It's no problem to me.
Yeah, we're trained to do
It's
it.
it's like it's like, okay, cool. I said we can handle that. And let's see, what has Jody done for me? She's helped me prepare my broadcast, which I'm going to get back into.
Mhm.
She found something. When you step outside, of your rate, or when you find a woman that is 10 toes deep for you, they'll find stuff for you
Yeah.
that you have never seen before.
Yeah.
When we drove to Michigan City from Terre Haute one Friday night to do a playoff game in October of 2018,
Mhm.
she says, pull in the Walgreens. I got to go find something really quick. And we had time because my pregame didn't start till 6:30 Central Time. So, okay, we can do that. Pulled into Walgreens. She comes back in the car and she says, okay, you got to close your eyes. Close my eyes. And she puts this package in my hand. And I look down. I saw football candy corn. I've never seen it before.
Mhm.
And I'm going, where'd you find this? She says, I found it in Walgreens. And I just smiled from ear to ear.
Yeah.
And she says, you know, we're going to eat the piss out of this tonight. Damn right.
Well, that's the whole thing, and that's the thing. Uh, other races of women are actually looking for ways to please you, right? Black women are
Yes.
actually looking for ways that you please them.
That you please them.
Eh,
Yeah.
That you
be-
please
be-
them.
because anytime you ask a black woman what do black men want, they can't tell you.
They sure can because they don't know.
They
I,
don't
I,
know.
I remember when I was with one of my chicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Which
have never
which hoe was this? I'm just kidding. I'm
ho
just kidding.
ho B,
Hobie.
Kobe.
right? So
Kobe. That sounds like one of my old engineers when he'd pull out a bag of tricks or bag of connectors. He said, let me reach into the whole B and I'll find something.
Hell
so
no.
basically, she has never ever seen me eat sponge cake.
Okay.
Because I despise sponge cake. I really do.
Okay.
I don't like sponge
Okay.
cake.
Right.
So for my birthday, she wanted to make me sponge cake.
Oh,
She didn't tell me I was gonna make sponge cake.
Okay.
Oh boy.
She didn't ask,
boy.
but she made sponge cake. And I
Okay.
looked at her, I was like, have you ever known me to eat sponge cake? She said, no, but that's what I wanted to make. He's like, did you ever think about what I wanted? She's like, well, you should eat.
Some of them are
In
big.
other words, since I wanted it, you should eat it, huh?
Yeah, should I? Exactly. I should
And
just be thankful that I made something. And I'm like, looking at her like, I ain't eating that shit. I had to
that's the difference.
Yeah, it's
That is the difference in mindset between these damn women and women everywhere else.
Yeah.
Other women, they gonna fix your favorite stuff, or they gonna ask you, what's your favorite cake? And they gonna make it. They're not gonna cook with and it's crazy. Or the more, because I've heard this a million times. Like I've heard women where you gonna eat without the children. You gonna in the man, they gonna eat what I cook.
Yeah.
This is what I felt like cooking.
Yeah. That's like what Kevin always talked about Dr. Johnson, right? Because he could not believe that that white girls would take a black male studies class so they can actually understand their black boyfriends better.
Yeah. Did you hear KS's story about the white girl at college?
Oh yeah. Yep.
That was a funny ass story.
He's got several of them, but yeah.
But
I mean, if it's the one about where she came over and helped him with schoolwork and gave him some head at the same time, it's probably true.
Also the ones that helped him get into basically not being a gigolo, but actually setting up dates between athletes and white girls too.
I only heard the one about when he was sick and the white chick came over, cooked him chicken noodle soup, homemade chicken noodle soup.
That is very common.
gave him some head. You need anything else, baby?
Probably
He said he cooked
don't
the
let me
food.
tell you the story about happened to me when I was sick. That
was
the day that I knew I was done. That was the day I knew I was done with that shit.
I'll let y'all tell your story, but the gist of the story was this dude was sick with the flu or something. The white chick came over there, cleaned his apartment up, had his favorite video game in the TV set up, cooked him some homemade chicken noodle soup, gave him a blowjob, asked him did he need anything else, and left.
Without asking. Yeah.
You know, when I went away to Missouri, I went away to Northeast Missouri State, 1990. Being in Chicago most of my life, being around black people most of my life, and note the word most,
Hmm.
I got a scholarship to go away to Northeast Missouri State, and I jumped on it.
Okay.
Even with my mother trying to convince me, you should stay home, you should go to UIC. My dad climbed in my brain and thought, fuck that shit. Get out of here. Go experience some stuff. Well, I'll give you one guess as to what my mother's last words to me before I took off from Missouri. Given what we've talked about tonight, take a guess as to what she harped on.
Stay away from white women.
Bingo.
Hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
And as
Different
soon
time.
as I got, and the best part about that year, did I complete the year? No, but I learned a lot more than book studies would tell me. The
Hmm.
best part about that year, every time my mother warned me about staying away from white women, I was surrounded by them.
Hmm.
Man, I'm
I
just like
went,
an anomaly, bro. I never had that issue, bro. I used to bring Brazilian chicks around my mom, fucking Asian chicks. Like,
Yeah,
hmm
but the thing is, you are not. You're a mixed child, right?
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, technically, yeah, yeah.
Well,
there
the
you
thing is,
go.
so why would your mother care about you bringing around others?
I guess so. Yeah, good point.
And she dated others, right?
I don't. I mean, I wouldn't know.
But
Oh,
that was the thing. That was the thing that my mother that she kept harping on me about. Man, if she only knew half the stuff I did that year, I was in Kirksville, Missouri. I got invited to a Mizzou football game in Columbia, took advantage of that. Got invited to a Blues Blackhawks game, took advantage of that. Went to a Cardinals game at the old Busch Stadium. Bunch of us drove to Iowa City to see the Hawkeyes one weekend. Man, please. One of the best years of my life.
Yeah, I really wouldn't know now that I think about it. Like, I'd never asked my mom about any prior relationships before my dad, so I have no clue.
Y'all remember
Yeah,
that?
and the couple times that I heard about prior relationships, I didn't want to hear no more. I told her she can keep that to herself. All that bullshit, real
What's
shit.
up?
I ain't.
What's
Y'all
up,
Yeah.
Sir
remember that
Pookie?
one
How are
song?
you?
How are y'all? What's up, Snowman?
Yeah,
How you doing, Jesse? PK, VGS, Art.
hey, what's up?
well,
Uh,
What's
I'm
up?
gonna
Y'all
I'm
remember
gonna
that
zip
one
away
song they
from
used to play on BET Uncut?
what song? Oh,
what
White Girl.
song?
White
Nah.
girls
Oh yeah.
run.
Oh hell
Oh yeah, I just yeah. That's a remix.
no!
Yeah.
Let me
Nah,
step away from here because I have to run an errand. I gotta put some gas in the truck, and I don't know what time my
Okay.
wife's gonna be home, but I want to be sure I get the kitchen done before
Gotta
she
be
gets home, so
careful
she
with
can
that
just.
gas, bruh.
Hmm.
Man, they might
Oh,
start cutting that shit with water soon, bro. They fucking people up out here.
Yeah,
Be
That,
yeah.
careful.
you don't
that's
have to.
got a little bit cheaper out here in North Carolina, though.
You don't have to tell me who's in North Carolina.
Me,
I
Art.
I heard North Carolina. I forgot Art. I forgot you were in North Carolina. I'm sorry.
Are you
That's
good?
like a That's like a second home to me.
Hey,
I,
didn't you say you did some broadcasts out here in Greensboro?
I did. Yes.
Yeah.
Look, I got a chance to see Tim Duncan versus Dean Smith in 1995 at the Coliseum in the ACC Championship.
What's up?
Okay. All right.
I got a chance to see Randolph Childress become the most outstanding player of the ACC tournament in 1995. In essence, I lived at the Coliseum because I worked there. All right, let me split.
All right.
It's getting a little dark
Peace,
because I'm
peace,
I'm
bro.
thinking there's some rain coming. I want to get
Okay.
to Walmart, get back, and as soon as
Where
my
you
wife
at?
comes
You in
home,
Illinois?
I'm in Indiana.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna rain today. Yeah,
eyes are getting weary,
yeah, it's been raining for
back
the
is
last
getting
what
tight.
3 days. It's gonna rain today.
It's been
That's what the
rain
forecast said.
it's been raining buckets the last couple of days, man.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
been raining bucket. I nearly got caught in a storm on the way back here from Columbus, Indiana. I'm in a small town called Scipio. That's 30 minutes away from
I know you
my
at.
in-laws.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 30
You
minutes
ain't that
away.
far from me.
Nope. I'm 30 minutes away from my in-laws. So, like I said, just went out for a short drive today. I'm gonna take care of this, and as soon as wife gets home and I get her situated, I'm gonna hop on. I would anticipate 8:30, but I want to be sure she's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be sure she's okay and relaxed because I know she's gonna be tired because she's working late. So I'll anticipate 8:30, but don't be surprised if it's 9 when I send everything out and when I get going. And BGS, I'll be sure to send you the link and everybody the link here. But when I
Okay.
come on, I'm talking some Lakers shit
Ooh,
because
okay. It's getting
Ooh.
interesting.
I'm talking Lakers and
KD?
money. Huh?
KD?
I'm
You talking
saying
the Lakers money? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm talking Lake, and BGS clued me into this. I'm talking Lakers, Genie Bus, and money, and how they fucked all of it up. That's my main. That's my main subject.
Can you? And after you get done with that, can you get over to the Sacramento Kings and explain how they doubly fucked it up, even beyond the Lakers? Because
They blew
our
up our core.
situation.
Listen,
is-
they blew up our core arena. That should be enough.
Yeah.
Right.
They went in a
They-
different direction, man.
They
sometimes they run
blew
out
up.
of money.
They fired Rick Adelman, which was a mistake. They blew up our core arena, and they got rid of, I cannot think of his name, Grant Napier, the longtime voice of the Sacramento Kings, and replaced him with Mark Jones, an ESPN graduate. That should tell you everything you need to know.
I think I found PK.
You found me?
Yeah, I found you.
You can see me?
Ticket to ride. White girl.
Oh, stupid.
Look. Snowman knows I live in Fort Wayne. He know where that's
Yes.
at. So he know that could be me, actually.
Hey, I've been in Mastodon country. I did a game at IUPU Fort Wayne. I've done a game there. I've done a game at the Coliseum.
I was telling them I live right next to the Coliseum and right next to the colleges. Both of them.
Wow.
I was telling them, like, it ain't shit out here but bad fucking white girls. Like, where you want
Shout
me to
out
lie
to
to you?
BET Uncut.
All I gotta say is IPFW.
Yeah.
The two times I've been out there, I nearly stayed.
Yeah.
Because of the girls that are out there. Let me split. I'll be on about 8:30 or 9, and I'll make sure I get a link out to you guys. I'll put my YouTube link in the back chat really quick before I get out of here.
Stay safe, Snowman, because it has been raining like hell.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has.
Bro, I'm so tired of talking about damn women and PK. Your ass look like Peter Guns.
That
I just had to say.
That ain't really me.
Nah, nigga, that's really you. Nigga. Stop lying.
That ain't really me. Nah.
But for real though,
that was a great video earlier, BGS, that you did just a while back.
On Hammer.
I watched that one yet.
What I just put up with on my Black Gnostic page. Yeah.
That one.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the women. Yeah.
I haven't seen you pick on Hammer yet. Bless his heart.
Oh yeah, well
I'm waiting for nigga, that was this morning. What you mean you waiting for it? The shit already out.
That was yesterday.
I'm waiting for that.
Yeah.
Shit.
All right, let me get
Hammer done. I told his ass not to do that shit. I told him not to do that shit. And what does he do? He do it anyways.
He does it anyway.
Hard-headed.
Of course he does.
He's hard-headed, yeah.
All right, my cash app and my YouTube channel are in the back chat. Let me split so I can get back before it pours. And like I said, as soon as I get my wife situated, I'll hop on and I'll talk some Lakers and how they fucked up their money, and the Kings how they fucked up their money, and the Nets on how they're gonna fuck up their money. Capitulating to Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
they coach too.
They ought to be interesting with the Nets, and with the Brooklyn Nets, and especially what's going on with the with the oligarchs in Russia and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I leave y'all with this. Dear Brooklyn Nets, go back to New Jersey. Parking was easier.
Stay safe.
I'm hitting that tonight and tomorrow on the morning show.
And you know what Jay-Z would tell you? Hell no.
Exactly. I know that's what he'd tell me.
Hey, dear Brooklyn Nets, trade KD's dumbass for being the one that wanted Steve Nash, and now he wants to fucking trade Steve Nash. How you gonna make an ultimatum for the coach that you wanted? This shit don't even make sense. These niggas are so weird.
In other words, you made a gamble. He became your centerpiece. So you got to make him happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're stuck.
Like I said, I'll leave y'all with this. Dear, and I use the immortal words of Keith Jackson. Dear Brooklyn Nets, go back to New Jersey. Parking was easier. All right.
I don't know why.
I'll talk to
Steve
Nash.
All right,
man.
I will talk to y'all at 9 o'clock. I'll make it 9 o'clock just to be sure that Jody gets in okay. All right. I'll be on at 9.
Right.
Thank you, gents.
Yeah, bro, but this fucking the Steve Nash shit. Look, I mean, yeah, you gotta placate them now, but at the end of the day, they fucking up their own franchise. They're not gonna have another coach to put in there. It's Kyrie's fault anyways.
If you get rid of KD, what do you have left?
You ain't got nothing else. KD.
Yeah, you need to.
Then you might as well blow up the team and start to rebuild.
They need to blow it up anyways. The fucking James Harden shit didn't even work out. The trio's already broken up, BGS, in my opinion. So I feel like this whole shit sunk.
You know, some players don't share the ball, right? That's what they were trying to tell everybody about. What's his name that coming to LA?
Westbrook.
Westbrook. He needs the ball.
Yeah.
He's not going to get the ball.
I feel kind of bad how he getting the pretty much kind of like the scapegoat for that situation.
You know what? I have no sympathy for superstars that don't perform. I don't.
Nope.
Sorry.
Who let the boomer in the room with the belt?
AZ.
What's going on? What's up?
I come in with the belt because it holds up my pants.
Right.
Those dudes, bro, superstars.
Hey, you ain't gotta explain nothing to someone who has oil leaks all the time.
So what you say? So Mr. Z, what you want to do is make sure the belt seals on my ass and not on yours. Okay.
All right.
Oh no.
Hey, shout out to you, Mr. Z, for that panel yesterday. That fire panel yesterday. I'm not yesterday. I'm Sunday.
Oh yeah, man.
Good
thank
job,
you,
man.
thank you. I'm trying.
I
By the way,
I would have came up, but BGS had it behind the wall. Sorry.
oh yeah. No, I understand. But by the way, I gotta thank BGS anyway because BGS been getting on my ass. Him and Roger been getting on my ass about putting that video out. Talking to FD, and I did, and he actually responded.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he in the comments. He said he is gonna make a video addressing some of the shit that me and other brothers are saying. Which I pretty much called him out and said, nigga, you're doing what everybody's been doing for decades, talking shit to the men and ignoring the women. Yeah, that's not gonna work. So yeah,
now he's talking about you.
Yeah, well, he might take light jabs, but I don't think he's gonna go at my neck. I think he's gonna go at the entire Black manosphere and essentially do what we're used to. Yeah, you guys have a few points, but let's ignore the women and focus on you and your insecurities.
Yep.
That's what he's gonna do. Yeah.
Y'all incels. Yeah, that's the first question. You know.
Who is FB?
FD signifier.
Signifier. He's a black Marxist.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of those that believe that if you get rid of patriarchy, then women are just not want men to be walking wallets and overglorified guard dogs.
No, there's no such thing as patriarchy in the United States anymore.
Yeah. In other words, he's a black feminist.
Yeah, no, he is.
Yeah, he is.
I think he is. Like on a.
Oh no, he admits it. You know, he'll tell you.
Well, I mentioned earlier that the Black Panthers were basically male feminists. He sounds pretty much like the same thing because they were also believed in socialism.
They believe in socialism.
Well, the reason why I say they believed in feminism because they believed in pretty much women being equal and pushing more Black women into leadership positions within the organization.
That's been the Black community forever.
The
Black Panthers just admitted what it was, and they wanted peace, and they wanted to center fighting the white man, and they did what they should have done. They did it the right way.
In other words, basically, Black women have been in leaderships and that kind of stuff forever. They didn't do anything different.
Yeah. Feminism is a completely different thing.
In fact, most of the original Black Panther females were against feminism. They said we don't need that shit.
I said Black womanism. Well,
womanism didn't come out till damn near the 90s.
Yeah, and that was Black women responding to the few of them that did become feminists, and white women weren't concerned with their concerns, and they said, "Okay, then we'll be womanists."
When they pulled up that ladder, when they white women.
Exactly.
I told you this is only as high as you can go. Okay.
All we need you for is the symbolism. We ain't actually decide to do anything for you.
There's a glass ceiling for y'all now.
More for me, none for thee.
Nah, mammy. Here's the baby. Here's the broom. Here's the apron. Here's the baby. Now,
wash my clothes. Goddamn it.
You're in the house.
Go in the kitchen.
Quiet.
Go in the kitchen.
Right. Talking about we trying to push them in the kitchen. No, we not the ones. But no,
here
he
you
responded
go,
with
BGS.
What's up?
This is a I went to a comic convention or geek convention 2 weeks ago, and then there's an engineer that had like some droids that actually talked.
Oh, okay.
And they can move.
It rolls. Okay.
Yeah, they got it. He has it where it can move the head and it can roll on the ground.
Okay.
So that was cool.
So it's magnetic. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's my droid R2. R2 be talking cash shit.
And they had another droid that could talk. Let me see if I can find that video.
You ever listen to R2? He be talking cash shit.
Oh, that too. But yeah, you just can't understand him.
Yeah. R2 didn't play that shit. He's like, nah, fuck this.
He's just like Groot. I am Groot.
Yeah.
Cash shit.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite scenes in episode 3. He's like, you stupid astro droid. He fucked them droids up. He's like, now what?
You talk about the scene where they have those droids that be getting on the ship. That's the scene you talk about.
Yeah, they picked him up and he threw oil on him and set him on fire to turn around.
Oh no, you talking about a different scene. You talking about the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, buddy. I don't know.
Yeah, but I did catch on BJ's most recent stream, and yeah, the sister, it's moving the goalposts. First off, she started the whole thing wrong when she started talking about marriage and why people aren't First of all, we already know people aren't getting married for money, supposedly for money reasons anyway. So you're talking about the people that do get married and then get divorced because of all the other stuff. In other words, you're really saying that women can't be satisfied. I don't know if you realize that's what you were saying, but that's what you were saying.
Well, she's saying it, but especially women in her class.
Okay? Yeah.
These women don't want to be married, man. They just want that day. That's all it is. They want the day, and they get mad because they can't have that day.
They want marriage benefits without marriage responsibilities.
Exactly.
They want the protection, the free money where the dude pay for everything. They want in-house paying. They want the possibility of child support getting half, but they don't want to do the shit that women.
So you play your role and they don't play their role, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Well, amongst the people that do get married, most people don't even stay married today anymore. So it doesn't. I mean, when you're having this conversation, you're talking about a small percentage of people who actually get and stay married.
Yep,
that was in the past.
5 years. 5 years. Man, they had a chick. One of my Facebook friends that called in a Kevin's one time, and this chick was married. She already a single mom, but she got married to a dude for like maybe 2 years. And that was it. I ain't gonna lie. She a fine ass. I ain't gonna lie. She a fine ass red bone, but I can't do it with these kids.
It's not about that. There is no structure for marriage anymore. They got rid of that. There's no foundation that people can have to build upon. That is the problem. If you bring two people together and they have no structure, it's just like what B just was talking about. At least when you got married back in the day, you knew your roles. Now that they got rid of those roles, there's no structure in to try to figure out, like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Now we all got to figure it out. Well, I want this. No, I want this. And then you end up infighting all the time, and then you break up because there's no fucking foundation of what's to expect.
I agree with that. I think the laws is an issue too. I mean, I think less guys will be as concerned about the possibility of divorce if they didn't have to forfeit half their shit, possible child support, possible spousal support, things of that nature.
Well, the thing is, like, if you ask people what is a wife's job versus what is a man's job, and the borders get murky. This is why you got women now talking about, like, I don't have to cook for my husband. That's
what I wanted to say earlier because BGS said something.
Well, they take part.
BGS said something I can't remember, but I was basically saying, like, oh, you was talking about black men having literal requirements for women, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, my African chicks, when I first started talking to them, be like, we ever talk about marriage, where I'd be like, or if you want to be my woman, you got to do this, this, and this. And they just be like, baby, I am an African woman.
Mhm,
In
yeah,
other words, like this is automatic in my culture. Like
yeah,
cooking, cleaning,
yeah,
sex whenever you want.
yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
much give you the last word. It's like
yeah.
common sense basically in their culture.
It's like going to the car lot and says, "I want a car with brake pedal, gas pedal,
Right,
steering
right.
wheel."
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
they're
comes
all
standard.
they're all like that. Okay.
Yeah, but they take pride in that. Oh, also, what up, Art? Sorry, I think it's my first time on your panel.
Pragmatic
Before.
Prime.
Yeah, this is me. Yeah, I've been on
Okay.
BGS's panel before. Yeah, they actually take pride in not being able to cook and clean, and like it's like weird.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, BGS, you made a great point. I just finished watching your video not so long ago
Mm-hmm.
that they are partners. I was just having a conversation with this one woman that grew up in the same area that I grew up in and stuff. You know, very attractive, very fine, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And she was, you know, I don't. It's like, you know, where she was talking about. We're having a conversation about gender roles. And she was saying, well, what if kids aren't involved? Then I'm like, well, we're just two individuals just living life. There's no real, without children or family, you're just two people doing your own thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it was actually interesting for me to actually say that, because it's like, you always assume that if you're going to be with a woman, you're going to marry her, that you're going to have children. But then there's a lot of women out here that just, they don't want to have kids. And it's like, well, then what's the point of being married?
Well, a lot of men and women are making bad assumptions because they're going into it having basically fucked up expectations or none whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know.
They're looking for a partner.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's what they mean. They're looking for a companion. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like these American chicks, well, I'll say specifically ADOS women,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they act like cooking for you is a damn chore.
It's slavery. You know.
As if
when I talk,
no, that's
when I talk to my,
that's exactly what they say.
That's what they say.
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my
When I talk to,
Cleaning for a man is slavery.
I'm not making
It's
a
still
joke.
funny though.
as if they're not going to eat the food themselves.
Yeah.
when I talk to my damn African women, they be telling me shit they gonna cook for me the next time they see me. Like that shit is a damn homework assignment or some shit.
Yeah.
Like, look, so next time you come over here, I'm cooking you this. Next time you come back, I'm cooking you that. You gotta try this.
You know, when I was, you know, dating, you know, in my 20s, from my early 20s, right? That was standard. She knew that at some point she's gonna have to demonstrate that she can cook for you, whether she could or not.
2022.
No,
It ain't
no.
standard no more. I'll tell you what.
In fact, I was looking for a piece about Carolyn Mace talking about the archetypes of marriage, and she said something very profound. She said, "You destroyed all that.
Yep,
it was all destroyed. The archetype of marriage, because marriage came with a vow. But marriage is designed to be forever, right? For longevity, and so you took all that down because now marriage is a contract, is an agreement, right? Okay, or you know, or a promise, right? But it said marriage used to be a vow. Okay, you made a vow before God, before your God, that this is forever. Okay,
Say this shit nah.
Sickness or health, your report.
This shit like a job contract. You got to do a quarterly review.
But it's
not review every 2 years.
But if you think about it,
are you going to renew?
It's not a job contract, because most people are at will employees. You can leave whenever you want.
What you think marriage is now?
When no fault divorces came in, that's exactly what it became. That's what it became.
Yeah, touche.
Can you sustain a marriage? What do you mean sustain a marriage? You know, my mother didn't talk about sustaining a marriage. You just married. And when it's good, you revel in it. When it's bad, you actually endure because the marriage is more important than the people.
Sounds like profanity to me. Endure. What's this word?
It's about the duty. It's about the duty to the. It's about the duty to the person.
Yeah,
it's like shit. What you think that? What you think that black Negro spiritual about? We should overcome, bitch.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
Here goes the other droid.
Yes, he showed up. Here we go.
That droid in the back can talk.
Okay.
It's like one of those R2D2 style droids and stuff like that.
Well,
Yeah.
Astro droids.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first one was from Star Wars Rebels, right? The
Yeah,
from
that's
the
the front one's from the orange one's from Rebels, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah, Rebels. That was the old model. That's the old model, the predecessor. And shit.
But
so fellas,
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
let me tell y'all this, right?
Mhm.
And I got a video coming up about it. Maybe I do 2 videos, but like a lot of the women in West
Yeah.
Africa, they don't believe in being baby mamas.
No.
Now it is increasing with the younger generation, but it's
Mhm.
still very 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 low. Like
It's looked down upon. Yeah.
yeah. But not only do they not believe in baby mama, so they have to be married. They want to be married before they have a child.
Yeah.
The other thing is they don't believe in divorce.
No.
They do not believe in divorce.
Because
And
we bring shame upon the family. Yeah.
Mhm.
right.
So
Always.
B
And
so so
the
BG
third thing is hold on.
Yeah.
Third thing is even if you do somehow get one of these West African women that do believe in divorce by
Mhm.
by the unlucky roll of the dice,
Mhm.
the 1 out of 1 million that you
Mhm.
might get,
Mhm.
there is no financial incentive for the divorce. So
No.
if an African chick divorce you, nigga, you ain't shit. Like she ain't getting shit out the deal.
Yeah.
She's getting less divorcing you than just staying with your ass.
And
Like,
she got to explain to her family how come she got divorced. Well, how come you couldn't keep your husband?
look, she has to go through the shame, would explain it through her family. She not getting no child support. She
Mhm.
not getting no spousal support. She
Mhm.
not getting no
Hey,
what's that other stuff? I can't think of it right now.
Well, basically, depending on what tribe she comes from, she doesn't even get the children. No, the children stay here, bitch.
You were thinking of
Right.
alimony.
Yeah, alimony. She don't
Oh
get
no,
no
no.
alimony.
That's
And you're
that's
gonna most likely
that's Western patriarchy that does that
Yeah.
shit.
you're gonna
mhm.
most likely uh get the custody of the kids.
Yeah, that's what that American chick that they fly to Ghana is dealing with. No, no, this is a patriarchy, woman.
Yep.
Men
He's
get
got
that was
kids, not
wild.
you.
the man's family has first right to the children.
Yeah, that was a wild
Indeed.
video to see that.
Indeed.
It's like I have friends that are like that they want to move out of where I grew up
What
at
the
and
fuck?
stuff. And at the same time they don't realize that it's not your environment, it's you that have to change.
Yes.
For her to
Yeah.
move, 5,000 miles away and still be a South Side Chicago chick in
Yeah.
Ghana, and then you're fighting men, you're lucky
Yeah.
they didn't kill you.
Not well. Lucky. That's why she moved to Ghana, because in South Africa she might have been killed. But thing,
Yeah.
or Nigeria she might have been killed. But in Ghana, and they know that, man. That's like one of those dangerous beings. Get the fuck out of here.
And one thing
So
I noticed,
Ghana is one of the safest countries in Africa. So
And
it's like, look,
yeah,
the guys do fight women out there, but they are a lot less tame than men in other African countries like South Africa, Nigeria. I mean, pretty much, it's one of those countries like, yeah, if you hit a guy, you probably get your ass whipped, but it's a lot smaller chance than it's a bigger chance in it that than a U.S. or a Western country, but it's a smaller chance in some of the more violent African countries.
yeah.
Gotta say that
one
everybody up here. 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
No, you just
Oh,
got off your stream.
I
I
know.
know.
You just got off your stream.
I know. I'm doing my round.
Come in and be humble. Everybody's been on your stream
He's
already.
Aries. What you
I'm
expect?
Yeah, he's
I'm
an Aries.
just,
That's
man,
true.
I'm just like this. Like I'm damn near hoarse, and it's funny because that was a class. Thank you all for the support.
Stop playing with your food, though.
That's the beautiful part.
Man.
That's what they
Everybody
yelling
was
at
saying,
you. I was like, let him play with his food.
everybody was saying, kick this dumb bitch, man.
I know,
God
really.
damn.
Not
Did
BGS.
somebody just say anything about mahogany? Wait, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, you
No,
gotta
these joints was
realize
dumber than mahogany. Okay.
why is it that every chick gets on my panel, the first 2 minutes they tell me what to do, and then the next 10 minutes they flirting.
It's
because they're
Natural charm.
because see the arms.
Mhm.
well,
It's
it's
funny.
they're attracted to
Hold
conflict.
on, hold on.
It's
In
funny.
the words of BGS, it's called clean-line mating strategy, sir.
Yeah, that's
He
true.
speaks
The,
clean now. He gets the block.
the last time a woman asked me, when's the last time I had some That's because she was offering. That shit killed me.
I know that was. Yeah, I would laugh at y'all. Thought I was sipping on liquor. I was totally sober.
I know you're sober. Yeah.
I was like, every time a woman asks me when the last time you had some, usually I get pictures of titties and shit in my DMs or an ass or something like. So where do you live? And well, I got a man. You try to get another one?
Why does a woman always? Why does black women always ask you when's the last time you had sex?
Because they offered.
Oh, they
Yeah,
offer.
Well, for Charles, they offering. For everybody else, they're insulting you. They're really trying to say, "Oh, you're a sexually frustrated asshole," and that's why you're saying the shit you say. It's another way of saying you are insult.
I just like.
I said I can tell them I can remember that with $5.
I said I could tell women with that. I said, look, at the end of the day, you throwing pussy like Elway throw a football. So I mean, it's not hard. You acting like pussy is this Herculean mission that we must be on. No, y'all really downgrading the pussy. Y'all making.
Well, you're not a man unless you smashing pussy, Charles. That's the idea, man.
Well,
that's the only way you can be a man.
You know what?
That's the gynocracy talking.
Yeah, you know what? I got tired of giving away orgasms for free. That's what I got tired of. That's why I became a monk. Get tired of giving away orgasms for free.
Yeah.
That's
how I felt.
Word to Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, you just 4 nuts. And
I'm about to make my second business.
What did I get?
Yeah, I think they get turned on when
I think BGS is getting too big for his britches. BGS, you're a black man born in America. That is your job, sir. You're supposed to be handing out orgasms to white women, black women, Asians, Latinas, and if you gay to non-black men too, you're supposed to be handing out orgasms to everybody.
Negro.
What you think you better than this?
Yeah, the day I went monk, man, that was funny. She had just got 5 orgasms, man. She curled up in a little ball, and I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Yeah, you know what I think?
Mr. Z, the proper terminology when a chick say you too big for your britches. I said, hey, you did see me use the bathroom, didn't you? But anyway, it's the funniest part when I pretty much dissected and dismantled all the little talking. When the last time you seem angry, I'm a black man in America. Why am I not angry?
My favorite answer.
I'm sorry, I have to apologize for my state. She did not represent my state well, being the woman that she was. I'm like, that was a Dallas broad. I just knew she was.
We got her to tell the truth when she talked about she got married at 19 against all.
Did she?
Yeah, she got married earlier.
I like this. I like
that's when we started nailing her to the cross. I said, "Okay, who told you not to get married early?" And she said, "Well," I said, "Were they men or were they women?" Or they were women. So were these women in your family?
Go ahead.
And then she had to go.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hold on, Charles. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, AB.
I kind of need to apologize to AL because I know a couple of Strags from my state that moved to Dallas and Texas. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
I was born there, so I know Strags and I know plenty of Strags.
Unfortunately,
BGS. They're from Indiana. And they moved to Texas. I was like, I wouldn't recommend them though.
I never met any Indiana Strags.
Only in Indianapolis. I'm sorry, I love you, AB, but only in Indianapolis.
Indianapolis Strags don't travel well.
I just looked at that shit and I was like, you know what? I'm so glad people were donating for that master. Y'all got 2 master classes back to back. God damn.
Wait a minute, PK.
No, basically, we for 2 hours got to see you play with your food. That's what we got to
do. Indiana, bro. Gary, Indiana, that's too.
I wouldn't know. I don't know where Gary's at on the map, man. Where's that?
Well, like I said, Indiana Strags don't travel well.
I'm joking.
Where's Indiana on the map?
You missed a joke?
Yeah, in Indiana Strags do go to Chicago. They don't go all the way down to Dallas.
You missed a joke.
Yeah, Gary's not that far from Chicago.
I know. It's a joke. It was a joke. You missed it. You missed it.
Oh, okay.
Every time you think about Gary, Indiana, the only thing you could do was fucking try to make a talented kid.
Hysterical. Jackson 2.0.
Black Dynamite, everybody watch that shit. The mama say, mama saw, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Gary ain't doing too hot, so I mean, it really ain't too much going on there. So
as far as these chicks, getting turned on, I think for some odd reason, I think they get turned on when we get tired of that bullshit. That for some odd reason that turns them on.
It's the clean on meeting strategy.
That's true. Well, they start throwing their pussy at you when
snooze.
You're not going for their bullshit.
We want snooze.
I mean, the worst thing you can do to them is ignore them. They want the conflict. They want the interaction.
I don't even. That's where I'm at
It's
in my
that it's
life.
that too.
That's where I'm at in my life.
It's that too. But you gotta remember that. I mean, you gotta think about just the amount of dudes that an average woman is able to get sex out of with no issues, no hangups and stuff like that. It's literally just it's a completely unusual and new situation for a lot of these women. A lot of the older. A lot of the older generations of women, I noticed, like I think BGS could be able to corroborate with this. They have more experiences of playing, hard to get and stuff like that from both sides and shit. It was more integrated, but now it's like a fucking mosh pit at this
When they
point.
reach a certain,
They're the same way,
This
man.
started
when
in
they
the
reach a
90s,
certain
man.
when they reach a certain age, though, it's not just about. So it's about getting sex from the men that they want. That's why, like in that video that BGS just posted, though those women they're confused because it's like the men that they want don't want them, and even if they throw the pussy at them, these men are like, look, I don't want a partner. I'm in a structured life. I'm corporate America. Everything that I've done is by. Everybody has a role. I'm a team player. I've been doing this since elementary school, playing on team sports. I'm not coming into another situation where we're just free to do whatever we want. That's not how it's going to work. So even if you throw the pussy at
They want the men they want, but they want the men they want to bend to their will.
Yeah.
They want him to be the king of the universe, except for with them.
The Master Universe want wives. They don't want partners.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you.
Exactly.
Hey, I just got off the phone with a chick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, I'm an incel. But
We're all incels.
Join the club.
We're all incels.
My name's Charles. I'm an incel.
I'm Hi, I'm Charles. I'm an incel. Hi, Charles.
Hi, Charles.
It's funny, right? And I told the chick, I said, here's the secret that y'all don't like to tell. Since I got my PhD from Trump University in human relationships, I said this, and I had to come to my realization years ago. If a chick is highly attracted to you, you got to take her out. You got to be nice and broad.
Ain't that what I said at the beginning of this stream?
All you got to do, and I wasn't even listening to the beginning of the stream because I was still on mine. So it corroborates a lot of shit. Why do I have to be nice when you want me? I could be the total asshole, and when people say, well, my baby daddy was an asshole, so you start to put the correlation together. Assholes get pussy. I mean, they're right next to each other, so it's not that hard.
Yeah.
Hysterical.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, I mean,
what did you call it, BGS? Clean on mating strategy.
Oh yeah, clean on mating strategy all day long.
I mean, that's what it is. The black female especially loves a guy that's going to fight with him because it gives him that high.
It does.
Yeah.
Man, I don't fight with these toes, bro.
But it's not a fight.
But that's the way they're socialized to mate. So it is going to give them high because white women would not respond to that.
I don't either. I don't respond to that shit.
It's the roller coaster.
I freeze up, man. I don't have the patience.
It's
the
roller coaster of emotions. That's what it is.
Yeah,
they build their lives off of such raw, untapped emotion that how you really punish a black chick is not, you don't hit them, you don't yell at them, you don't even cuss at them, you just don't call them.
Ignore and silent treatment will crush them.
I just won't talk to you. I look at you and give you the crazy eyes and just won't talk to you.
And you get the worst thing I ever did to a chick was when I got up, and she said something or did something I didn't like. I looked at her,
got your keys
for a minute or two, got my keys.
Man.
And didn't call her.
Alexa, play the videos of all the women crying in their cars.
CPK. I feel like even giving them the crazy eyes is too much. What we do in the new generation is we just act like they're not even there, as if like there is no person standing there.
Boy,
like
they crying in their parents' cars because of niggas like you.
For real though. But I'm for real though. Let me explain it though. Like to the point like she could get snuck. She could get. Oh, I was just saying she could get snuck type shit by somebody else, like right in front of me, and I would literally just be standing there as if nothing was happening. Like literally, she could be getting like literally mollywopped, and I'm just standing there type shit.
I mean, I kind of treat most people the same way. Like if you say some old crazy shit to me, I'm gonna give you the crazy eyes to kind of tip you off that you did something wrong.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go about my way. I got other things to do. I'm not interested in doing this.
I'm not interested in doing nothing either, but I'm not even gonna put the effort in and give you the crazy eyes. You'll figure it out when you get that knot upside your motherfucking head.
There's a
Because
clip
I
I'm
think, be
working
honest,
on
that's a better
now.
lesson.
But you got to
There's
remember,
a
here's the
go ahead, Charles.
a lot of them get high off of the violence and the drama. Look at what the fuck they watch. When you
That's a fact.
when you give women your indifference, that's the most powerful thing you can do, because
Yes, it is.
once you be like, you know what, I'm a dude. And I had to tell one chick, I said, let me ask you something. How old was Sean Connery when he was called the most handsome man in the world?
It's 50s or something.
50s, 60s,
60s.
He's old as fuck.
Guess what? When do you see women doing the same?
Nigga, never.
In the word of fucking Frankie Beverly, time is on my side, not yours. And I had to tell a woman that. I was like, yo, let me put it to you this way. Every second of every day, you're losing value. You are a sports car.
You need to learn the ancient art of not giving a fuck, Charles.
You know what it is, BGS? You know what it is? You know what it is, Charles?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
One at a time, guys.
To tell you, PK, I don't give a fuck, but sometimes you gotta leave a I don't give a fuck card and just walk out with your dick over your shoulder.
Yep.
You know what you are, Charles? You know what a man is? A man is a nicely built house that appreciates and expands and remodels itself over time as it grows. And a woman, like you said before, a woman is a sports car that just breaks down.
That doesn't even become a classic.
They could be they could be the same value too. Starting out, they could be the exact same value.
A lot of the issue is that what's going on now with these chicks is that back in the day we used to fight with these chicks back and forth day in and day out. But that still gave them attention. That still gave them that roller coaster emotions. Now with these younger guys, like Pookie was saying, how they're just ignoring them and they're being indifferent. Guess what's happening now? They can't handle it because women thrive off the attention and the acknowledgement of men.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Fighting. And now that you got a whole bunch of guys ignoring them, this is where you get the females crying in the fucking car.
Well,
Art's right about that.
Because guys are not even looking at them in the club. They're crying like nobody's in here looking at me.
Or Art, they're even being destructive. I mean, there was 2 cases. You had the woman who had an argument with her boyfriend, and then she killed 6 people, including.
I heard about that. Yeah, with the car. Yeah, the accident.
Doing 90 into oncoming traffic.
Yeah.
And then you had another.
She killed a woman and her baby and and she was pregnant.
Yeah, she killed 6 people in total. And then there was another woman who I think she stabbed her 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. On IG Live blaming it on her boyfriend, and it's like, blaming it on the father of the children. It's like this destructive behavior. So you either have the implosive or the explosive. And
what's that comedian's name? The black comedian, I forget his name.
Then you just described half of the comic circle.
No. Real funny dude. He's also associated with Manosphere stuff. He always comes up.
Corey Holcomb?
Nah, another guy.
Oh, you talking about
Patrice O'Neal? Patrice O'Neal said, like, I see this shit and it's fucked up, and I just be like, do I give a fuck?
Well, I mean,
I'm working on a video about this right now because there's a clip of there's 2 clips I want to work on where it's a sister crying, talking about she doesn't have her name sit consistently. She doesn't know what it's like to be in love and blah, blah, blah. There's another clip of a sister literally saying black boys, just like what Pookie said, they're not just ignoring them. They're treating black women like they're icky. Like there's like we're back on the schoolyard playground and you got cooties. And then there's another shit I want to cover with Kim from Fort Harriet. She was covering, I guess Kevin Hart said something about marriage and she's calling him a hypocrite and how it's better to be alone and at peace. And in her comments is a bunch of 30-something-year-old women admitting they've never had a boyfriend, never been in a relationship.
Yeah.
Nigga, are you serious? 35, 37?
Whoa. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I can vouch for that because I was actually, Charles and Art can as well because you're a little bit older than me. They were your peers, your direct peers. But I was seeing them because obviously they were grades ahead of me. Like some of these girls didn't end up with anybody at any point in time.
But I've been telling people that, like, yes, there's certain women, yes, they're out here, they fucking, yes, I've always acknowledged that. But there's other sisters, and sometimes not the ugliest, most Sasquatch looking ones, that haven't, they didn't lose their virginity till they were in their late 20s. They haven't been in a serious relationship, and they damn near about to scrape 40. They've never had a boyfriend,
Like the
and
best
these
Man, so
people
I
are
had a
talking shit
chick.
about you online. Insane.
I had a
Good.
chick, man. I had a chick. We were dating, bad red bone, right? AKA chick. She's she a PhD.
I'm a PhD.
I'm a
This
PhD. I
chick,
know, right?
Hey, wait a minute.
when
Who's
she
this?
used to, when I dated her. Oh, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
no,
who's
I
this
get
finish
the
it.
Gambit?
story.
Who's this
No,
Gambit?
Here's the
finish
I gotta,
story.
Jesse.
I
Finish
gotta
up.
tease Jesse real quick before you talk. Who this Gambit speaking motherfucker right here? But go ahead, Jesse. I had to tease him a little bit.
So yeah, this chick, long story short, I met the chick, one of my mentors, who's a boomer. He used to have an Airbnb, and so I was tired as hell. This is when I was working long hours, like over like 90 plus hours. And so he was like, yeah, man, I got this guest, she need a ride. And I'm like, man, I'm tired as hell. I'm good. He just kept telling me to come. So I'm like, he's trying to sell it to me. So I finally come over there, get a chick a ride, because he was like, the chick had she was in town for All-Star Weekend, and she had
One of them.
she had an extra ticket to the event. It was like the rookie game or something like that, like the sophomores versus the freshmen, NBA rookie versus second year, something like that. And so we went. I took her to that, but when I came to pick her up, I was surprised. Like, oh shit, she bad. Okay, that's how I was in my head. And so anyway, we go to the joint. You know what I'm saying? And we started kicking it. You know what I mean? For like couple months. She didn't live in New Orleans, so we went out a couple times or whatever. But I realized, man, this chick, she only had one relationship before me, and we still follow each other on social media. So I haven't seen her in any public relationship since then. Now this chick is at least like
old,
how
old would you say she was?
At the time, she probably was like 26-ish, 25-ish. So now she's like 33, 34. But what I found out,
relationships in 33 years.
What I found out is that she was an alpha widow. So her one and only real relationship, was with a NBA player, basically.
Oh yeah, well,
I'm gonna tell you another.
And so in that situation, I just noticed like everything I did, it was kind of like it was never enough type situation. So I eventually slid her to the left, like, you know what?
So she figuratively and maybe even literally fucked with a 10-inch nigga. Nobody could ever fix that, bro. We can't do shit with that.
Whoa. Stop, guys. Stop.
But what I was saying to that is,
it wasn't even. It was like, we rocked for only like a few months. Like we didn't really get into it for a long period of time. Because I just like, for me, if a bitch ain't showing enthusiasm, I'm out, man. I need some enthusiasm. I need some color. I need some appreciation. I need some ego boosting in this motherfucker. If I ain't getting that, I'm out. And she just, even if you see her today, right? She kind of has she just like have a sadness about her. Like you could just tell she like, man, I let that nigga get away. None of these other niggas are not worthy. If only I could have kept that one NBA nigga.
Oh, she lost her baller, huh?
Yeah, like even if you look at it,
hold on, Jesse.
Even if
gotta get
Jesse. I was just saying, man, she probably the situation, what it sounds like is she probably was unappreciative of the NBA dude. He was giving her an honest shot, and when he got sick of this shit, dipped out, she felt bad, like probably to the extent that he did something out of pocket and he left because she felt like just by virtue of being there that's been enough. And now she gonna place those standards on everybody else. So since nobody else got walking around with 10 million liquid and shit, she's walking around depressed. I know a couple chicks like that go to my high school. These bitches be starting younger now, BGS, and it's not even chicks that fuck the NBA player. It's just chicks that fuck athletes and shit and know NBA players, regular chicks that know NBA players.
Can you
When she
fellas
be a
say
jump
what
off
I
though.
All right. Do I have to put out a timer?
Yeah, do that.
Yeah,
Damn,
it might.
is this
Yeah,
a
you might have to
controversial
because
story here? What's going on?
no.
Yeah, do
But
that.
no,
Yeah, we
but
running
this,
long. Do it.
I'm gonna end the story real quick. But this chick, she used to be a kind of like a. She's a PhD. She used to work for the CDC at the same time. I used to work for the not that I didn't work. I worked for the Census Bureau at the same time. She worked for the CDC. But we eventually pretty much like at one point we lived in one city, but different cities type thing. But anyway, she was bad as hell when I was talking to her. And over the past few years, she fell off. Like she's still cute, but man, she when we was going together, she used to have rock hard 6-pack abs. Like
She got
used to
chunky,
really
didn't
work
she?
out.
She got
And
chunky.
now,
She got
man,
chunky. She got
now
chunky. She
she's
gained like
chunky.
30.
Bro, Pookie.
Pookie, calm down, damn.
Pookie, stop.
Pookie, you sound like one of those. You sound like one of those little puppies. Look, they be wagging their tail.
I'm gonna say, listen. If we're gonna have this conversation, we gotta stop jumping in on each other, man.
Yeah. So let me end it on this.
Hold on. So stop jumping in on each other. I'm gonna say who's next, and then you talk. We're not doing that. All right. So go ahead and finish up, Jesse, and then Pookie, and then Mr. Z.
I need to get in there.
So
You're
so
after Mr.
yes,
Z, AL.
Pookie, she did get chunky. Like she's not obese, she's not severely overweight, but she's definitely overweight. She went from rock hard abs, tight
Pancake.
body, working out every day.
Pookie, if you do that again, I'm pulling you down.
She went to that to about 20, 30 pounds overweight. So how the mighty have fallen, man. How the mighty have fallen. I love it.
This shit is predictable. This shit is
Is your name Z?
Go ahead, Z.
No, I was gonna say no. I covered this if Charles remembered. The sister that said no, I don't want a nigga, I want that nigga, right? And so if it's not that nigga, they're over it, they're done, right? So like so that sister's probably that's what it is. She alpha widowed from whatever NBA or aspiring NBA player.
She didn't qualify.
You don't qualify, but once again, every man got to feel it. So it's actually somewhat better that they implode on themselves than explode, because when they explode, then everyone around them got to feel that pain. Everybody, right? So
just like that, man. You can feel it around them. You can feel that.
Yeah.
Like a cloud.
And sometimes rage, BGS. It's rage. Sometimes it turns into rage. I've been around those women that are they're so angry at the world because this one dude got away.
Mm-hmm.
and everybody got to feel the pain for that shit.
They're mad at themselves. Yeah.
Go ahead, AL.
Can you gentlemen say Lolo Jones?
No,
Premature. He just did a thing on her yesterday, fam.
Lolo Jones is a different story. Lola Jones is probably asexual.
No,
she's still a virgin, isn't she?
She's 40 years old, a virgin, and she's artificially inseminated and struggling because she's frustrated. She can't get a man or get knocked up ready.
She's asexual. She basically, any man that gets with her knows that you're in a sexless marriage. You're gonna get with her.
She's kind of awkward. I mean, she's kind of that awkward mixed girl. Like she's got one thing about it: when you date mixed girls, they got that awkward shit with them.
Yeah,
like they're trying to live in two different worlds, but not accepted in both.
Venus Williams is the same way. They're kind of asexual.
So Mrs. Z, this chick, she wasn't she didn't have rage. It was more like melancholy or like despair. Like even if I probably shared her Instagram page
on my head,
and you look at her pictures, it'll probably be you probably see it all in the picture. Like damn, you want to avoid this chick. You don't care how pretty she is. She just look like she brings, like they said in the 48 Laws of Power, avoid the unhappy.
Yeah.
Because it's infectious.
Yeah.
I think there's
Yeah.
like three different things. There's three different things happening that may cause this. Obviously, the alpha widow situation. You
Mm-hmm.
know, some of these girls never actually were able to procure anybody for a long term or short term relationship, for that matter. You know,
They're
a
crazy.
lot of
Yeah.
relationships. Yeah, these days, you know, these women are so fucking damaged. You know, and they haven't even interacted with men. You know, to any
Mhm.
large for any large a large amount of time, you know, that's a problem as well. But then the third issue is that, you know, some of these girls are actually just getting fucking, you know, treated like target practice. And I mean, that's
Yeah.
going to cause issues in and of itself. But I
They,
mean, if they
they,
are, you know, if they weren't damaged beforehand, but a lot of times they were already damaged.
they
You know,
basically they're shooting they're shooting for men, and they're all they are jump offs, but they're trying to go from jump offs to wife status. It's kind of hard.
They're
yeah, you don't
they're
qualify.
willingly
Don't qualify.
becoming they're willingly being target practice though, because there's a NPR study from like years ago
Mm-hmm.
that I've shared over the years that
Mm-hmm.
shows that it's more black men that want committed relationships than
Yeah.
black women.
Yeah,
And
they want committed relationships, but what do they want? They want wives, not partners.
Mhm.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, can I touch
Well,
on the second point that PK made? And to me, that's I call that relationship PTSD, or like some type of they may not have even been in a relationship. They never kissed a dude. They 18 years old, 19, 20. But when
Mm-hmm.
you hear them and you hear the way they speak about relationship, you're like, who hurt you? But this chick ain't she's still a virgin. She's 22 years old. You're like, where did you get this stuff from? Right?
Mhm.
you
It's
know
But
what's
very
it's
funny?
their girlfriend's battle
Guess who?
stories. Dude.
Guess who said sounds exactly like that? Right? It was a Hammer.
Yeah, and
yeah.
you know what's funny, Mrs. Z. I actually I'm kind of like that too, and what I mean by that is I've never had any of the horror stories that I hear a lot of niggas be
That's
talking
your
about.
nigga lips up.
I'm being honest, like, but a lot of the shit that I've heard in the black manosphere and the manosphere piss me off. It's just some fucked up shit. But I've never personally experienced a lot of that shit.
What's your longest term relationship?
Longest term relationship was maybe
2
about
days.
2.5 years.
Okay.
All
So
right.
all my relationship, all my main relationship normally lasts about 2.5 years.
Well, I'm gonna tell you a secret.
Mm.
Um, that isn't.
In between all the other satellites. Okay.
That only. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a big secret that's not talked about, but is actually very common for people below the age of 30. Man, most people in this age bracket, if you're below the age of 30, probably don't typically haven't had a relationship lasting longer than 3 years.
Yeah.
Typically that's not normal
Mostly,
anymore.
yeah.
That's atypical.
Yeah.
Jesse's a starter kid nigga. His limit is 2 years. His limit is 2 years,
Yes.
like my marriage
No,
was.
it normally is you really never got a bad relationship unless you've had gone over the 5 year mark, or unless you had children. That's when the shit.
Or you
That's
live
when
with
shit
her.
gets real.
Right.
Or you live with her. Yeah.
Nah, my shit hit the fan about after that year mark usually. Or not, I ain't even gonna say hit the fan, but that's when the real person
Person comes
starts
out.
coming out,
Yeah. The
and then
mask
I
comes
got to
off.
make the decision
Hmm.
if I want to
Yeah.
still deal with them or not. You know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. The real bad stuff doesn't come out unless you or really pick wrong. Basically,
Mhm.
most of the guys that complain about having a bad relationship have children with the woman.
Yeah.
The
The most I've
representative is
had.
gone.
I mean, for instance, if you were just to do a baseline survey,
Mm-hmm.
and we could do it just with some of the younger guys that we have in the manosphere of the guys that are under 30, you know, and you
Yeah.
ask these guys, what was your longest relationship? And you ask the females the same question. A lot of them will struggle to be able to tell you anything over 6 to 9 months.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah, the most I've had was a chick. She I broke up with her, so the chick was crazy. This is my crazy ex. And
So
as you know what they say about crazy women, it's true. It's true, nigga. It's true.
oh yeah, you had several. So yeah.
Yeah.
But I broke up with her over FaceTime because I didn't want to deal with the possible public crazy reaction.
Yes. Yeah.
Mark.
She was going to school in Baton Rouge at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I broke up with her over FaceTime, and she set a book that I bought her on fire in her dorm room
Okay.
on FaceTime. So that was about the worst that I've had. And she had my like my hoodies and shit that she stole. She randomly drove past my house and threw them in a bag on my porch.
Okay. All right. That's
yeah, that was mild for a crazy chick.
Yeah, that's too.
At least you got your hoodies back.
Right. I appreciate it.
I would have never
But
worn that fucking with a Louisiana chick.
You know what's weird? I found out years later that this chick still stalks my social media.
Oh yeah.
So like she double tapped one of my tweets one time. I was like, hold up, who the hell is this? And I looked, I went zoom in on the profile.
I'm still watching you. That's what she said.
I'm like, man, that's crazy.
You would be surprised.
Every breath you take.
Alexa, get an X-File song, please.
Bro, you need to stop fucking with crazy chicks, bro. You got too many crazy chick stories, my nigga. It's like every week, my crazy ex. Like, nigga, how many exes you got? Like, nigga, you got like a whole.
Don't ask me. Hey.
What is Pookie talking about?
He don't talk about his exes, but a lot of the times when you have chicks, like going back with Mr. Z was talking about, chicks that only have like one or two or don't have a lot of dating prospects like that, and they're holding out, is because they're alpha widowed. They're basically holding out for that one guy.
I'm gonna be honest,
or some type of guy that can remind them of that one person.
I'm gonna be honest. First of all, Pookie, I only have one crazy ex, and I dated her.
He said one crazy ex.
I dated her like 10, maybe 9 to 10 years ago. That was in my early 20s when we dated.
Okay. But now,
and you know what's funny about that? Her mom tried to warn me when I first met her mom.
Nigga,
she was like, you wanna?
You were young.
You want? She was like, you want some of this Grey Goose right here?
Well, let's run.
You might need it.
We can run the test right now because we got somebody that's real young. We can run the test. Jesse, ask him the question I just told you about.
What?
And see what he say. I guarantee you, he's not going to be able to produce anything over that certain time limit I gave you. Ask him.
He's only 20.
What's the question?
Well, it still qualifies. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest, 20-year-olds date, right? They don't not.
But I mean,
how many
at that age,
relationships are you gonna have at 20?
Yeah,
not a whole lot, but something.
I'm gonna be honest.
Relationship, Pookie.
Huh? What was the question? Or it's like one at a time.
Relationship.
Longest? Shit. Probably a couple months.
Yeah. That's what
now, I'm gonna be honest.
Not even. I mean, shit. I ain't like that. I ain't a month, my nigga. That's how these females operate. I can't do that. But you know what I'm saying?
Less than 9 months. That's what.
So a lot of the chicks that I've come across that haven't had relationships, it wasn't that they were necessarily alpha widowed. They just didn't want to be. They didn't want to have the responsibility or the lack of freedom from a relationship. So they wanted to be able to, like, if they seen a dude that they like, okay, I could smash him in peace without being looked at as a cheating whore, or they didn't really want to have to do shit for their men.
You know how bad, how many bodies a woman would have to be called a cheating whore?
And all
just a regular, when I'm talking about celebrity, but a regular woman, you know how many bodies she would have just to be called a whore.
Yeah,
and we have to be on.
Let me say this last thing before you go, Steve. And it's getting worse by the generation. Like I told y'all a couple months ago, these past couple years, I've been dating more Gen Z, and a lot of these Gen Z black women, in particular. Their social skills is like non-existent.
Non-existent.
And they really, you thought millennial women never been in relationships. Oh my God! Like these women, like they never been in no relationships. They never been on real dates.
They don't know how men operate at all.
Chill and hook up, huh?
I had to slow the shit down. Like, hold up.
Shit, let me. Fuck that. I sped up. Fuck it.
We know you.
But what I was gonna say earlier is like, so we have to be
not as bad as it used to be.
Not at all.
A lot of our parents and the society allowed for us to be weird and awkward. Some of us are just weird and awkward. We don't know how to even initiate, let alone sustain a relationship. This is before we even get to marriage, right? So what you're dealing with is some single children. Sometimes, some of us have siblings, obviously, but a lot of single children who just don't know how to interact with the opposite sex that way. They don't know, right? So you're dealing with a whole lot of socially awkward people who are hopped up on this weird ass TV shit and social media shit, and the main character syndrome, and then you throw all of those people into college or after college, and you telling them to be intimate with other people, and that shit ain't working.
You know what the problem is, Mrs. Z?
Go ahead.
It was the Sony PlayStation and anime.
And Real Housewives
why
and
you gotta blame it on PlayStation, bro? Why you gotta blame it on PlayStation?
I know, right?
You stay inside the
PlayStation
house,
ain't
you
doing
don't go
nothing.
outside and play in the dirt and go interact with other kids. You become antisocial.
Yeah. A lot of socially awkward, antisocial people running around here, and we're telling them to become mates.
I mean, how do you interact with kids your own age? You gotta go outside and talk to them in real life. A lot of people, they can talk to you over the phone. They can talk to you over the internet, but you get next to them in a social setting, they be quiet as a church mouse.
Art, real quick, y'all, real quick. Art, not even. We're dealing with people now. They don't even know how to have phone conversation. We're not even talking about the people that's awkward on the first date. We're talking about people that don't. I know all of us done had this. A chick you on the phone with, and she don't say nothing.
Yeah,
man,
and that's really her.
That's actually the worst.
Yeah. I'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Well, hell, Z, that was going on with me in the fucking from 86 to the 90s. Shit, when I first started dating, first girlfriend ever, she used to stay on the phone 5, 10, 15 hours and just hearing her breathe. I'm like, I have to make the whole conversation. I'm like, damn, are you gonna say something? Goddamn. But when I get in front of her, it's different.
Yeah, because females expect you to lead the conversation. That's why they do that. They want you to be the interesting one. Entertain me. That's what that's all about.
And it's I think it's something that I heard Ed bring up on a previous panel where he was saying that he's like, damn, you want me to have personality for the both of us?
Yes.
It's like, and then it's funny because it's like nobody has any hobbies or curiosities or interests. Everybody's just doing what everybody else is
correct
doing.
it. They don't have no hobbies.
Well,
they
yeah,
don't
that's
have
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like their interest, I'm a foodie. No, that's not a hobby. You putting food in your gullet and spending money isn't a hobby. Anybody can do that.
But
translation, you need to bring me to nice restaurants. That's what that really means.
Okay,
you actually
I'm sorry,
cooking a meal that's a hobby,
Yeah, I'm sorry, but watching Real Housewives of Atlanta is not a hobby to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's
hysterical.
not gonna work.
But that's the
not gonna
lifestyle.
work.
But that's the lifestyle that they want, and it's like you look at the numbers, and it's like, I think Mr. Z, I think you did a video not too long ago about incomes, and it's like, it's the same mentality behind, well, how are all these women that have never been in relationships or their last relationship might have been 8 years ago, 10 years ago? How do they have all these jaded thoughts about relationships? And it's like, well, how do these people that come up in single parent homes that are making $40,000 a year have these delusions of grandeur of going on these fancy vacations and stuff? Where are you getting this high class mindset from?
10 grand vacations
and
and
it's
shit.
from social media. Yeah, it's from Instagram. It's the intention is food, and so I need to get more attention by living this lifestyle I can't. I mean, it's crazy. I was listening to I forgot whose panel it was. It was somebody's panel like a couple months ago. And they had a woman on there who was a real estate investor, and she was basically exposing how she was talking about travel. And she was saying that you see these pictures of these women's trips and stuff, and you see 20 women in Puerto Vallarta in Mexico, and then it's like, well, you don't know how they traveled there. How a lot of these women are paying, they got a 5-year installment plan for a flight, which is ridiculous. Now the airlines are actually, starting to institute karma and afterpay and stuff for people to pay for flights. Then it's 10 people in a two-bed hotel room.
Yeah.
So it's like it's
10 heads.
like, it's like, why would you even try to travel like
so hard?
My bad. I think that's me picking up the feedback. But I just wanted to say it's like 10 heads with a bunch of pull out beds in a room and stuff like that. You talking about those girl strips, aren't you?
Yeah, all that for
with these sleeping bags.
Yeah, it's like all of that just for the Instagram picture to live this lifestyle that you can't afford. And the thing about it is that when that kind of, you know, we're more realistic in the sense that, you know, we understand the value of money, we understand cost. So when I see a chick that's going on all these trips, I'm like, look, I can't afford that lifestyle. So unless you're willing to set, you know, kind of scale it back a little bit, maybe we can do a trip a year. I can't afford, and I make decent money for my age. So it's like, if I'm saying that, I can just imagine, you know, what some of these other dudes that make less than me are saying. But
Well,
it's
it's like
like,
you.
yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, you got it. You got it.
Well, I mean, it's like a lot of these chicks have expectations of a rich lifestyle. They really do. A lot of
Yep.
them. That's not limited to
Mhm.
just black women. I mean, you can actually transpose this on, you know, the larger population. To be quite honest with you, this ain't an exclusive problem. I think it runs a lot deeper with us, you know, and I think that BGS has done a good job of, you know, chronicling some of this, and others here as well. But I mean, this is a very deep seated issue, man. For instance, I had one time when I was in my teens, bro. I was in my late teens. A woman that wanted to talk to me about buying a fucking house. I'm like, dude, like I'm in my teens, bro. I just got out of fucking, you know, at the time I was doing part time college. Like, what the fuck are you talking about a house?
Yeah.
Like,
I
bitch,
had
we ain't even been together that long. You know, your expectations of what the fuck this is gonna be is
I
outlandish. Like, what?
I had a chick recently talk. I mean, I was talking to this chick. I want to say like this past winter. She just mentioned a surrogate. I'm like, a surrogate. I'm like, you're healthy. Like, what's wrong with you? You know, why can't you have a child? I'm like, you know how much money? Like, you know,
Shit ain't cheap.
don't try to keep up with the Kardashians. That's just a television show. That's not something that you should try to keep up with because you're talking about paying another human to carry another human life. That's cost, you know, thousands of dollars. These people are not working their lives. You know, they're not working and stuff while they're carrying a child for somebody else. They're kind of just laid up somewhere, you know, getting pampered.
So one of the first conversations I ever had with BGS Charles, Angry Man, I think Art Newstyle was on that panel. This was a couple of years ago, right? Is I was telling them a date that I went on. It was our third date, I think it was. The chick already was on some, you know, because, you know, she was Haitian also. She was like, you know, my people, she was telling me in Creole, you know, they're gonna essentially she was telling me I wasn't of the class. She liked me, obviously, how I spoke, how I dressed, whatever. She actually came on to me. We went on kind of a speed dating thing. So she came on to me, you know, I asked for her number, blah, blah, blah. Everything went right. But no, actually that was the fourth date. The fourth date, she pretty much told me, nigga, yeah, so about this house. Like all jokes, like I'm not joking with y'all. She wants to talk about house shit, income, whatever. And I think what kicked that off is I was having a conversation with her and I was at work and she could hear the weed eater going off, right? Because at the time I'm doing landscaping at a park. I work for a city.
Mm-hmm.
And so when she first met me, I was dressed very white collar, you know, blazer, nice fitted slacks, blah, blah, blah. I'm speaking the way I speak to y'all. So she had delusions of like Mr. Z being because remember, I'm formerly white collar. So that's really me. That's my default. So she's thinking that Mr. Z is like some type of, you know, attorney or some shit. She finds out I'm not, but I still work for a city. So she's still intrigued. But when she finds out, like, no, I'm outside. I'm hot in most of the day. I'm outside, sweaty, blah, blah, blah. I guess she was trying to find out what stability is there. And the shit kind of went to shit afterward. And this is going to what the brother was just saying, where it's like, it's I don't know if I could bring you home because the bragging rights. I don't know if I could bring you home because you're not white collar and you're not even baller blue collar. So
You're not.
But you're not white
You
collar.
didn't meet the
I'm not.
status. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Well, Mr. Z is in a relationship for 2 years now, and homegirl's still single.
And not realizing that
Yeah.
blue collar people don't really get fired.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? Like white collar, like
We got
market,
benefits, nigga.
the market dips. You know, earlier this year I was at a Super Bowl party, small Super Bowl party, and it was at a couple's house, and the husband he just got a job as an accountant for Coinbase. A couple months later, the crypto market crashes, and I don't know if he's out of a job now, but I'm like, he probably is because Coinbase just fired like half their employees.
Yeah, I saw that.
So it's like white collar people that those jobs are usually. I mean, I'm in the white collar, you know, I'm in corporate America, and it's like you know, when times get hard, it's basically survival of the fittest. It's all about getting that who's going to have the last paycheck at this company. But blue collar people, they continue working because that stuff
Yeah,
has
a
to be
lot.
done.
But Ally
A lot of
McBeal told me
times,
different. And what about Sex in the City and all the white collar shit I saw
Sex
in
in
the
the City.
90s and the
That's
early
so wrong.
2000s?
yeah, in general, I would say that white collar has more income potential, but
Hmm.
the job
The
security is
turnover
a
rate
lot
is
more.
absurd.
It's the job security is a lot more volatile because it's a lot of cases it's private institutions or
Hmm.
private businesses, whereas a lot of blue collar stuff, the contracts or the work that you're doing is for, governments. It's like that scene in it's like that scene in House of Cards when you start talking about the difference between like a rich white collar guy that just has a big mansion in Florida somewhere versus the
Yeah.
government where it's like, this shit is made of stone and is constantly being maintained from
Mm-hmm.
the money of the people. So, it's different.
Well, people are dumb as well, especially women are dumb as fuck. Let's just keep it a buck here because they don't realize that a lot of people's fucking finances are tied up in the equity of their homes or their homes themselves if they own it outright. Most people ain't out here really balling like that.
No.
They're just
Right.
not.
The majority of the value people have when they say they're millionaires in their property and stuff like that, it ain't liquid. You gotta have a lot of money to have some liquid millions and stuff like that. If a person got like 6 million liquid, they got at least 50 million
Well,
in
number
assets.
one,
At
a
least.
lot of the people that you're talking about that even own these assets in the first place, let's say you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, a nice investment portfolio, all the good shit, right? You
Hmm.
know, you not typically going to be on the younger scale of age. These men
Right.
are generally much older. We're not talking
50
by a little
plus.
bit. Yeah, we're not talking by a
Hmm.
little bit.
Yep.
You
Well,
know,
see,
Nothing
PK,
funnier. Go
this
ahead.
is the thing that you got to remember though, PK. Sugar daddies.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey,
Hey,
you know
but
what? I was telling you about that as a matter of fact,
Sugar.
man.
Mhm.
I knew this was always a thing because I mean I lived in Atlanta, right? But living in a white, mostly predominantly white area as opposed to predominantly mixed area, is that I can
Mhm.
actually see, yo, this shit is happening, and other groups
Mhm.
partake. All
Hell yeah.
right, it ain't
Oh
no
yeah.
discussion happening. It's really wild because when black people talk about it, they're talking about it like it's the fucking devil or something. I'm like, bro, white people right down the street from you actually are doing this, and
Live it
they are
here.
You know,
like, it's really going down.
what's
But what I
funny,
was gonna say.
PK? When I was selling cars in my car sales days, there was a Indian guy named Roger that I got real cool with. He was a retired car salesman slash car sales manager, and he would bring me customers. Right? I don't know why. He took a liking to me, I guess, but he just would
Mhm.
bring me customers like every couple months. And so one night, is we was about to close. This dude came with two of his Indian buddies, and these dudes had two Latino sugar babies that they was coming to buy cars for.
Yeah.
So these some older Indian guys in their 50s or 60s, and they
Mhm.
coming by a brand new. I think they bought them the Nissan Altimas or the one under that. Might have been a
The
Nissan.
Sentra?
Yeah, the Centras. So they each bought their sugar babies a Centras. It was some fine Latina chicks. I ain't gonna
Mhm.
lie, salute to them. But
W-
but you made me think of that because I actually thought of that. I forgot I was gonna say that earlier when y'all was talking about the
The
Z's,
tricking.
even more so.
Oh,
I was
mhm.
like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. These past couple months, I was thinking about maybe we step into the sugar daddy game because they didn't made it so easy. They done made it so damn easy. Like these chicks ain't even been on date. You bring them to a nice restaurant and they good.
I mean,
But
like it
so what I
depends on
was
your. Go
real
ahead,
quick,
G. You got it.
because yeah, but so and I've done this. I've done this in person. I've done this online. I've done this in, like I was telling y'all, the speed dating thing. Because there was parts of it where you would be like in a group and we would talk, and so I knew the girl that set it up. Actually, she's one of my close friends, and so we would have the talk, the money talk, and she would purposely come to me because she know a fucking ass, and she'd be like, "Yeah, Z, so what's the median income again? You motherfucker!" And I would look at her like, why you want me to crush these women's dreams, right? Because I know why she did it, because in that respect she's kind of like me. She wants them to have more of a realistic understanding of the world, and the look of dread on women, and we're talking about Latina, a couple of Latinas, some white women, but mainly sisters in
Mhm.
this dating group, and you're talking about maybe 25, 30 women and maybe 20 men, right? Of different backgrounds. And the look of dread on women's faces when I'll be like, the median income for men is somewhere around 40, 42 grand a year. The look of like, oh shit, half of these niggas is off the table already. It was crazy. Go ahead.
You're not gonna break their dreams, because most of these women do not listen to logic, facts, data, and statistics anyway. They're gonna literally argue against. They're gonna literally argue against facts, data, and statistics. They're just not gonna believe you. You're not. We don't believe you.
Let me ask y'all a question then. Let me ask the panel a question.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
The problem is a lot of these bitches are just fucking lazy. They are just fucking lazy. Because the major fucking problem with these chicks is that most of the time, most of the women I saw, they worked alongside with their fucking men. I don't know if it was part-time or whatever. They did something to help out with the family. A lot of these chicks want to put all the responsibility of financial gain onto the men so they can just sit back in a lap of luxury. I'm sorry. Most of y'all chicks in this damn world are not going to sit back in a lap of luxury. Hell, even fucking CEO have to employ their damn wives to help them out.
Facts.
So fuck all this. I'm just gonna sit on my ass, just sip my mimosas, and watch this money come in. Fuck all that shit. Y'all bitches want to get with a man, y'all gonna have to get the fucking work.
Or how long you gonna keep?
Let me say something real quick.
I gotta drop down.
I gotta drop down. Okay, go ahead. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
How long you gonna keep the stream going, Art?
It is 8 o'clock, probably for another hour, because I know Art Salt's gonna have his panel.
Another hour, okay. One thing I will say about the Latinas I've seen in Texas, because I remember when I was in New Orleans, ain't too many Latinas out there. Be a whole bunch of black women on social media and blah 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 saying that Latina women don't work. Man, I'll be seeing Latina women out here cutting grass, doing construction with their hard hats on. Like, man, they didn't told so many lies to us. It's so many lies that's been told to us and about us. It's ridiculous, man.
But Jesse, don't leave yet, because I want to ask this question. So if you're gonna leave, you can answer it first. What do you think? Where do you think? Because Art kind of answered it already. The look of dread or maybe I was interpreting it as the look of dread. What do you think that look on their face was really saying when I would be like, well, the median income for men is like 40, 42 grand a year. Actually, it's less than that, but I was trying to be a little nice. What do y'all think that look was really? What was it? Right. So Jesse, you can answer it first.
Reality. Out of touch reality. They can't really believe what you're saying. And it's just a shock to them because they probably think it's so much more than what it actually is.
It's the look of it's a child that's at Disney World, and then they realize they're having a great time and they're having this experience, and they realize the park is closing.
It's not even that, bro.
No.
I would actually say it's more so a look of disgust or even disdain. Because they have an expectation that men, I think that a lot of them have an expectation that men provide this lifestyle, and it isn't unique for any particular man. They have an expectation that all men be able to provide it. So if it's a man that doesn't have it, well then you're not worthy.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of that, and I also think that I don't think a lot of these women understand what it takes. Or what it actually takes to actually have a functioning household, because I hear women all the time talking about how both their parents made this lifestyle, but they never understood the whole dynamics of the situation. Like they always see their father pay for something, but they don't understand that maybe the father fell on some hard times and the wife had to hand him some money underneath the table just so he wouldn't look like a failure in front of the children. Because I've seen and heard that some kids who actually saw that the guy probably didn't have the money at the time, but because they went out to eat, she handed him the money inside the car, so that way he had the money to pay for it, because it was about the image.
Yeah.
And so because you had this image out here, now these chicks are saying like, well, my father could do it. You don't know the intricacies of your parents' relationship. I hardly even know about the intricacies of my father and my mother's relationship, but I understood one thing. It took both of them to make the household work. Both roles still had to be played, The problem is these chicks don't want to even play that by the damn roles.
Yeah.
Well, that's
What roles? That sounds patriarchal.
Yeah, what I
sounds
was gonna say
oppression.
that's
Hey, what
exactly
roles?
what.
I'm supposed to be going on vacation.
Well, that's what BGS was saying earlier. You know, they are partners; they're not wives, so there are no roles. So they don't understand what it takes to keep a marriage. You know, to keep a marriage going.
Yeah, so that's when you hit them and you quit them, man, bro.
I actually want to offer some pushback. I don't think that
they're not even partners; they're leeches.
No, but I don't even think it. I don't even think they don't know. They know they don't. They have disdain for the role. I know women whose parents are still married, and they say, "I'm never gonna be my mom."
Yeah.
They have disdain for the role. It's not that they don't know the role. You're meeting women who are from single moms and women whose parents have been married for 30 plus years who are all saying, I ain't gonna be my mom. I'm not gonna be my aunt. I ain't dealing with that shit.
Which is
Because
why
all they ever see. Go ahead, go ahead.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
why
PK. Hold on,
wait,
hold on,
real
PK.
quick. It's gonna take me 2 seconds. It's why I said what I said a moment ago. I don't give them that charity or that luxury of them being ignorant. I believe they know. That's why
Yeah,
I
they
said
know.
it's disdain.
But check this out. To allude what Mr. Z was just saying, and BGS will back it up. They've been doing this shit since the 1970s. My grandparents were born in 33. Their kids were born in the 50s. Okay, by the time they got to high school in the 70s and I came along, my aunt and my egg donor, they had been on that shit. So this shit's been going on since the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s that these women have been seeing other patriarchal and matriarchal people in their family married and together, and they all be like, ever since the bra burning and you can't tell me nothing in ERA, I don't want to be nothing like that woman. But they taught you how to cook, they taught you how to clean, they taught you how to sew, they taught you how to iron, they taught you how to make house, keep house up, all that. But you chose not to want to do it, and then in turn, when they started having offspring, they offspring started mimicking them. All these single, independent. Well, this shit been going on since the 70s on up.
Let's
And,
be
you know,
honest.
it's so bad now that some of them aren't even teaching them how to handle their cycle.
Man, listen, a lot of these chicks don't know how to cook because their parents never taught them.
That's a fact.
Or I'm sorry, their mother never taught them. Their single mother didn't teach them anything. They didn't want to,
because she was too busy bucking her mom.
They didn't want to put discipline. They didn't want to put discipline in them. They didn't teach them how to cook, how to clean. They didn't teach them how to be nothing but a wife. Some of these parents taught their kids how to be individuals, and that's all they know how to be. That's why a lot of these damn Z's are just saying I'm independent. I don't want to do that. That's slavery. Why am I going to do that? Because this is something that they've learned. It's not something that was instilled in them.
You've got a whole lot of people even nowadays that are, I think it's absurd, really, but that are actually coming out and making statements that I've heard, at least not here. I'm not going to say the exact panel, but they're actually renouncing even interdependence, man. It's like, are you serious? Like, so what you're saying is you fundamentally don't want a healthy relationship. That's what you're getting at. If you're going to have
I've seen it.
You know, and it's like, if that's what you're arguing for, well then just damn it all, right? Why even have a society at that point? What are we doing?
Well, they're not
let's not miss real quick.
They're just thinking about themselves. They're not trying to build society.
That's a fact.
I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine, older woman who, you know, I was telling her about the population rates and the replacement level and stuff. You know, when it came up, we were talking about you know, Roe v. Wade being revoked, and basically she was just like, F all of that. You know, I'm like telling her, like, well, if you don't have people to replace the current population, you don't have a voting block. You don't have workers. People who have to work longer. People who have to they raise the retirement age. And it was just like, F all of that. I don't care about none of that. It's about my rights. And it's like, well, that's not how the world works.
Well, two things. Let's not miss what AB just said about the cycle and them not even teaching their daughter about their cycle and how to clean themselves. 100% true. Number one. Number two, what the brother just said. Look, okay, what we're dealing with is fundamentally people in the West, America specifically, Black America, that forgot or don't know how systems work, and they don't understand. They really don't understand how these domino things, how this house of cards is built, and so they advocate for things or despise things that keep them breathing, that keep them alive, right? And you saw this over and over again on Kevin's show when he would be like, well, if men disappeared tomorrow, what would you do? And you would literally have women say, well, I would go to the beach and then I would boil water and then I would like, that's how it, and like he would be like, well, how are you going to keep the water? They don't even know how to keep the fucking water. You see what I'm saying?
Let me play
Like,
the Jimmy Neutron gift.
Well, we're not in a society where we teach people that though.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying I'm using that to say like systems. They don't understand how systems work, how processes work. So they'll advocate for something. Yeah, true.
They don't,
Yeah,
they
I
don't
agree.
care.
I
They
agree.
don't care.
Most people don't even know where bread comes from.
No.
Oh my god.
No, not anymore.
No, cause everything's automated now. Most people saying like, "Oh, I need to go get food." They don't know how to hunt.
No.
Hold on, can I post this?
They don't even know how to cook when they say I need to go get food.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, I want ramen.
No, I can't.
I like DJ Kudos analogies. All they know to do is chicken and rice. Chicken
Let
and
me-
rice.
Let me
Next
look it
day,
up.
chicken.
We can look it on YouTube. Say how to boil water.
Man,
Oh Lord.
Man, if only. If only. I'm trying to tell you, man. I took my dad because I had a conversation with my dad, I think a couple months ago when I went down there, and he asked me, "You don't want any kids?" I told him, "I'm not giving my kids to a woman that I can cook better than."
Ooh.
Yeah, he said you ain't gonna
And you know what he said? I can't fault you for that.
Yeah.
Welcome to
Now
2022.
that Art said that, ooh.
Look, these
yeah,
kids,
he had a point.
What percentage? I think I asked this to you before privately, but what percentage of women do you think can cook these days? If you had to just guess.
Of all women or just black women?
Well, we could do both.
I would say all women, maybe like
30%.
Yeah, I was gonna say 25, 30%.
I agree with that.
And then black women is probably like 10.
But that's maybe like you being nice when you say, and that's only probably consists of two dishes, two real dishes. But I mean, if you gonna be lacking sides, and you go,
No. When you say cook, I'm talking about cooking a full course meal. You just talking about cooking just a meat.
Well, I mean, I assume we're on the same page. Like cook, like can you go to a store, buy products, and cook with those products? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I would say if you talking about black females, I would say 10%. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, like, and I would say that.
I'll be honest with you, I've never dated a white woman, so I don't know.
Oh, that's illegal.
or I'll be a little generous. I say 18%.
Nah, no.
Black women.
Every chick that I've been with, I'm sorry, they cannot cook.
Yeah, a lot of them can't cook anymore, dude.
She couldn't make you toast in the morning, or God damn.
I had a bitch. I had a bitch burn some eggs and bacon, bro.
You made BGS laugh.
Yeah,
I'm being honest.
I hate to say it, but it really is that bad. Some of them can't even make toast.
Look, man, I know somebody who burnt water.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, like even with cooking, you know, say for instance, you go grocery shopping and you get enough groceries for 2 weeks. Can you cook a different meal each day?
I even told the bitch what to do. Like, here's the bacon, here's the eggs. You need to cook this shit. But then she went into the kitchen, took out a pan, and fucking put the goddamn eggs right in the fucking pan without any butter, mind you.
Okay.
Whoa.
Did she burn? She burnt.
I went to take a shower. I came outside. I was like, "Why it smell like smoke?" I was like, "Bro, that smell like some food burning."
PK, bro. She burnt eggs, my nigga.
Black, bro. They were black. How you burn the shit that bad? Like the shit
were Cajun.
stuck to the pan.
God damn.
I had to fuck up the pan. Like, you know how they had the little what do you call it? The film over the top of the pan or whatever.
Non-stick. Yeah,
the non-stick. I had to scrape that shit out.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS. Hey, you probably fucked up your ceramic pan like that, scraping off some of the lining. But hey, BGS, man, what do you think this is learned behavior? Because that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier, and I was just interested. You think this is learned behavior, or do you think this is just because of?
No. You have to be taught, and they're not taught.
Well, not the cooking, but I was talking about more in terms of the lack of personality and stuff like that of like younger Gen Z women and stuff.
Well, it's getting worse. I thought it'd get better with Gen Z, where they would actually parents would actually take the kids outside to interact more, but I guess they're not.
No, it's.
So
I
it's gonna
think
get
it's. I mean, you don't need a personality if you're just focusing on your job and you're focusing on school and stuff. And you can have a little bit of personality and get by.
Say what?
Can I change the topic for just a minute?
Okay.
Change
it. BGS, what are your thoughts on them raiding Mar-a-Lago? I'm sorry, I got to hear.
Oh, they just okay. They need to they one they need they need the Republicans to have a loss. Okay, that's number one because and then number two they want to keep him.
I think it's gonna backfire, but go ahead.
Oh, it might, but the thing is they don't really have to find anything. They just need to have a headline.
Yeah.
Well, BGS, they did say that the reason why they went in there for the raid, AB he could back me up on it. They said he took certain documents that were meant to stay in the presidential archives. That was their reason.
Yeah, they that's possible.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Normally they check you, and basically he's an ex-president, so he can have stuff that's out of their president archives. He can actually take it. So he's got the clearance for it. I think they really just need an excuse to go for a headline because it's an election year and the Democrats aren't doing that well.
Yeah. But I think they may have accidentally galvanized the Republican base, so I think it's most likely going to backfire on them.
Well, they don't care about the Republican base. The Republican base is a Republican base. The thing is, they need to keep the swing voters.
Yeah.
Keep as many of them as they can.
Anyway, I was just gonna say, have a good day, y'all. I'm headed out, man. I gotta go to work.
All right, man.
All
have
right.
a good day.
Yeah, man, I just got off. Shit. Just got off.
Anyway, yeah, these heifers still ain't shit. I was shocked when I learned some of these heifers can't even make toast. I was like,
you know what it is? It's getting to the point, AB, like it's starting. It was disheartening, but and then it got to a point of where it's depressing. But now this is concerning. Like, can these women actually function? Will they be able?
Well, it's only concerning. It's only concerning for their own well-being. For instance, most men are most of my boys and stuff like that. Like, we all can cook, but the women, they can't cook. They don't know how to take care of themselves. They
started making that switch in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah,
the feminists wanted to switch roles, so they started sending boys to the
culinary
class.
Yeah, what do they call it? Home
economics. Yeah.
I remember my son and my girlfriend's son. They were taking home economics classes. I never took a home ec class in my life.
Yeah, we had to take it in middle school.
Yeah, I learned how to sew a pillow.
Yeah,
we did a pillow. We did
set a table, all that.
Yeah, it's done on purpose. So now the guys know how to cook and take care of a house, and the women don't.
Yeah, my cousin actually has he just started his own baked goods business, and he's been in business for over a year, and he's highly successful. I mean, he does cake jars and brookies and all these other things.
Yeah.
But it's like I meet these women, and it's like all they focus on is their career, and then when they have dinner parties and stuff at their place, it's all catered. They don't cook a damn thing other than putting in a flatbread in the oven, which even then they tend to burn because they don't they can't figure out how to turn on the timer. And it's just like everything revolves around their careers and in a wine bottle, and then they're living a self-destructive lifestyle, and they can't figure out how to get out of it.
Well, the thing is, they were not taught to be women, and they're not taught to be men either. So what are they?
And then just to go back to AB's point,
sleeve.
Just to go back,
you ain't shit.
Just to go back to AB's point about them just to go back to AB's point about them not knowing how to take care of themselves as far as like a menstrual cycle is concerned, they're on birth control just to handle the normal symptoms. I mean, it's like, as soon as the cramps are too bad, all right, here's some birth control. There'll be women that are on birth control for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
And it's like they'll never have a cycle, they'll never deal with cramps. It's crazy.
Hella weird, bro. completely altering their physiology. Like we don't even know what kind of repercussions that would cause.
They
Like
know.
there's already
There's so many women are infertile.
yeah. Oh, infertility. Okay.
Yep. You be
Damn.
on that stuff for too long, man.
And that's the thing too. And even with the infertility aspect of it, you always hear the argument being made of, okay, well, the medical industry, the medical field doesn't take care of black women. But it's like, well, there's the other side of it too. It's not just you can't just put all the blame on the doctors. You also have to put blame on yourself for being overweight and obese. How can you have a viable pregnancy if you're not in the best shape? I mean, I used to go to Orange Theory and I used to see pregnant white women in there, 6 months pregnant, 7 months pregnant, still on the treadmill, walking and stuff, doing all the exercises, staying in shape.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I didn't like abortion, because a lot of times I used to find out with women is that because the doctor fucked up, put a scar on their inside, it'd be hard for them to have kids at that point.
Right.
Yeah. I know a lot of chicks that had that problem. They got an abortion, but then when they wanted kids, it was hard for them to get kids. Because they were injured.
Yeah, because the uterus is scarred. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The damage, okay. Still like a surgery and stuff, going under the knife. Always dangerous when you're going under the knife, man. But BJs, y'all could laugh about it, but for me, it's like I'm sitting here fucking fucked up right now, because it's like I'm gonna have to deal with this, especially with the healthcare. Like I'm not going nowhere anytime soon. Like I'm gonna have to deal with this for the next 50 years, man. Like that shit is, I don't know. It's almost overwhelming thinking about it.
It's a brave new world, sir.
Mm-hmm. Get your soma ready.
Find a chick to cook and clean. Don't let her go, because I don't know about these other chicks.
Well, BJS, you brought up Brave New World. I think I was on one of your panels not too long ago, and you mentioned that book, and I remember buying it and actually reading it. I never read it. I never read it. In my courses in high school, we never read it.
You can watch the movie.
But I read the book, and it was, and you bring it, you mention it often, and it's not just about the whole artificial womb part, but it's also about the lifestyles that those people live.
Society,
they live a free lifestyle, to where the one woman, I forgot what her name was, Linda or something, when she got stranded with the natives, the savages as they called them. They looked at her as if she was crazy, because she was sleeping with all the men. It was just just wilding out, and the women hated her because she disrupted their structured society.
Yeah.
And that's what you're seeing a lot now, where you're seeing a lot of these people. I mean, I saw a video the other day. I think Dennis Sperling posted it on his IG.
So entitled. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I saw a picture. I mean, I saw a clip that Dennis Sperling posted on his Instagram page yesterday, where it was some young white girl who identifies as a certain gender, and her mom was like, "Look, I gave you a month to get your affairs in order, but you got to move out." And the girl's like, "Oh, I'm a schizophrenic, and you misgendered me, and you dead named me, and all that." She's like, "I don't care. Get out of my house." She's throwing a tantrum. Of course, she's recording herself while she's throwing this tantrum, and it's just like,
"Oh, you talking about that green hair girl?"
Was that the Korean girl?
Nah,
the white girl.
The
white girl.
It's like, you can't just do what you want without consequence. That's not how society works. You will get into a situation where it becomes bedlam.
But bro, that's another word they don't understand. Consequence.
Yeah. And they're not taught. Yeah.
But even it's like you can learn consequence. You don't have to be taught that from a parent. I mean, you touch a hot iron, it's hot. That's
the thing about it is, you got a lot of these parents that don't, like I said, I was taught consequence. If I fucked up in the house, then I've been told by my elders and my parents. Now these kids, they will never clean their room. They don't have to cook. They don't have to be sitting at the table. If they get fucked up at school, or they do something wrong to school, their parents will go down and tell the teacher that she's fucking up with their kids. It's not the teacher saying your kid's fucking up. Okay, I'll handle it. The teacher says your kid's messing up in school. It's like, well, why can't you handle them? I mean, how many times have we seen videos of these kids wilding out in the school system, and their teachers have to go walk outside and leave and quit because these kids are unruly?
Yeah, it used to be the PTA. It used to be the Parent Teacher Association. Now it's the parents and students versus the teachers.
Yeah, because Yeah, even at the
Well,
associations. Go ahead, brother.
or you can thank the liberal white establishment for taking away corporal punishment from the parents in the school. I was one of the last, and Charles he was really one of the last who took a paddling in school. After 86, 87, shit, no more of that shit, and everything went haywire, really haywire.
Well, I think in the last couple of years, some of my teachers actually got creative. Like they still even now like still there are a couple of teachers that will make students if it gets too much will make them hold books out, shit like that. Face the corner and stuff like that during the lesson, sit in the corner. There's a couple things that they do, but yeah, they're rolling that shit out because I mean, when I got into high school and college, like I stopped really seeing people holding the books out. When I was in elementary school, I used to see a couple kids from different schools. They'd have to hold books out as punishment type shit. They had to
Yeah,
do a couple things.
because that's considered
Do
cruel. Why he gotta
Yeah.
hold a book out like that? That's physical cruelty.
I remember when the question was brought up about spanking children. I think it was in some. I mean, I'm 32, so I remember seeing this as a kid in like the middle of the 90s, where like it was like a parking lot videotape of or video recording of a woman. I think it was a black woman or whoever it was spanking their child in the middle of a parking lot, and then it became a national thing about spanking your children. And then ever since that day, it was like taboo to do so. You know, at least in the mainstream.
Child Protective Services.
Yeah, but even then, Child Protective Services, that was always a running joke, especially in the black community. It
No,
was
it
always like,
yeah,
wasn't.
but
no, man, but
No,
we said a
teachers
word.
used to, the teachers used to give. It would be once a year, every year, start of school. They come in and say, if your parents are touching you the way you don't want to be touched, you can dial 911 and this, that, and the third. And that's what these teachers were starting to tell these kids, and these kids would go home. If you whoop me one more time, I'm calling 911.
but
Hey, I had a granddaddy that didn't play that. He said, here's the phone, but
well,
what I'm
I was
about to
just going to
do is
say that.
beat you to into your life, get you outside, call 911 for you, and I'm going to let them know, come pick your black ass up.
Well, that's what I'm
That's
saying.
how he hears that shit.
That's the joke part, though. I remember seeing tons of stand-ups talk about that. You want to call, where I'm from, we used to call it DIFUS or whatever. But he's like, you want to call DIFUS? Here's the number or whatever. Tell them to come pick you up. They just did an episode of Atlanta on it. I think it was the first episode of this past season was about that, where the teacher called Child Protective Services and the mother doubled down. She was like, let them take him. And yeah,
My mother said that. My mother said the government think they can raise you, better let them.
Yep.
She's like, but as long as you live under my house, guess what? You're gonna follow my rules. They want to take you. They can if they want to. But as long
Damn.
as you live under, she said, but as long as you live under my house, you're gonna follow me. And whatever.
In Texas, we had CPS, but then the other thing we had when my granddaddy killed me, if you leave in Austin and headed towards Houston and run 290, you'll run. Once you pass Elgin, you're going towards Giddings. And Giddings was the state school for boys. He said, now look at here. Look over there. You see that? That's a state school for the boys. This is when CPS get a hold of you, when you try that shit, this is where they go see you. See me where? This is who go take care of you if you don't want the cooking and the good housekeeping and all the luxuries that me and your grandmother provide. This is where your ass can go. I say, I'll keep taking the ass whoopings if I fuck up. No problem. Fuck that. I was smart. I knew that. Fuck that. I wasn't finna let no state. Because I went to school and talked to dudes who been in and out of there, man. And I'm like, shit.
Hell
It's like
nah. Yeah.
it's like a pre-prison. It's a pre-prison.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, yeah, because you get tossed around. A lot of times, people that get tossed in the system through the school, they get tossed around between a whole bunch of makeshift houses and stuff like that with abusive parents and stuff like that. Whole bunch of bad situations, and then they lash out through criminality, stuff like that, and they just marked off as the problem child. That's sad. That's another sad way brothers go, to be honest, man. But then, man, this dating scene with these women, man, it's really sad for me, from my perspective, because it's like, for me, it's like I grew up with these Gen Z women, to be honest, these Generation Z women, and I got to hear a lot of their aspirations and stuff like that, and they had so much motivation. Oh yeah.
Yeah, what is
So,
this
yeah,
dude's
what?
obsession with Kendra G? So what? She's still on a bunch of Kevin Samuels talking points. So what? She's not that
Yeah. Well, there was a word that everybody said earlier, and that we lightweight emphasized, but not really, consequence. So when we think of consequence is literally just a neutral term, but people use it usually with a negative connotation. It's just the price of what the fuck you on, right? So
right.
when women hear the term consequence, when they think of consequences, all they think of is punishment or something negative. No, it's almost like they don't understand the cost of the shit that they want or it advocating for or whatever the hell. And when that cost comes to bear, then they're mad at the world. You're advocating for shit that has a cost to it, and then when the cost
Mm-hmm.
comes to bear, you're mad at men because you feel like men are supposed to pay that shit for you, right? It may not be necessarily financial, right? So like and that build the world where I can get wherever I want. We live in a world of abundance. Not exactly.
Give me pay her.
Mm-hmm.
You said pay her. We don't even pay her attention.
Right, bro. It's we are like for me it is we are cataclysmic territory
Somebody
like
sleep.
oh I don't know but no we are in cataclysmic territory now because at first I used to think this was just really an online thing. It was mainly emphasized online because it is mainly still emphasized online. But you are running into people in real life, women in real life that sound and move and think just like some of these characters on the internet, and it's just insane.
Yeah, that's why. And why did the female community when I showed them Kevin Samuel clips and yeah clips and stuff like that, and some of Kevin Samuel show except the older women, I think. And when I mean older, I mean like the BGS baby boomer age, like my grandma's age and stuff like that. Because she said they were just on there auditioning, and none of them women were qualified from P Jump, and they all knew it. That's what my grandma said. But when I asked, more contemporary women from the generation and stuff like that, it's always that's a small percentage of the community. It's only the worst women calling in and stuff like that. Those are all the bad women. But they're saying this, not realizing that there's have been a bunch of women that have called in making more than $500,000, $750,000 yearly, annually from network marketing.
I wouldn't believe those women that call in and state those numbers and what they're
Some
making.
of them I do. Some of them I do. Not all of them.
But I wouldn't believe. I'd say maybe believe 5% of them because the numbers don't matter unless they're not paying taxes or whatever. I wouldn't believe that because then it doesn't make any sense.
A lot of people on the internet are lying about them.
Yep, they front.
Kevin Samuels, you watch his show. You watch his show 3 times a week. He talks to 5 different women, and all of them. That means he has 15 women every week for 3 years. Talking about something making 6 figures. No,
yeah, definitely.
They don't know how to count to 6. They don't know what 6 figures actually means.
But even if they don't know what 6 figures mean and they think it means 60 grand, they still wrong because most of them still don't make 60.
Exactly. It's just like every night. It's like, all right, come on now.
You ain't even making 60 grand, let alone 6 figures.
Especially when you look at those articles and those you look at those articles that say that more attractive people make more money, and it's like you see the women that come on the show. It's like, all right.
Based on who?
No,
what statistics?
No. Yeah. That's how they sound.
There are actually there's actually articles and stuff that say like more attractive people. There's been studies that have shown that like people that are more attractive tend to make more money. And so it's like, all right, even if you call yourself a 10 when you're really a 4, it doesn't mean that you're making what a 10 would probably make.
Facts.
So. I always crack up when women call themselves a 10 and they know where they sit in the hierarchy.
Well,
I'm a 10.
What was that one chick that was a dark skinned older lady that said she's like, oh, I'm a 10.
Yeah.
I was like, really? I was like, you look like your face look like burnt leather.
It's every woman knows where they sit in the hierarchy amongst women. They all know. Yeah. They start when they're little girls. They all know.
You talk about that chick with the chest tattoo? I know you're not talking about her. She was built like a nurse. There you go.
No, that chick You know, I mean, I'll say this about that.
Ooh.
She could probably make some good potato salad.
Yeah, she could. Yeah, she could cook her ass off though.
And
She
mac
probably
and
could cook
cheese.
them up.
She probably got
Shit.
some good potato salad. The potato salad arms. That's what we used to call them back in the.
She probably one of the few. She probably one of the few women that actually called in that could actually cook. She probably could cook better than all the beautiful chicks. That's be the craziest thing, BGS. Be the ugliest chicks with
You
the
gotta
best.
get you a
They
chick.
have to.
You got to get you a woman that can cook for longevity. Because I'm telling you, they're gonna have you working long hours, and then you're gonna be eating nothing but salt and sugar. Have you dead at 50?
Yeah,
Man, she ain't gonna cook for me. She gonna kill me now. With the way she gonna poison my ass today if she ever let these hoes cook for me. Fuck 50.
Nah, my dad says that about one of my aunts because he said I can't eat at her house because she used too much salt.
Somebody, you look at some of these plates, and I go on all these. You know, everybody's a chef now. Everybody got their everybody got their chef skills up and their
Culinary skills.
Their culinary skills, their bartender skills, and stuff like that up during the pandemic. But then it's like you look at all these plates of food, and it's like that ain't nothing but salt. Can I get some salmon with my? Can I get a side of salmon with my salt?
Okay, maybe y'all can answer this question for me. What the fuck is it with white people and putting raisins and shit?
And who?
Putting raisins and shit like coleslaw and potato salad.
It's because raisins are sweet, so they want to taste the sweetness with it.
Yeah, it's also I think
There are
grapes
other
are
ways
also
to
a
do
bad-
that.
But that's traditionally that's how they got sweetness because sugar wasn't as abundant as it is now.
Yeah, and
their
BGS being nice, they don't know how to season. Go ahead.
AB, their palates. You got to remember that a lot of black people, you know, since we're genetically from the continent, you know, the continent has a higher salt composition, so they don't actually have the palates to be able to, you know, healthily consume as much sugar and salt as we can. They're genetically.
You remember previous to the 20th century, salt and sugar were rare. They were, salt was hard to get. Salt wasn't that easy to get.
Except in Africa, it was never hard to get in Africa.
No, salt was always hard to get. Salt is rare.
They had salt mine. Didn't they have salt mines?
Pookie, listen. Do you know how Mansa Musa got so rich and the Mali Empire got so rich?
Okay, all right, never mind.
Exactly.
Okay, finessing. All right.
That's why Columbus wanted to go across the ocean because of salt. When the crazy salt and spices.
I was also gonna say too that grapes are digestive. So like that's why you drink certain wines after you eat dinner.
It
helps you digest the food. So a raisin is nothing but just a dehydrated grape.
It is.
So
it's also sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet too, and it's like you eat something like that, and it's same thing as eating prunes.
Yeah,
fiber. There's fiber in it.
Don't get me wrong, raisins. I'm not against raisins, but raisins and coleslaw and potato salad. That's just
it's not that bad in coleslaw, depending on.
I seen that before. I seen that in a couple black people. I seen a couple black people do that actually. Put raisins in it. That shit nasty, but
I have
Have
never
y'all
seen
seen
that.
apples in tuna fish?
No. Blasphemy.
I had an aunt who she was the oddball out of my grandmother's daughters. She was the one. She was bright, big skin. I mean, bright, heavy set, but attractive. But when only thing she could do was bake. But she'll bake the shit out of casserole 3-4 times a week. But when it came time to cook, she couldn't cook for shit. But she called herself. She thought her delicacy was making tuna fish for us in the summertime, and she would always put chunks of apples in there. And I always have to run in there and beg my granny, make your tuna fish, because Aunt Pauline tripping. She on that white people shit, because you knew she hung out with them white people.
The thing is, you can put it. I've tasted it with apples in it. But the thing is, the person has to know how to do it, because people.
Yeah, because I've heard of that before.
Yeah, it doesn't taste. It actually tastes pretty good if the person that knows how to actually make it right.
Now,
my bad. Go ahead.
Now, to be fair, I can see putting pineapple in tuna fish. Now that's
If you don't keep your Indiana ass.
Yeah, get your down south. Extra ass geeky ass nigga trying to put fruit and everything. No, nigga, we the pineapple in the damn fruit salad. Stop.
Hold on. Let him explain.
I said let him explain. Let him explain himself.
Okay, pineapple relish.
Nigga, get out of here. Get out of here. You said pine. Come
Art,
on,
he's
man.
doing this shit on purpose. There's no way you
No,
mean
bro.
this,
Get
AB.
out of here. Nigga, I know you didn't say pineapple relish first, bro. Nigga, that was the first choice. Come on.
You mix some of it in barbecue. It tastes pretty good. If you
AB in the corner right now, licking his wounds.
Well, I mean, it's all about food pairings too. I mean, that's a very Tao mentality.
Yeah.
And Taoism, they believe in, for instance, like a lot of the food that we eat, like for instance, if you go to the East Coast, bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel. That's not a really good. You shouldn't really be mixing bread and protein like that. It's not a good food pairing.
Man, fuck that.
If you follow, that's why you look
too late.
If you look at Asian diets, their diets are pretty much paired
for digestion.
Yeah, they're paired for digestion.
Veggies, vegetables, a little bit of meat. Fruit.
Aquatech, he put me on game just now. I didn't know the word salary came from salt. So Aquatech, you just put me on game. I did not know that. Used to get paid with salt. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But no, I was just saying, like, it just depends on how. Like, you can still eat, the food that you're eating, but it's like you shouldn't pair certain foods together because it impedes your digestion. It affects your energy and stuff like that, and your chi and all that stuff.
Starch is actually digest a lot faster, so they say you should eat the starches first, and then the proteins. The proteins take hours to digest.
Yeah, and that's why they say that that's why you get fuller. You stay fuller longer on protein.
Yeah, and I felt like I was at my best when I was doing oh my god, bruh. But I was at my best when you do the veggie diet, some potassium, like I was eating a couple bananas, but straight vegetables, a lettuce base, celery, kale, carrots, all around the board.
All that stuff is low calories, yeah.
And then you mix that, then you put the meat behind it, but I was focusing on clean meat, and it was male cuts, so beef, motherfucker.
Too easy.
Especially keto.
Keto, yep, keto. I was doing that for like 6. I mean, my breath was stinking like a motherfucker. Man, that shit was smelling like. Look, this shit smell like boiled eggs every day, but it was worth it.
So what's the difference?
The difference, man, my energy, bro. I mean, I feel good right now, but my energy, like, I felt amazing. Like,
did you miss that joke or did you just skip it?
He missed it.
God damn it! I'm trying to avoid you little sexual flamboyant ass comments and shit. But your asses keep throwing them in there.
That wasn't me. You missed what Art said. You ain't missed. You didn't.
I know that was Art. Goddamn it! Shit. I'm trying to get this little spill out because y'all keep sussing this damn shit up, and I'm losing my damn.
You don't want to talk about meat behind you and shit.
Nigga, we gotta eat to live. Ain't talking about no goddamn penis. Shit. Dirty mind ass.
I was talking about your breath.
Yeah, it was stinking, my nigga.
Arch joke.
It was stinking.
He said, "What's the difference between then and now?" You missed it,
motherfucker. Motherfucker.
In other words, you're in ketosis and ketones coming through your breath. Yeah.
You know what I do different now is I think the problem for that is now I've been on using more baking soda based tooth cleaning products and stuff like that. Baking soda dip floss, baking soda toothpaste and stuff like that. So I think if I were to use the baking soda, it would help with that ketosis of that the whole effect. The secretion too, because the sweat, man, your shit would be smelling like beef brisket, nigga.
Everything you eat comes out of your pores.
Your pores actually a waste system.
Yeah.
God damn. But I felt alive. Like when I'm eating starches and stuff like that, start feeling my knees and stuff like that. I start feeling the left half of my back. But man, when I was on that keto, man, like my knees were strong. Like they literally stopped cracking. Like usually they crack, but they stopped cracking and stuff like that. They were able to decompress better. Like my back was loose, more flexible. Didn't have to stretch as much.
Not as much inflammation.
Yeah, I mean, last thing I was I guess when I heard when I was younger is that if you want her to swallow, just drink a lot of pineapple juice.
Yeah, I remember that. I heard that too.
A girlfriend of mine actually told me that.
Yeah,
how did that go, BGS? No, he walked into that. Y'all let him go. Go ahead, BGS. How'd that go?
She actually told me that she could tell. She could tell what I ate.
Yeah, bro. That's the crazy thing. BGS. That's the crazy thing. I asked the bro. Like I don't even understand. Like they can taste the whole fucking meal. Like I was fucking this one chick, and then I did my little thing. You know what I'm saying? I was finishing up. By wrapping it up. You know what I'm saying? And I asked her like, "How do you think my diet is?" And she was like, She was like, you need to eat more fruits and vegetables and shit. You keep eating too much. I was like, bitch.
Did this nigga just smack? Did she smack?
He did.
No, that's what she did though. That's what she
She
did.
did not go.
Yes, she
That's
did.
hysterical.
Yeah,
And that gives more context to words. I got mouths to feed.
yeah.
Hysterical. Giggity.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So yeah, she takes it in the mouth. Yeah, and then she can tell whether you've been eating a good diet or not.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be a spitter. Don't be a quitter. Go ahead.
Yes, spitters are quitters.
Bro, if she spit it out, I'm not fucking the bitch again. Real shit.
I don't.
You ain't gonna disrespect me like that.
Long as you don't put her in the other way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, for sure. Shit, I gotta watch her take the pill, bro. I don't like chicks that just be telling me they on the pill because you could just be saying that and they be off cycle. Like the last chick I was talking to, you know, she was
My
talking
dog
about.
Corey Holcomb said push him. Corey Holcomb said they're going down the stairs the fast way. Go ahead, my bad.
That's why when you go to the bathroom, that's the first thing you check for.
Yeah, because she was talking about she had been off a couple days, BGS, my nigga. My heart was racing, bro. I was like, oh no.
I'm on Pookie, I'm on your ass. I just heard what you said. Pookie, you fucking wrong. You ain't wearing no condom.
I was wearing a condom. I was wearing a condom, but still.
Are you wearing condom?
Speaking of which,
but we was talking about coming down the bitch throat. I'm not gonna have a condom on when she stuck on my dick like that.
It had to be the young nigga to just straight up say it. Go ahead, AB.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of which, shout out to the Drake man for the hot sauce.
Hot sauce.
Yeah, 2 shots after that.
You know, everybody was using the innuendos. It got to be Pookie to just straight up say it. No, we talking about fucking these bitches in the ass. What?
I'm just saying, AO was struggling over there. Like, OG, your ass should be seasoned and salted, my nigga. You should have been shit. You should know about all type of what we talking about, brother. You know what I'm saying?
He understood what you said, but you did say it. You did say it like you out here hitting them raw at your young ass age. Trying to have you be a baby daddy at 20 years old.
Nah, see.
Fuck? You pulling a Magic Johnson?
Magnum Longs, nigga. Magnum Long. Gotta use Magnum Long or Magnum Slims. But I don't like the slim cuts and stuff
Did
like that.
You say something about tiny? My bad, I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
You bitch ass nigga. Okay. Since your ass is still underwater, motherfucker, we don't even know your zip code because all the fucking information
it's Atlantis.
is yeah, Atlantis, motherfucker.
We got to the other part of the stream.
This nigga Mr. Z's on an island right now.
Wait a minute, Pookie.
Florida.
It's California versus Florida right now. Did you hear something earlier?
Shut up, nigga. You right over there by Jamaica.
No.
Nigga, you damn
I think I heard something from a place that don't exist. It must be a figment of my imagination. Some state above South Carolina.
Nigga, if we don't exist, nigga, stop taking our oranges and our goddamn water and oil.
We got oranges
and how about this? How about your asses worry? How about your asses worry about pumping all that water? Pump all that water out your
California need water.
You sitting over there by Cuba.
I'm just saying, Florida got water. California
communist Cuba sitting ass nigga.
I said all right. Nobody don't care about California or limp dick Florida, okay?
Oh, so you South Carolina? Green pastures ass nigga
with an insult.
Nigga, it's hot, humid, ain't shit out there. No entertainment, no food, no bitches. Dry desert.
Wait a minute.
In the marsh.
Wait a minute. First, before I finish with you, Pookie. This nigga from North Carolina talking shit, and he live in a state that don't exist really. Moving along. Secondly,
right.
California, y'all need water. You should be being nice right now so I could ship you some.
That's what we need water for.
Be humble, nigga.
Hey, what the fuck?
Your state catch on fire every other day.
Nigga, I don't want that dysentery y'all got in that swamp water, nigga. You nigga got allergy and all type of kale floating in there and shit over there by Cuba.
Okay. Back to the serious conversations. Moving along.
BGS, real shit. How's your state doing? Because for real, every other day I'm looking up another forest fire here.
All jokes aside, for real though.
Yeah, y'all okay? Like for real.
Motherfucker. We fine over here in California. I ain't trying to hear shit from your little dry ass human state.
Niggas always say we fine when they really not
you over
fine.
there burning up down there in Texas.
Everybody's all right. We don't at least we don't have any mass shooters. We're all right.
Right. Shit. Motherfucker.
Man,
It's like every week another nigga taking the AK to a supermarket or a damn school. Goddamn, where the police at, man? The niggas
yeah,
out in the
that's
sticks somewhere.
Everybody's stressed, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro,
I
it's
mean, yeah,
crazy. Like
that no,
even
that is true.
That's why you
A
got
lot
That
of
all
the
is
these
true.
cops, a lot of the
BBWs
cops
going
quit
crazy.
too. Like
Yeah,
I'm
that's
inside,
true too.
bro. Inside,
I'm here
hey,
in
BGS,
Chicago.
BGS, you were right, bro. It's a cell up here, bro. It's a cell up here.
That's a
Up
what?
What you mean
inside,
by that?
it's a cell.
What
A
does
What do
it
you mean?
mean?
cell.
What does it
Oh, a
mean?
cell of who?
What you think?
Of oh,
Who you think?
Oh,
oh,
okay.
the
Yeah.
Moon Bloods.
No.
You talking
Nigga,
about
not
the Moon
the moon
Bloods?
blunts. I ain't
That's
talking
coffee,
about the moon
Blood.
blunts, nigga.
coffee girls.
Okay,
Nigga,
okay.
shit.
First of all, I'm
Come on,
surprised you
bro.
know what Moon Blood mean. I know BGS know what it mean, but yeah.
Nigga, you know what I'm talking about. What we dealing with, what we talking about in this space is a concentration.
Yeah, coffee girls.
Coffee
Yeah.
girls.
Okay.
Just say coffee girls. I mean, let's just
Yeah, I thought
True.
you was yeah. You could have just said that. I thought you was talking about the
they talking about the housing market. It's gonna
I thought
sell.
he was talking about the arm raising Moon Blunts. White racist people, that's what I'm talking about. Goddamn.
Yes. I was talking about them. Yes. I wasn't gonna say that
Okay.
because I'm in the city right now, so I can't necessarily just
Oh,
vocalize
okay, I
that. You
see
get
what
what
you're
I'm
saying.
saying?
All right,
Because
go keep going.
they knock
All right,
niggas off over here. Because it's different.
What? Oh, okay.
Yes, nigga. So yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, be
So
careful and yeah.
Mr. C ain't got to worry about that. He can hide in the Everglades.
right,
Hysterical.
this nigga's still
They in the
underwater. Like,
Everglades.
what are
I'm
you
gonna
worried
hide in the
about, nigga?
Everglades. That's their territory. You know, the big lifted F-350 and Rams and Silverados, and they be mudding
Man,
and shit.
you in the water right now, Mr. Z. You got scuba gear and a mic on
Hysterical.
right now. Half out the ocean. Nigga talking about some be careful. Yo ass finna go underwater as soon as some damn danger strike. Yo ass is fine, nigga. Got a whole city built down there.
They got another
Hysterical.
month before hurricane season hit Florida.
No, we in a hurricane season actually, but we haven't had anything.
Mrs. Z
So,
got a pet
yeah.
alligator.
I mean, I don't know how y'all would even know, Mr. Z, because everybody's underwater anyways. Hurricanes happen above ground, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
Art can't have no pets because they refuse to live in North Carolina.
Oh my God.
We got pets in North Carolina. What you talking about?
Not the only reason why your state.
The only reason why your state is relevant is because of the other state that's associated with it. South Carolina, you Indian ass nigga.
Nobody don't care about them big gigantic bugs you got in your state, okay?
I'm gonna send
That
some
nigga-
towards you.
Yeah, y'all do got mutant mosquitoes down there and shit. Y'all got all type of shit. Mutant leeches.
I know
Them
the
shits
state
look like
with mutant
Godzilla
people
monsters.
ain't talking.
Floridian kaiju looking ass, ugly ass Godzilla monsters having ass.
If y'all don't
Them big
stop
ass.
Bruce Jenner from talking right now.
Look, I can't do nothing about that nigga off the cereal box, but at least he got some cho and he ain't underwater. His sneakers are still dry right now. Your socks are wet. Let's be honest.
That was funny.
I'm just saying. I know you're uncomfortable right now, bruh. That marsh water, that shit is warm and it's
Actually,
dirty too.
Unfortunately, it is fucking hot as hell in Florida right now.
Right,
South
I know
Florida,
it is.
Freaking Jesus.
So your
Christ.
socks are steaming, my nigga, and they still soaked. Still, and they stink, my nigga. It smells like a sewer down there, my nigga. I'm just saying. Like Florida
when y'all
must be
become
that
an
place.
island, let me know.
All right,
We on the way there though.
We gonna stop.
Yeah, we done. I'm joking with him. But no,
the
true. No, but all jokes aside, like, so the forest fires for real in Cal. I mean, like, what do you
it's
do?
dry.
Like, how do they even irrigate? Do they bring water in from what, one of the neighboring Oregon, or like, how does that even work?
Well, BGS, you could tell them about how we pump water out of Oregon, and we pump water out of is it Colorado? We pump water out of Colorado from their river.
Colorado River.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of those states are starting to. I think they might start planning on suing California for water rights.
Nigga, sue us for what? Nevada's still in their shit too.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
The thing is that means the Fed's going to have to settle it.
There's not enough water to go around.
Yeah, well,
Lake Mead is entirely too low, and that's where y'all was getting y'all water from.
And a lot of it, a lot of it was based off of how much snow would fall too from the mountains and stuff. And then, of course, in the spring and the summer, that snow would melt, and then add more groundwater. Well, the problem is that you get less snowfall now, and so therefore you get less groundfall in the summer. I used to live in San Francisco about 8 years ago, and even back then there was water restrictions.
Wowzers. Man, yeah. Oh, by the way, Art, I caught up on the boys, so I'm man.
So you watched season 3?
Yeah. Hey,
You saw that nasty ass last episode.
no, that's the only one. Me and my girl are gonna watch that Saturday or Sunday. But I'm second to last episode of season 3. That's where I am right now.
Oh, the boys.
So you watched
Yeah.
Hero Gasm, man.
Yeah, I've seen that out. So you see how scared he was when he found out what's his name was still alive in Russia.
Who was him out Homelander?
Yeah. It
Hey,
looked like it
y'all, I
was
got my Carolina boots on, man. Look at that shit.
another person from a state that don't matter. Go ahead.
All right.
Damn.
Come out of nowhere.
The only thing notable about y'all team is the basketball squad, nigga. I mean, y'all state.
Boom.
Oh,
I'm
them
playing,
two.
so go ahead.
This thing.
Yeah, but boys is good. You should enjoy boys. Next season should be going hard.
It's a yeah, because I mean, I have an idea of what's gonna happen, but I don't know. I don't know obviously, but I have an idea of how this.
Did y'all watch Uncharted?
Oh no! I'm not on that. I'm not up on there yet.
Netflix.
It's on Netflix now.
That must mean it's not good.
No, it did.
Hysterical.
In the box office, I think it doubled its money in the box office. I just didn't realize it was out. Yeah, it came out. I guess it came out earlier this year.
I didn't hear nobody talk about it, so I figured it didn't do that well.
Yeah, neither
Has
did
anybody seen Nope? I know.
Yeah, I saw it.
Artisans
It's out
out
in
in
the
the.
theaters
You
now.
saw it? Is it good?
Yeah, I saw the last showing. So I'm out here in Chicago, and last Thursday was like the last showing throughout the city.
What?
So
What?
I mean, it's a low budget film. So
Low budget film, so the run is small. Yeah.
yeah, the run is like 2 weeks.
Oh, so I have to look and see if they still showing it down here because me and my girl was gonna go see it this weekend.
Yeah, I would double check. I was trying to go see it. I ended up seeing it Thursday. I was trying to go see it Friday, but Thursday was the last day.
That means they made their money.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me.
It's still it's probably still circulating in big markets like California because I know they be playing that shit out.
Chicago is a pretty big market, so I don't know. About
Not like Cali. Not like Cali.
See, if you got a 5 stick, you can watch it. Yeah. My girl just got.
Oh, I can. Okay.
It'll probably go to the second tier theaters before it goes. So.
Yeah, like the independent theaters. Yeah, it was good though. It was good. It's not like Get Out or Us, but he's taking it into a different direction as far as his themes. I'll just say it that way. So after you watch the film, I would read like the Wikipedia page or even read some of the articles that people have put out interpreting it. But it's pretty good. It's a really good movie.
And his creative depth is, I completely underrated him as a comedian and just a general creative. Like it's actually inspirational to like see this growth because like I'm starting to. I think and me personally in my own self-examination of the first movie that the first big blockbuster, which was Get Out and stuff like that he dropped. In my examination of that, I think that the symbolism and the symbolic meaning of that these white people are not going to save you. They're going to basically take things from you and cause you harm in general. And it's a whole game, even with younger generations incorporated. And I think that was the whole symbolic subcontext that was over the whole film of Get Out. And then you go to the next one with Us, and then it's about there's black and white dichotomies in it, like where you notice like the white people who have more violent characteristics and stuff like that. They can tend to be more volatile than the black copies and stuff like that. But
Get Out. I mean, Get Out was more so. It's like the spook who sat by the door. Depending on what side of the coin you fall in, whether you're black or white, determines how you interpret it. It's like watching the Colbert Report. Republicans thinking that he's making fun of liberals, but liberals think that he's making fun of Republicans. So when you look at it, it's like when you look at Get Out, and it's like I've only seen Get Out maybe I think once because it was just too. It was a scary film. Because I hang around I grew up in the suburbs. I hang around white people that want to be black, that tan their skin and try to be cool and know all the lyrics to Lil Wayne mixtapes and stuff. And it's like this is a movie that if they could do it, they would in real life.
Yep.
And so that's why it was scary for me growing up in that aspect, being the only black kid in my classes since, you know, basically since middle school and stuff.
I worked with some of them.
Yeah, exactly. And I work with them too.
Yep.
You know, they want to be down and stuff.
Yeah.
I get a chance by voice. I get a chance by voice to finally greet A.L. Evans, Pragmatic Prime, Mr. Z. They've all hopped on my show chat. So let me say good evening to y'all, and I'm gonna be on.
What's going on?
Good evening, Snowman. What do you think about Well, I'll let you continue, but I just wanted to pull him into the conversation real quick. What do you think about the whole the subcontext and the symbolic meaning of the movie Get Out in terms of the messaging that, you know, white people are not necessarily the right option for you to be pursuing romantic relationships or any kind of relationship in general? Because it was a whole bunch of different relationships explored and intertwined in that film. So what do you think about that? But we got to get back to the brother. My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Well, you asked him a question, let him answer it, Pookie. Damn.
No, I cut somebody off. I didn't mean to cut the brother off. He was speaking.
You cut him off and then ask the question.
Yeah. So it's like, which one do you want me to go? Or do you want?
No, let him ask the question.
Go, Pragmatic. The floor is yours. Go.
Oh, just and then I was gonna say too. Just last thing. With us, that was more of a in my opinion. That was
sound in the background.
I don't know. It sounds like
I don't know. Damn, what is that?
Your TV or something.
I'll put you on mute, AL. Go ahead.
So just this last thing. So with us, it was more of a classism thing. It was more so it's like, all right, you have people living above ground, living a certain lifestyle, but we all have those relatives that they're the same as us, but they're just not there yet. So that's why you have the people that are like living on the underground, in my opinion. But it's the same person. You know, and it's all about code switching. You know, at the end of the film, and us, it was just like, hey, you know, you can't tell the difference if you just switch up a little bit. You know, throw on a clean pair of clothes, talk a little different. You can still be in this lifestyle. You're interchangeable.
Mm-hmm. I never saw. I'll answer Sir Pookie's question. I never saw the movie, but I've heard I've heard a lot of reviews of it. But what I can say is that in a way, just like The Last Dance with the Bulls, I lived it. Because you have so many messages being thrown at you all at once about which way to lean, which way to go, whom to trust, whom not to trust. Finally, I say this a lot to the folks that hang out with me. Sometimes you just get tired of all of the questions, all of the symbolism, all of the, I never thought I'd use this term, forced symbolism.
Mm-hmm. Because what do you mean? Yo, can you elaborate? Because I'm following, but
I'm using Get Out as an again. Keep in mind. Never saw the whole movie, but in a way lived it. Being from Chicago, being around black people most of the time, telling you.
Oh, sorry.
What you were saying, Snowman?
Them telling you which way you should go, which way or people whom you should trust and should not trust. As I said earlier, excuse me. As I said earlier on this panel, my mother's last message to me before I went away to college in 1990 was not to trust white people. I didn't listen because they were good. They've been, for the most part, most of my life, they've been good to me. And the forced symbolism, again, one man's opinion, the forced symbolism is wanting to get you back within the community. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Then just I haven't seen the movie. Seen clips of it, but I haven't seen the movie.
Well,
I'm
just going before you go into that. No, go finish. No, man. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I'm just going off of I'm just going off the reviews. Part 1 and part 2. I'm going off of life experience.
Well,
And my
yeah,
question went real quick, Pookie, because I'm asking you this question too.
Okay.
And this is a larger question for us as black men. Can class fix race for us?
No. Well, it depends on from an internal or from an external. So you have internal out. You have
Micro or macro? Yeah, I got what you said.
well,
Yeah.
not micro and macro in a
Oh,
sense.
okay.
You have internal forces and external forces. Internal forces is saying, and they're both kind of saying the same thing. You know, I always think of this quote by Dr. Henry Louis Gates. He said, "There's 40 million black people in America, therefore there's 40 million ways of being black." But that's true if you're talking to white people. You don't we hate it when white people all group us into like this one monolithic structure. But then as black people, we do the same thing. We all have to be hood. We all have to be this. So that's why you get brothers that are college educated that get kind of ostracized from the group. So
in many
in a
cases,
sense,
among
though,
blacks, it happens more.
yeah,
Being grouped in one big monolith.
But that's the thing. Like we don't want white people to put us in a monolithic, grouping. But then we do it to ourselves, where everybody has to be.
That's what human beings do.
Yeah, but at the same thing, it's like we don't have a class system with black people. So for us, class.
You sure about that?
I don't think so, because it's like
you ever heard the word uppity Negro?
Yeah, but those uppity Negroes get shut down. The boule and the bourgeoisie and stuff like that. They kind of rise up, but for the most part, they kind of still act. You know, we had a conversation. I mean, this conversation literally was earlier in the panel, right? Wasn't it? It was either in this panel or somebody else's panel today that I was listening to. But it was basically about how you have middle class or upper middle class black children that still want to act hood. You have women that you have dudes that make it to the NBA that are top 1% that are still trying to have rap careers.
Are they acting and being a class is different.
But it's like
you can't it's like what's that damn movie?
Talking about The Great Gatsby?
No.
Do the right thing?
No, it's a comedy. It's Malibu's Most Wanted.
Oh, okay.
Remember those kids? They were acting like street kids, but they came from wealth.
Yeah, but even then, you still see that today, where you have kids that grow up. You have black kids that grow up in affluent areas that still act hood. That's not that's not their class.
They have wealth. They have connections. That's the difference.
Yeah, but
the higher class you go up to, the more connections you can have. Just like that one kid that had affluenza. Guess what? He was able to get out of that because of his class.
I understand that, but I'm saying is that it's then why don't they stay in their class?
Because they're still black.
You shouldn't, but that's what I'm saying. Because they're still black means that there is no class system in Black America.
There is.
No, I'm not saying it's black people. I'm saying white people are like, yeah, but you still black though.
No, but I'm talking about from an internal aspect.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I'm talking about just in the black community itself, where you can have Obama go to a hood barbershop and it'd be cool. Instead, people should be like, yo, why are you here? You know, you should be getting your haircut downtown for $150 a cut instead of coming here waiting in line for a $20 cut.
Here's a question then to answer that.
Yeah, why are you trying to fit in? Yeah, why are you trying to fit in with people that are lower than you?
Well, see, so I'm happy you said. So that's where I was gonna go. Is a one-to-one class expression of class is a one-to-one expression of class within the black community? Would that change anything? If a black wealthy person or a black rich person, black upper middle class, black middle class poor, if they acted like their white peers, essentially, what would that change exactly in the black community?
Going to an external, it wouldn't change anything going externally. You would still be because black people were the permanent, like BGS always says, the permanent underclass. You were the labor class. Just because you got your ducks in a row now and you got a couple shillings in your pocket, it's like what Kanye said. Even if you in a Benz, you still a nigga in a coupe. So it's like that racial aspect is where you blur the lines where you can say, all right, black people are always the permanent lower class, even if they do become a Robert Smith type.
But that's what I'm saying. That's from the overall society. But if you just look at black people, there are hierarchies to this.
There is.
Yeah,
We,
I mean,
we are just because you got kids that act a certain way because they're teenagers. Because I've seen it before too. But guess what? They're doing that in Mercedes Benzes and shit, and that's their parents' car. Like my brother works at a bank, and he sees the kids all the time. But once they graduate school and they get those jobs, guess what? They act right.
Or that shit wash off. Or that shit wash off.
I'll throw the brother a bone because so I'll give you this and say maybe in the black community that it's more fluid, right? It's not as rigid. Those class structures are not as rigid and they're more fluid. But that also shows how tenuous our position in this society is, because black people are they actually show this on the Brookings Institute, brothers that are born into upper middle class situations that drop down. 70% of them drop down to like working class people. So because of the fluidity of that class in Black America, it's hard to just say, well, I was born upper middle class. My dad was, my granddad was, my great granddad was. I mean, if you go too far back, then you back on the plantation, number one, or back in Jim Crow, which is like 40 plus years ago, 50 years ago. And so I think we just haven't been able to develop that necessarily.
I think it's more so about, because with that I know what you're talking about, the Brookings Institute. The thing about it is that the major problem when it comes to maintaining wealth is because a lot of these kids don't want to take on what their parents have. You have a lot of people, these black parents that have businesses that have done very well for themselves, and the kids don't take it on. This is something that the Asian community right now is having a problem keeping these hair places, and all these black women keep spending their damn money on. The kids don't want to take it over, and it's causing for that generational wealth to vanish. Most of these white folks, when they get their sons in, they're bringing them into the boardrooms. They're bringing them into the meetings. They're training them. They're training their children. We don't do that.
You ever see the CEO or the COO's kid sitting to the side in a meeting, or just some random kid just looking outside the window, or just some random youngster walking around the office? He may be loosely dressed, but he's decently well dressed and stuff like that. He don't really say nothing. That be them all the time. I see this all the time. Even in these little factories, and even at a low place like Cinemark, you can see it. Like if there's a manager in there and he has a son, you'll see it. He'll have his son in there working in there with him, and then all of a sudden, when he feels like his son is ready, he promotes him to like one of the head supervisors or something like that. Advanced training, hegemony. It sucks because we don't have any. It sucks to conceptualize sometimes that because you're classified in this caste system in this specific way, like you're basically on an island in terms of your collective demographics, and anything individual is going to be based off of your own individual ethic and skills and stuff like that. It's kind of a scary thought. Like there is no real unified community to like fall back on.
Real quick, where Pookie is going, I think that's what's frightening. It's because I think when you push hyper individuality on a society, it hurts everyone. But then it hurts black people in a particular way, because black people that are on top, because they're not race first people, many of them anymore, they just become black functionaries for white elites, and they become like the Negro whisperers for white elites. Like, what did that nigga say? Explain it to me in whatever Ebonics language y'all use, right? And so, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, it's because I think it's that's what makes us different from other communities, other minority communities, is because we were brought here as the labor class, and so no matter how high any of us reach, the dominant class will always see us as all the same. And so, for instance, like I think I've heard this on a few panels before about even with the Indian caste system, or even with even non-ADOS people that come here, it's usually the top 10% of Nigerians that make it to America. It's not cheap to come to America, to afford a plane ticket and to afford a place to stay and stuff like that. So usually you get the or even to go to school here from other countries. So usually you get the top 10% of wealthiest people that can afford to start a family here. You know, I have a friend that's from India who their parents are constantly going back and forth between America and India because they have a business out there and they can afford to go back and forth, you know, a couple times a year and stuff. But here, we're all black people. We were all brought here to work and to serve. And so even if we are, like Mr. Z was saying, even if we do reach a certain level, we do become the Negro whisperer because we're still working for a white person. We're still a labor class for them in that aspect. So it's like we kind of take that viewpoint. We use a white lens to view ourselves, and so we kind of don't, we kind of still view each other as equals in amongst ourselves in the black community.
I would have to disagree with that because I know a lot of uppity Negroes that
Yeah,
look at you like and say
a
like
little
you
bit.
just, I know people that's lower class, even lower than me. Because I can't stand you Negroes.
Hmm. I think we actually see it somewhat in the gender divide, right? The college educated sister that's mad that she still is black. Like that's much of this gender discussion is somewhat of a aspirational class thing that sisters are trying to do and they can't do because they're still black, right? So if you're a college educated sister, you got your masters and you making your 90 grand a year and you think you're supposed to be solidly middle, but they still treating you like the help, and you're mad at brothers also because they're you want to live a particular life, and the air quotes the brothers ain't on your level, the white dudes ain't checking, white women still being catty and Miss Ann and bitchy, so you find yourself in this weird position, right? So they, in a weird way, you remember the saying that black men come home and then they take all their anger out on the kids and the dog and the women. It's sisters are doing that shit, right?
Yeah.
So like I'm saying that to say like the way class is working in the black community is interesting because you still, like you were saying, you still can't somewhat elevate out of your blackness. So
It's a
you might be,
sociological glass
yeah,
ceiling.
You remember me and B just were doing the Kerner Commission, right?
yep. Mhm.
You remember in the Kerner Commission it was saying that how the children that dropped out of school were revolting, and then you had these upper educated middle class black kids saying, "Hey, you guys need to cool it."
Mhm.
That was the middle class versus the lower class.
Yeah.
That was a class battle because the middle to upper class black folks were telling the lower class black folks to cool it.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yep.
But guess what? The lower black guys like, nah, fuck y'all. We don't like these uppity Negroes.
But
that was a class battle within us.
It's still, and we're all still in this sociological glass box.
I understand that, but I'm going off what you said about just black people in general.
Yeah.
Is there a class system within black people, not the greater society, but within black people? And yes, there is.
Yeah. I agree with Art on this. There isn't a flat blackness in class. I think there's I think what you're getting at is like the expression of that, and how if it was really this class structure, then the brothers and the sisters that are born in these kind of better situations would act as such. But what I'm saying is because of that class compression coming from the outside, even acting as such, it don't give you the same dividends. And I think maybe people can't vocalize it the way I am, but why act a certain way when it still don't get me the shit that other people get for acting this way? So I might as well just be air quotes black, right? Go ahead.
I think it's just class is more than economics in the sense of, you know, different classes, you have different mindsets, different behaviors, different ways of doing things. Like it doesn't, I mean, you also have to think about class is something that is fluid. Like, you know, you could be middle class one day, lose your job, and now your ass lower class economically, but that doesn't mean that your values change. That doesn't mean that you're gonna start rocking white beaters in the streets and shake your ass in the streets because your ass done lost a job and now you are economic lower class, you know. So it's not necessarily like, I don't think that in terms of class behavior, it's a situation where people are just like doing it specifically to get to a certain economic level. I just think it's just a certain behavior that you adopt once you kind of not even adopt. Let's say that those behaviors kind of develop once you become a part of that social class, and you see it. I mean, you see it everywhere, around the world, where it's just like different social class you in, you just have a different way of thinking about things. You have a different way of doing things, et cetera, et cetera. That's like even with the middle class compared to like the elite, like the shit that the middle class do in terms of investing, is totally different from what the elite do. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't gonna really hear no middle class people talk about they doing uh they're doing hedge funds or investing in FX and things of that nature. They may get like 401k, maybe they may get a single family rental property, but you don't really hear too many middle class people talk about, oh, I'm about to buy a 200 apartment building, or I'm about to buy some hedge funds or some FX packets. Yeah, it's like when you look at
That's our
classes, it's
100K
a
games.
lot.
100K games.
It's a lot of differences. Even the way they invest, the clothes they wear, the way they think is just a lot of nuances and differences.
The
And
places they
it,
can eat out at leisure. Yeah.
it doesn't even matter if, like I said, because you can go from one class to another, you know multiple times even throughout your life, really. And it's not like somebody says, oh well, I'm gonna think differently now because I'm no longer in this class or in that class. In most cases, Master P, you could take me out the hood, but you can take me out the hood, but you can't take the hood out of me. What do you
You would
say?
mention a New Orleans
Right.
nigga, but keep going. A Louisiana nigga, better yet.
He said take me out the ghetto,
I'm
but I'm
joking with
still
you. Go ahead.
buck wild.
Right.
So that's how I go, man.
Yeah, I mean, the top can always come down, but there's only
Yeah.
so far that the bottom can go up.
Yeah. Relative. Yeah. And I think that's when you. I think I've really started getting a better. Not. I don't think I got a full understanding, but a better understanding of this when I started realizing how much money people actually don't have. Not how much money people have, but how much money people actually don't have, including non-black people. Once you start putting it into the greater context of, wait a minute, niggas don't got no damn savings for real. People living check to check. Like when
most people.
And it opened my eyes in a way to like what's going on within the black community in a way I hadn't considered before, and like some of why we act and move the way we do because of like the brother was saying what's going on inside the black community, but also the outside, and certain black people wanting to be, air quotes, more than just black, but being forced back in that barrel no matter what they do, right? And I think there's a huge frustration from the aspiring class of black people that at the end of the day, America just sees them as black. And then oftentimes they take that anger out on other black people.
Yeah.
That's when you get the whole respectability shit. That's when you get a lot of weird shit coming from more upper class black people, because they think that if we just act a certain way, then we'll be perceived that way and then everything will be fine. When really your real issue is that your boss was asking you about some rap shit that you don't know, right?
Yeah.
Or the white girl you dating was asking you to do a two-step that you don't know, right? That's your real issue, but you taking that off on your brother, your cousin from the hood, because he do know that shit, and you mad because he's not, air quotes, respectable enough.
Yeah.
Shit like that, I think
You
happens often.
I mean, the people try too hard, and they try too hard to fit in, and it's just be yourself, be who you are. I see that. I was at a fundraiser dinner a couple months ago, and a friend of mine, mixed chick, she's just like trying a little bit too hard. And it's just like, yo, like, I know you're not used to being around black people that much, and this is a predominantly black student organization that we're raising money for, and they're doing like spoken word and poetry and art and all this other stuff. You got people doing live portraits and things like that, and it's like, all right, you don't have to like comment and like clap too loud, you know, for this stuff. It's like, yeah, they're very talented, but you're trying a little bit too
Performative
hard.
blackness.
Yeah, you're trying a little bit too hard to fit in, and it's like, and then there was a couple women that we didn't know that were at our table, and it's like I overheard them like basically cracking jokes on her, you know, because it's like you're not from the same, you're from two different worlds, you know. You're a mixed chick from, you know, the northern Midwest, and these are two black women from Chicago. And it's like they're more involved in the community than you are.
When you have mixed people like that, I mean, the best people you could look at towards seeing this is T and Tamara Mowry.
Yep.
When you have mixed kids like that, they either gonna follow one side of the spectrum or the other.
And they literally they literally split in two.
Yeah.
They literally, one of them, the goofy one, married the white dude, and the other one was like, nah, I'm gonna go over here with the brother.
The other one was on the game.
Yeah, that's kind of like my grandfather and his brother, right? You know, both of their parents were mulattoes, and my grandfather pretty much lived his life as a black man, and his brother lived his life as a white man.
Yeah, it's like devil in a blue dress.
But hey, I'm not knocking people for their choice. It is what it is, man. Like, but I'll be laughing at black people because I come from the black pro black community. So I heard all the time, like you mad at motherfuckers for choosing, you know, the superior life, you know, for choosing the dominant ruling class in America. And niggas that choose to be black, that could pass for white and light skin, y'all talk shit about the niggas. But when the niggas decide to live their life as a white man, now it's a problem.
Yeah.
But that's what I was saying though, Jesse, real quick. But because what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. The people that they want to, and we're talking about black people that's not passing. We're talking about black people, you could see them from a million miles away. That's a sister, right? Or that's a brother. But they've done everything to kind of ingratiate themselves into that class, and they get to play around with it. They get to live in the neighborhood a little bit. They might even get to fuck some of them people's daughters and shit. But they know they're never fully accepted. And I'm saying about the frustration sometimes about not being in the way, you know, Brad is in, right?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying. You never be to that point. I mean, you know what I found about, you know, those people, and I'm talking about the white people. They'll never fully accept you, but they're cool with you if you're at a certain level, and as long as, you know, it's like they have a what's the term I'm looking for? They have a quota. Like as long as the niggas don't go over that quota, they cool. And
three niggas in the club.
Don't trust them new niggas over there.
This has always been the case. If you look at throughout history, you know, Holy Roman Empire, you know, French Empire. You can just look throughout history in Europe, in America. There's always been some high class niggas that was doing some type of business. I had some type of friendship with white people. I mean, I got this book right here. You're a Haitian guy, Mr. Z. I got this book right here entitled The Prince of Darkness. Talking about Jeremiah Hamilton, Wall Street's first black millionaire. This nigga was, you know, up in New York City, making millions in the 1800s, dude.
Was that the one that was playing them white boys on investments? No, he was better than them off of that. I think I know who you're talking about. I think I know. Yeah.
I can show you the book cover real quick. Hold on.
It's funny you mentioned the Roman society, because actually, in a lot of ways, the Roman Empire was better integrated than this country is today. With their black.
I mean, the Visigoths did help take down Rome from the inside.
I mean, you can't really.
But they were better.
The Roman Empire lasted a lot longer.
We gotta wrap it up because Art and Star's getting ready to start.
So, well, that's all from me then, Art. Thank you for having me. Great. Go ahead.
Now I'll share this real quick, and this is the example of code switching is all about.
New Denzel movie on bootleg, Devil in a Boot Dress.
Oh, he got the
Yo, DJ, calm down. Sup, D-Rock? Yo, let me lace up my dogs. I'll be right down.
Derwin Jopley III, are you ready for school?
Yes, Father. I'm lacing my shoes I'll be right down.
He's such a perfect young man.
Okay, Father. I'm darting off to pursue my educational prowess.
Okay, son. Don't dilly-dally. I'll be home late. It's my bridge night.
I'll see you later. Bye. Yo, what's up, B? How you feeling? What's going on? Yo, let's go, son.
Yo, what show is that?
The Boo Crew.
Essentially.
But I'm like, man, I never thought I had to accept either culture. You know what I'm saying? I never thought I was like, okay, I had to ingratiate myself to white culture, or I had to ingratiate myself to you know, the hood, so-called criminal culture of Black America. That's always been my mindset. I mean, you could code switch to survive and to get the benefits or whatever, but you know, just to be like, oh, you know, this culture is the shit. This culture is the shit. Like, yeah.
No.
I think our
usually
society
a
has
mix.
opened up way more now. You can do that. You can do that now, I think, in a way you could definitely not do it in the 70s and before. So I think the society has opened up enough now where literally you could be, and we could even look at music. You can be the headbanger dude one day, you could be the grunge dude the next day, you could be all about hip hop the next day. You can
snitch.
play that role. Yeah, what was that part? You could wear rainbow colored hair. You know, but that's it for me, y'all. I'll drop off. Thanks for having me up, Art.
Goddamn. You can flip flop now because everybody's is so are so steeped in being hypocrites at this point. It's like normalized to just enjoy hypocrisy.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Thanks for having me up.
Appreciate you guys for coming through. I put the link to Art Install's channel so that way you guys can go over there and have the conversation with him. Make sure you like his channel, and I will catch you guys. Well, I won't have to do a video tomorrow, but I'm definitely gonna do another live stream Saturday. So, all right.
Cool.
Appreciate you guys.
Peace, black, and soul.
Soul.
Good night.
All right.